So we are live, guys. We are back with another live stream, boys and girls, guys. आ गए हैं with another watch party of day 5. Are you guys ready to experience and to witness the decider match? Because यहाँ पे मैच होने वाला है शुरू. BBL versus EDG पहला मैच हो रहा है और इट गॉना बी क्रेजी. फटाफट से बिना किसी देरी के चालू करते हैं क्योंकि मैच जस्ट टाइमिंग पे चालू हुआ है और स्ट्रीम भी टाइम पे आज चालू हुआ है. नो डाउट के साथ अगर चैनल पर नवे आए हो गाइस, मेक श्योर टू सब्सक्राइब एंड लाइक द स्ट्रीम फटाफट से, बिकॉज हमारे यहाँ पे एंटरटेनमेंट की कमी नहीं होती. समझ रहे हो गाइस? फटाफट से लाइक करो. यहाँ पे मैच शुरू हो चुका है. आओ लेट्स बिगिन द वॉच पार्टी बेबी. माइकल भाई क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रदर. व्हाट्स अप मैन?
Always put up a fight. This time it'll have to be
जस्ट चालू है गाइस मैच, जस्ट चालू है.
Well, yeah. EDG come back for revenge.
Let's go. क्या है पिकअप भाई?
BBL have been picking this map
BBL
time
defense
and time again while not getting the victories. Of
Neon
course, they've been
Oman Fade,
incredibly close.
double duelist.
I think you might look back to their game on this map.
हमने भी double duelist, Sentinel Vyas,
choke. But then I look from the EDG side and go, okay, Signed has been getting more and more comfortable in their game versus RRQ. They moved him off some more of the aggressive duelist style roles.
Guys, इनमें से जो जीतेगा सीधा क्वालीफाई होगा. और आज सिर्फ 2 ही मैचेस हैं जस्ट सेइंग. रात को होने वाली बहुत भयंकर स्ट्रीम्स as usual जो कि डेली हो रही है. in fact
a little bit stronger after building into the tournament.
अभिजीत भाई कैसे हो? वेलकम ब्रदर.
A trade of health.
Welcome to the stream.
But everybody's still standing. Gianni taking a lot of space, but it seems like BBL are more than happy to play retake in this scenario.
अरे भाई कैंग को छील दिया पहली राउंड में.
Certainly looks like it. Still waiting at the gates. Now the forces are all here. Chichu very low. Con in the same boat. A few traded blows for BBL will bring them back into this round, but they still have a lot of players to root from position. Not so much anymore. Con left.
BBL full form में क्या खिला है भाई? स्टार्टिंग से छिला हुआ.
Oh my god. And no chance, says Creven. 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, I like that. A little bit more tempered from the defense. Like a lot of the time we have seen some all-in gambly plays from individuals. So the fact that early in this game they're sitting back, playing the retake, forcing people out of angles, and also just
let's go. Let's the poll begin.
Some of the already confirmed damage. Because it is a pistol round, and I believe last time out, even with the OT defeat, they did still win both pistols. So it showed that at least in a lot of the buy rounds, EDG in this map at least were the better side. So I think still getting those strong starts is going to be important for BBL.
Yeah, without a doubt. Creven on the swap over as well. As you said, I think that's going to be the most interesting part when you see those little changes for BBL. There's clearly seeing that Vice wasn't giving them something that Cypher is. I do imagine it's a lot of that punishability on the deep dives and the constant information. Lover's Rock's got all the intel he needs. Gets out, taps a shot through and does some damage. But the pistols are at the gates. BBL rotating in a third player now, ready and waiting for this play. Seas goes in for Rose. Creven's trying to find some space around, being quite cautious until the jump up top. It's going to leave at least one rifle.
अरे दो निकाल लिए फिर भी भाई. heavy gun drop.
EDG, this is starting to get a little spooky. Luckily, IGL Rose, the top
my god,
last map comes through for 3, but again, Sporting Bruce is not a chance.
Nice try, Aaron. Nice try.
And even then, leaving 2 alive, that's a success for EDG. A great second round.
भाई EDG ने 3 गिरा दी इनके.
That is genuinely a hell of a lot of damage in a round that was nothing invested.
There were 4 players from the defense there as well. Like I said, 3 because Rose, but the other player
was
in the water rotating back.
Like Londo, like
essentially a 4-man hold against pistols, and they brought it to a 1v2. That's great.
Yeah. Good work from them.
आपको खेलोगे टूर्नामेंट बराबर भाई. मैं टूर्नामेंट जरूर.
For the BBL side, they're happy.
टूर्नामेंट के लिए तो बनाओ guys. Pro player हूँ भाई.
They're not really too
I'm a pro.
worried about the damage. I do feel like going back to even the last series when they played against 100 Thieves, they're very good with the pistols. That's normally where they actually build into things. So I still think they have to be a bit careful here. Gianni may have just learned that very early on.
Guardian से क्या delete किया भाई?
In the last series of Lotus, he was fantastic playing this raise. It definitely made it work on the duelist rather than on smokes in the latter couple of maps. And that's a change I'm hoping to see when going forward into the next one, him continuing to be on more aggressive roles. The question is though, can those weaker weapons on the BBL side still do damage? Well, maybe they won't need to already. Lover's Rock with a second. Creven lurking in the darkness has managed to add a third. This is a buy that had 2 Guardians and the rest were pistols. Only Con stands between BBL and a bonus round conversion. A costly last round, but they do have to be careful. They can't continue to give this man of any too many individual fights, and a third already added to the tally. Still, they know exactly where he is, but they have done for the previous 3. The last two of LaRock.
Is it ace, guys? Kang ace करने वाला है?
Up together. They're going to try and play this a little bit
Bro.
smarter because they've given him so many opportunities, and somehow he still finds one more.
Oh, nice try, bhai.
Kankan almost just pulled up
भाई
the play of the tournament, but he
हीट अप हो
was
रहा
shut down.
फ्रेंडली
at the
हीटिंग हो रही है
last
फ्रेंडली
second.
हीटिंग हो रही है फ्रेंडली हीटिंग हो रही है कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है
What an attempt by
अरे बाप रे
Concon.
बाप कैंग
A
फुल फायर है
reason
भाई
to
आज
never give up hope shown plain and clear right there. This for BBL, I like the idea. Punish the C aggression right away. Leave the Cypher utility as the lighter side over on Ace. We can hopefully slow
तेरा
them
मार
down.
देता ना भाई वो
Everything
Ace.
worked until Concon
हो गया था भाई आज
stepped
का
into the server,
almost.
stepped into their sight lines.
अरे
And
बाप
yeah,
रे
listen,
अरे बाप
you're on your feet. This is the signature of BBL. They always do this. Even
एक
if
चीज
they're
मैंने
10-0
देख लिया
down,
भाई जो
they'll
टीम ऐसा
stand
उठ के
up when
बचती
they
है
get
ना
one. But
वही
that
हारती है
round
भाई
right there, although it's a
वैलोरेंट
big
में तो
win
यही
for
देख लिया मैंने
BBL,
सीएस
it
का
was
होता नहीं
very
है
nearly.
बट वैलोरेंट का है भाई साहब
A lightning fast start for EDG. It's certainly given them
जो
so
टीम ऐसा उठ के बची है वही टीम हारी है
around the Blade Storm. Now a big threat considering what we saw just moments ago. Both traps have already been spotted.
What,
It really
वो
is
नेट से
on
मर गया
Concon with the trap catching
अरे
him.
बाप रे
There is
बाप
no remaining hope. 4-0 for BBL. A swift end to this round.
4-0 लीड कर रही है
I
भाई
think it had to be
BBL
a right-click
Crazy,
usage of
crazy,
the knives for
crazy.
the first kill, and then the weapon wasn't able to be found by Kankan. A much cleaner response, and I do look at this from Kraven, and even part of me goes, maybe it is just comfort. Like, if they're just getting past all of my utility, I'm going to just be fighting with nothing. So if I now switch up to a completely different agent with different utility that can give me opportunities, well, he's currently 7-1. So he's had a great start to the game on the C site, and he can just maneuver these trips every single time, although I believe that's the same as last round.
Well, last round towards the seaside indeed. The one before was swapped up to A. It's going to keep BBL guessing a little bit. And now
कैमरे
he
की
starts
इन्फो है
with
इन
the
लोगों
more
को कैमरा
aggressive
लगा हुआ है
trip up close. Has to take it back as the nade comes
ये
in.
क्या
And
ट्रैप है
now
भाई
it's the
साइफर
same
खेलो
old setup right back before. But a bit of a difference in LaRock. One away from a showstopper, and he is pushing his way up behind, containing them now towards this site. Rotation from Rose coming through. Nightfall will be there. If EDG wait a little bit longer, BBL will have a lot more to play with. And already, there is going to be a problem as they start, I think, almost trying to bait out a trip via the updraft dash backwards, but it wasn't caught. Now as they push deeper in, still that utility to deal with, and the Nightfall causing problems.
भाई कैंग फुल फॉर्म में आज भाई मारने की अरे 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 अरे
Wrapping around, drops the spike. Now the wrap around all the way from B. But LaRock is
BBL
barely
homework करके आई है
needed. Creven is off to a belter at the start of this map.
BBL
You are
homework करके आई
seeing
है
the differences. Now, one of the major problems that you have with Vice is first you can bait the wall
Yep.
if it's up
They were
close.
last time.
And then also, if you have a nade, you can destroy some of those vines immediately. So it puts you in a position where all of your utility's gone and, okay, you have a pop flash now.
Yeah.
That's not ideal. In these circumstances, they're being delayed. He's even pulling back and putting back down
BBL आज
utility,
full
which
homework करके आई है
you
chat
can't do
trust me
otherwise.
trust
And
me
basically making it very, very awkward for them on entry.
बट एक
and
कमबैक
surviving.
EDG का भारी होने वाला है यहाँ पे
10-1. They've pushed this
और ऊपर
side
से
in
लोटस
back-to-back
BBL का
rounds,
पिक है
and Creven has not died.
तो सडन अप सनसेट
Kankan now
बाप रे
going to
बाप
be in with a hero rifle. Gianni with a showstopper. It's not been the hot start he would have wanted, and well, that hero rifle is already on the ground.
The slide in, pass signs. He thought he had them contained there, a chance to punish, but it's not.
अरे ओमन बच गया
Stopper won't either.
ओ
For
भाई
damage, sure. Lloyd is down to 17 HP, but still drawing breath. As now the flank, they'll become aware of it with the wall going up, but for EDG, they
EDG
feel
को final
surrounded.
plant
The
मिला है भाई
Seekers
5
should
राउंड
get
बाद
the direction, the push towards spawn. They hope there's only one player there, but Rose is helping out alongside LaRock. Nade on the back of the C's, it'll get around the corner. That's a big problem for nobody. He won't be surviving that, and with the shot from Lover's Rock, now it's only 2 left. Now it's only 1 in the form of Jenny.
By
At least
1v3?
finds the first and has the nade. That could delay, buy him a little bit more time, but there's too many
Nice
bodies.
try, nice
And
try.
Creven keeps on hitting. 6-0 now for BBL, and well, the changes have clearly worked.
Yeah, even if it is just on an individual level for Creven, I don't know what it is about locking in the Cypher, but he just is playing an unbelievable game. But it must be infuriating in this one because there was a lot of maybe unconfirmed damage, at least initially, but 2 players that were desperately low that they weren't quite able to convert on. And I think 2 players making sure that Signed couldn't get any further was a problem, and clearly a problem that EDG looked to try and deal with. A pause at 6-0 down.
बाप रे बाप क्रेवन का केडी क्या है ये
Normally, at
Guys,
6-0
12-1.
down, I talk about death sentences. You're basically trying to recover the half. G2
1 की
yesterday
गेड़ी में
made
खेल
me
रहा है
start
भाई.
to question if it matters as
One-sided.
much as I think it does, because they managed to bring a 6-0 deficit to a 7-5 defeat on the half.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't get 7 if the others have got 6. But realistically, they then went on to win that map quite handedly. So a pause here could turn the tide, but I'm definitely feeling nervous for EDG.
Look back to yesterday in Gentlemates, Tom. We looked across at what was our B stream stage, our second stage, and we said, well, that one's going to be over pretty soon. Was it 12-1? Well, things turned around over in that game as well. There was always a way back in. So far for EDG, the problem, they're fighting shadows in the mist in the form of this utility. We saw 2 rounds ago, they throw the nade in towards C main to remove the trip. Creven repositions it.
Yeah.
They updraft and dash backwards.
Heavy scene है आज heavy scene है chat भाई. 4 लोग देख रहे हो, कैसे बातचीत कर रहे हो यार chat में, क्या होगा भाई? जबरदस्त
Already
chat.
so much utility committed, and all the while, BBL are rotating in because it's becoming pretty clear that they want to take space there, or at least remove the util. Now that pause, I'm hopeful will change things. They've had trouble dealing.
ए पे अकेला नियॉन है. 4 बंदे 20 टैग है भाई टूवर्ड्स रोटेशन ए पे. लिंक पे खड़े भाई 2 बंदों पर से.
An op though, in the hands of Lover's Rock, could unravel even the most well-laid plans, and it's not just him. BBL are looking to crunch towards A main. It seems like again the defense has the read, and the Cypher cam on C main along with
BBL read कर रही है भाई EDG को
is
legit.
exactly why the Cypher is giving them all that intel that they wanted.
Oh, they're putting the pressure on though. Oh, LaRock! He was stuck in a corner. They knew he was there, but even still, no
भाई वो
shot.
अकेला मार गया भाई उधर खड़े खड़े.
Okay, that's mental. Rose will immediately trade, however, and in fact he'll get both. I guess it doesn't matter.
BBL dominate कर
And
रही है.
this is the scariest
अक्षय भाई
thing
क्या
when you're
हाल
up
है
against
भाई? आपकी
BBL.
रैंक क्या है? मेरी रैंक
Sometimes
करंटली मेरी कोई
when
रैंक ही
they're
नहीं है.
confident, they do ridiculous, overzealous things, and other times they do that
मेरी
and it
पीक रैंक
works.
Ascendant 3 है bro.
That one didn't.
That was stupid. That's
Yeah.
crazy. to
Ascendant
keep me in
399
there. What
मतलब
did he
समझ लो
think? I mean,
close to
maybe
immortal ही था
missing
मैं.
some piece of utility that was thrown in. No, there's a Prowler Saw guy there. What are we doing? He's a madman.
बस वहाँ से immortal
Maybe
जा नहीं
thought
पाया मैं.
Rose was a little bit further forward and that he could then immediately be traded. He wasn't, but
Yeah, maybe you can't read the mini-map. That's
अभी
a
करंटली
good
कोई रैंक नहीं है
excuse.
because मैं Valorant इतना नहीं खेलता.
Lost in the moment.
or maybe
that's for sure.
maybe he was 2 and 3 and just
Yeah.
went, I need to even
I
up.
need a kill, mate.
I need a kill.
LaRock's taking them all again. I got to get in there. Well, 7-0 start for EDG.
Guys, मेरे को लगता है EDG को टाइम आउट लेके रीसेट करना चाहिए भाई अपना आपको वापस से प्रॉपर एकदम.
covering off B and the slow approach.
7-0 भाई EDG फर्स्ट मैप.
Now they're left on to pistols. And a
चाइना की
7-0
टॉप
start
1 टीम है
likely
भाई.
to turn
ऐसा तो
into
नहीं हो
8,
सकता
but
भाई.
They've got a lot of pistols. They've got some ultimates to play with. In particular, if Sign can get into a good position, remove weapons on a retake, that could be huge.
टैंकिंग भाई को पावर देना पड़ेगा थोड़ा.
Towards the place where there's only one man holding. The problem is that one man is Lover's Rock. He'll get out quickly, and he's going back in for another. There goes that
बाप
big
रे
ulti.
बाप. इसको भी देखो.
Sign gone. Okay.
Big
Nice blast pack from Gianni. A decent position from Chichu, but he's been shut down. Last time they played this map, he was an unstoppable force that they had to deal with, and as of right now, yet to really show up to the party.
spot हो गया.
Opportunity though. Kankan
Gang
has
gang
been
with the
given an
orb,
operator.
भाई.
The one
ले
glimmer of
भाई.
hope in this map so far was him in that 1v5, which almost got them there.
वाटर स्नेक मारेगा ट्रस्ट में चैट. और दे दिया बोलते ही मारा भाई.
Flash to set him up. They are putting all their eggs in one basket. Can Kankan win them the round? Well, his teammate and nobody's already gone, but he still stands with the operator. A missed shot lets them get a little bit closer, and in fact, with one bullet left, there is
my
no
God,
chance
भाई.
he's able to correct. Creven
इसलिए हार रहे.
14-1.
इसलिए हार रहे. गैंग नहीं मार रहा है इसलिए हार रहे.
Still only a singular death. And well, that is a reason why there is not a round on the board yet for EDG.
Yeah, Creven is the star of the show right now. I thought the second they put an operator into the hands of Kankan,
भाई BBL वालों का दिन है
we've
आज.
made a big mistake here. But they managed to recover. Creven even manages to stare Medusa in the eyes and walk away unscathed. An
दो बंदे सामने खड़े थे वाटर
unbelievable
पे, फिर भी
performance
उसको आके
for
साइड पे
him.
डिफॉल्ट मार के गया
One
भाई.
simple agent switch, and he is looking so bloody comfortable.
भाई साइफर का दिन है भाई.
playing behind his
14-1.
utility instead of having to watch it all
Crazy
be
भाई.
destroyed and dissipated. 8-0.
हैं ये क्या काम है भाई?
As EDG come back in with another buy. Rifles there, the ult from Signed, and a much more direct approach. The slow play has left BBL with all the info to work with. And so instead, they're going to pick up the pace.
And the problem is this C site thus far has been a nightmare.
अरे स्पैम पड़ी.
Actually taking a little bit
अरे
of
लोग
damage
छिकने की
through
स्पैम पड़ी
the
करके.
box
Oh my
instead, though.
god.
He peeks back and gets rid of nobody. Cage is up. And this time, the weaponry is going to be removed. The faster pace take. Loiter was trying to escape with his ultimate. The showstopper on the other side.
free fund में delete हो गया.
Double, but it's only one. An
trade up हो गया.
advantage for the first time in a while. Kreven also down, but Rose
2v2 2v2 baby कैंग है यहाँ पे.
things back to even.
अरे alt wars हो गए यार.
Rose will deal with Khan and Gianni now has to try and find one of them with the ult. And he
Oh
won't
my
manage to do so.
God.
Lovers Rock was already past
Fair
it.
round.
The youngster needing a clutch operator shot miss, but he will deal with Rose. And then round the corner comes Lovers Rock. It's a nice try from
What
Gianni.
dominating
but
bhai.
still, they
BBL
can't
is
find a
dominating the
round.
lobby.
Excellent C's coming out of Rose.
Bhai.
This looked like the
हो
round
गया आज का
EDG
guys.
would finally put on the board. And
हो गया है
previously,
आज.
it's been all about the game plan. Everything has worked for BBL. They've had the info. They've had the right people in the right place in almost every single round. This time it was different. EDG had the upper hand. They had the sight. Time
भाई
ticking in their
घुस के
favor.
बाटा मारा भाई इसके मुंह में.
But a few shots from BBL, and as I said, a very well-placed C's coming out of Rose.
Dominating one side at the map, bhai.
To pressure that IGL, he ended up in an
क्या
uncomfortable
देखने को
position.
मिल रहा है भाई.
and couldn't
Kreven
quite get
14-2
back
2
out.
की केडी पे है
The spam
भाई.
from Rose, putting 9 on the board. BBL, this map we would have questioned why they chose it, considering what we saw last time. An incredibly long
2 की केडी बोल रहा है. Never mind. 2 की केडी भी नहीं ज्यादा है वो.
2 times.
Indeed. They're up against EDG in this exact
7-7
moment.
वाला हिसाब है
And
इसका
then
तो.
since then, it didn't look like
दो बार
things
मारा
had
सिर्फ.
changed. We questioned why they choose it. And they've come in today with answers.
But EDG. They are running out of runway. Of course, they came into this tournament with one of their star players missing. It's no doubt that it was going to be difficult, but last time out they showed
भाई
that
EDG
they
को
could
पहले अर्ली
compete.
पिक ऑफ करना चाहिए. लोगों को पहले मारना
Even with
चाहिए.
that
तब
standing.
जाकर इनको साइड डिसाइड करना चाहिए फेक करके.
Today has looked different though.
ये लोग डायरेक्ट स्लैम इन कर रहे हैं और हर बार सी साइड हिट करे जहाँ पे साइफर ऑलरेडी बैठा है. उनका ऊपर से दिन अच्छा चल रहा है साइफर का.
Rose is running
Oh,
forward just to
bhai.
support Loiter. This is a slaughter. The last man standing will be signed.
Oh.
Another attempt at a 1v5.
Oh,
It's the
bhai, ये क्या
closest
मार
rounds
दिया?
they've had so far. But with 5 HP
Nah.
and a man behind, it is a few consolation
10-0.
frags and double digits
13-0
hit
incoming, boys.
before a
13-0.
singular round goes the other
Is
way.
it 13-0?
You gotta take your hat off
हो
to
गया भाई,
sign
जीत हो गया.
there. What an attempt that was in the 3K.
Nice
but
shots.
again, it's the
13-0
plan
आ रहा है
from
भाई.
BBL.
लगता है भाई EDG वाले
Back
सोए
to
नहीं है
the
कल.
same old thing. The Cypher setup on site works. Cage up, leaves Jenny in a 1v1 while he's midair. Kreven takes that kill every day of the week. But more importantly,
बहुत गंदी
3
शुरुआत हुई है
players
भाई
on
EDG.
site, one sitting outside B and one fully pushed up on A. Those were the positions when
EDG ने already
EDG
टाइम आउट ले लिया
pushed.
guys. Just say.
They're being read. This attack side is predictable for BBL, or has been so far. And we've almost already run out of time. 2 rounds left to play for. And Chichu gonna try to find the seam here and pull on the thread. He's gone for the TP towards the stairs. But nobody's home. BBL playing a bit more passive, falling back. Lloyd is going to be on that backside with plenty of support. And again, boots on the ground, but 4 players
हाँ?
here.
अरे
for
उसको भी लेग शॉट
BBL.
मारा
They
भाई.
are ready every single time, and this one
Oh
will
my
be
God.
no different. Chichu, though, a lifeline with that pick. They might even get the plant out of this.
2v2 guys. 2v2.
He's tagged up low.
दोनों तरफ दोनों बंदे छिले हुए हैं.
Sign trying to bait them into a fight, and he's done
ठीक
so,
है
but
भाई,
Kreven
1v2.
just isn't losing any fights today. He is the unkillable final boss of BBL. I think he's
Yeah,
only
it's
had
13-0
2
हो रहा है.
deaths in the entirety
Feeling
of
आ
this
रही है
map, and it's not
13-0.
like he's just been AFK hiding in a corner. I think that might have been his 16th kill of the game.
Moral
Maybe
तोड़
even
दिया
more.
भाई EDG
I
का.
genuinely have lost count.
EDG का मोराल तोड़ दिया भाई.
You know,
BBL का दिन भी
sometimes we
अच्छा
see
है आज.
Kreven have those slower starts, those shakier games, and then sometimes I'm reminded of the man I came up against in a DM and was certain was cheating. This makes
भाई
complete
2-2-1
sense.
खेल लो या 2-1-2 खेल लो. थोड़ा
17-3
पिक्स विक्स में खेल लो यारो.
up against EDG as well.
जल्दी मैच खत्म हो रहा है गाइस पहला.
Considering how it went last time around for BBL.
और लोग प्रेडिक्ट भी कितना अच्छा कर रहे हैं. बाप रे बाप.
Unlikely at this stage. It has been a dominant showing. Concon stepping up to the plate for one, but only one.
Yeah, Concon.
As Loida shuts him down, and it's left assigned 1
What?
against 3. Last time he was in a clutch, he got
What?
3 before going down.
Doesn't have the spike.
That's a big problem.
Seriously,
All
12-0.
he can do is try and completely play with their heads. But just look at the position that Lovers Rock is locked
भाई
into
chat तो
already.
बाबली होगी रहेगी यहाँ पे.
It's not like this is a ruse
Where
or
is the live chat भाई? Live chat किधर है?
something
Oh
that
my
can
god.
catch them off guard. It's such a locked-in angle for the
भाई
spike.
chat तो भरने लगी है
There's
भाई.
always going to be someone The good
That
thing
already
is
बढ़ने
he's got
लगे
an
भाई.
opportunity, but he'd have to be lightning fast to get anywhere near, and it is not to be the case. A 12-0 half for BBL. Whether you had questions
का अलग ही
about
बसड़ चल रहा होगा,
stand-in, or whether
भाई.
you question whether or not BBL could just come in and completely change how this map went last time around, I don't think there's anybody
17-4 है
on
भाई
earth
Kraven, बाप
who
रे
thought this would be a
बाप.
12-0 half.
No, you know, even with changes, with BBL picking it again, you want to think that they've got some solutions, but not that they've completely cracked the code. The most impressive part about this is even in the moments where EDG played fast.
भाई इधर कैंक ने कर दिया था, मोमेंटम बना दिया था, लेकिन वहाँ मोमेंटम बन ही नहीं पाया.
Off the top of my head, one round.
इधर मोमेंटम बन चुका था almost.
At least 3 players on the site that was being hit, which, if it's a cent, that's impressive. This map has 3 sites.
Yeah.
That's even more impressive.
I also
and usually
can't-
there was one
थोड़ा
ready to
casual-
punch
थोड़ा
through on the other
casual हो
side
गया
as
यार.
well.
I can't think of a moment where EDG
यार देख
stepped
लिया
on the
ये
B
game
side
मैंने.
other than the one kill or one attempted kill from
Match
Chichu
point
and
already
Nico.
guys BBL
There
है.
was a
Only
B-side,
pistol
remember
round.
they
अगर
used
pistol
to
round
nade,
सीधे भाई
last
washed off है
second
भाई.
for Jenny to try
EDG.
to cancel, but he
Clean
swung
washed
with
off.
It was an eco
That
round,
is
though.
true.
So
That
there
is
was a
true.
single one, but I think that was also a fallback from the A main, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. But it definitely did feel like for EDG, perhaps playing the default, perhaps exploring the map and removing some of that information. was the
EDG
way
को
to
सिर्फ
go.
एक बार प्लांट मिला जो भी
They
बी साइड
decided
वालों
to
ने
play more
अटेम्प्ट किया था
direct, which
फास्ट.
also makes sense.
तब ये लोग को
They've
मिला
got
था भाई.
information, they're rotating ahead of
वरना
us.
उसके बाद ये लोग को
Let's
मिला
go
ही नहीं
more
कभी
direct.
साइड.
Let's get ahead of those rotations. And yet they couldn't.
जितने बार भी
And
साइड में
that's so
प्लांट ही नहीं मिला.
impressive, but it also speaks to how BBL played this defensive side. Aggression right off the bat. Why were there 4 players or 3 towards the C site with 1 outside B ready to swing on the door? Because Lovers Rock had ran up A. He saw no utility, no nades, nothing. And after a couple seconds, he said, okay, I'm going into your spawn. And he's there on the Neon in a matter of seconds. They have the information. And when they go the other way, the Cypher utility gets the info instead. Kraven fills in B, 4 players on the A side. This has been a tough play for EDG.
Well, and it's safe to say this tournament is starting to feel a little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death,
Yeah.
only taking 2 defeats to Gen G, who went all the way to a top 4 finish. And then this year, coming in with a stand-in and facing off against a BBL that looked to be back in form, at least on an individual level. We saw them go missing in stage 1. A team with high expectations after a flawless run, kickoff regionally. And then EDG off the back of a very good finish at Masters London, unfortunately, are not able to show what we've come to expect of them. Sure, the excuses are there, but
भाई EDG ने ऑलरेडी सी लेके पुश कर दिया था, तो दे नो कि ये होने वाला है, क्योंकि बी पे ऑलरेडी 2 बंदे स्टैक थे. ये तो पूरा ही खाली पड़ा हुआ है. इन्होंने पूरी रीड कर ली है कि लोग कहां से कहां आ रहे हैं भाई. पूरी की पूरी रीड रखी है.
They got to start it that way. For individuals to show up, that's all I want to see.
पूरा रीटेक करने वाला है भाई BBL.
Although Gentlemates
I mean, sorry,
might let
EDG.
this one slip, I'm not sure about BBL. And they don't have that kind of history. It's a swing out on the back
No.
from
EDG पहला
Karkar.
pick
He's
off.
being spotted. He's being blinded. He's being
Oh
naded.
my
He's
God.
being shot. He is
पड़ेगा
dead.
भाई लोग उस पे.
And EDG end up in a 4 versus 4 with the plant coming through from BBL, and they're looking to fight. Of course
Grab
they
his
are.
cell.
Most teams would sit back, but that is not
3v3.
BBL style. Trading blows, though. Sends
pushing
BBL flee.
Don't tell me BBL B भाग रही है.
Yeah, they're going to take this to the B, the C site, but that's if they can get past Jenny.
it seems like they know they've been boxed in. But Gianni,
भाई वो लोग भी सी रोटेट कर रहे हैं भाई,
there's a
2
good
बंदे
idea,
स्काई और
but they're
रोमन.
not even going B. He's gone all the way around the other side of the map to the C side, but the defenders have also gone, well, okay, it's a little bit too quiet on this side. And because of that, the plant position
ओ
is
रेस का
actually
क्या हो
a
रहा है
bit of a
भाई यहाँ पे
problem.
टाइमिंग. हेलो.
Back to the spawn Rose needs to go.
Oh my god.
The flank is now being
They
watched.
didn't hear each other
They're,
say
they're
it. Raise
ready
लिया.
for the move, but it's going to be the shot coming out on the
अरे
inside.
बाप रे.
A chance
EDG
to
getting around.
stop the 13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a chance to clutch.
Oh, surely
Oh.
not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad, but Loida, he's brought it to
One
a 1v1.
One
A
HP.
single point of health for EDG to
ओ
avoid.
भाई फाइनली भाई EDG got around भाई, बाप रे.
Chichu
He's laughing.
saves the round and saves some face for EDG at least.
बाप रे. EDG got 1 round
It's
भाई,
unusual that
बाप
you
रे
see Lloyd
बाप.
to have a quiet game, but
बाप
the
रे.
fact he almost 1v3s to 13-0
13-0 नहीं हुआ, बच
is
गया
a
भाई.
crazy way that this game could have ended. Instead,
अरे क्या देख लिया?
they're not going to be joining the club. Sorry, Mixwell. I know you had that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go. Instead, we'll see them now come in with investment. Of course, it's going to be everything. They're not going to go for any pistols or anything at this point. They're looking to try and mirror the scoreboard of the last with 12 rounds in a row. And hey,
एक सेकंड गाइस, ये रिवील यहाँ का नीचे का रिवील करता नहीं है कोने में?
That it does, and it
क्या फायदा फिर रिवील का?
a much lower number than 14. They'll need to go there to OT. Con. It's a little bit shaky to start. And he's got him boxed in.
अरे पीछे पड़ गया भाई, कैंक अरे
deal with him eventually.
इंस्टेंट ट्रेड ऑफ भाई.
Before Lovers Rock is able to trade out. Now LaRock finds one on a Jenny, and now I start to get a little
Yes,
bit
ये लॉन्ग में मार दिया
nervous
बंदा.
about this. There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. And a flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing B instead as he draws their eye. But now he's a little surrounded. I almost want to see him fall back with that paranoia. He has to. He ran forward. They paranoid now themselves. Chichu gets one.
Classic se maar diya.
Players close. But is he happy with that? Has he done enough? It's a 2v2.
His teammates coming.
भाई पीछे से एक आ रहा है.
Is on the way.
Spot हो गया.
Nice work by Signed, and they will clean it up in
EDG
the
come
end,
back.
but
Hello? Is this for
danger
real?
averted, but only
क्या हो रहा
barely.
भाई ये?
I'll be honest with you, like at least some of the plays that Cargo, I think he's just having fun with this.
Yeah.
I think they've looked at this and gone, yeah, 12 rounds in a row, probably not going to happen. I'm just going to go fight them in their spawn and see what will go through. I don't think that they were even considering the possibility of a 12-0 return on the other side. And you can see it in their faces. They're having a good time. They know their map choice is up next. For BBL, they've just got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does mean that as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. A couple of rifles, a judge, and an SMG. But realistically, all BBL need is one.
एक ही तो इन्फो निकल गया भाई, स्कैन इन्फो दे दिया कि यहाँ पे कोई है ही.
The ones with the read, you might think. It seems a lot of players outside the C site. The spike was here moments ago, but now it's shifting back in the other direction. As EDG stand with 3 players on the C site, 1 sitting outside B, and that will be the one to be challenged. You know, perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL to not even look for a scrap.
3 बंदे ए पे होल्ड कर रहे, सी पे होल्ड कर रहे, ए पे एक ही इसका है, इन्फो मिली.
While it's still in dominant
पूरी
fashion,
टीम रोटेट कर रही है
stop
भाई.
EDG from building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. It will be nobody that's challenged. I said it had been a tough game for him, but that's a bloody nice shot.
Hey, he's still got it. There's no doubt about it. And it's gone.
मिल गया ये.
Quickly able to trade, and the rotation just isn't there. The position though.
और सीधा ये लोग वापस से हेलो ट्रा. Oh my god. रेस को इन्फो मिलेगी.
Gone for it.
मिल गई रेस को इन्फो.
So we can actually catch
अरे
them on the
पकड़ा
cross,
गया.
but unlucky to not get Rose. 8 HP. TP past the wall. Sign left blinded. He's trying to deny them, but instead he ends up being caught. Him staying alive with the wall might have even been enough to potentially change the round. Instead, Chichu's going to try and maybe even run in and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through the smoke. It's down to Khan again to keep him alive. And he's got rid of
रोज तो 1 HP
at
है.
least.
ऑलमोस्ट 1v1 है. साइड पकड़ रहे हमारा. नियॉन तो खत्म है गेम.
1v5 earlier in the day.
No
This one
way,
doesn't
game
seem
खत्म हो
so
गया.
difficult, especially
Plant
with
भी उसका
Rose
नहीं है.
so desperately low.
What?
A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a singular bullet to connect, but Rose is now hiding behind the pillar, not wanting to give his opponent anything, just trying to work off the time. Doesn't even care about anything else. It's ring around to Rose. He's got all the way around behind him. He's just trying to
Oh
wrap
my
back
God.
around. Well, it might be a little bit closer, but I think Khan has got this one at least.
भाई BBL वाले बुली कर रहे हो.
Yeah, BBL though, giving them a lot of respect. This isn't just a round gifted to EDG. For BBL, they played this incredibly
BBL
so.
वाले
They
बुली
tried
कर
to
रहे
push
हैं. 8
and
लोग
pull
स्ट्रीम
them
देख रहे
out.
हैं, लाइक नहीं पा रहे तुम लोगों से.
Again,
ठीक है भाई.
great work from Jenny, considering he had the judge. Almost expected him to just stay
BBL वाले क्या
tucked,
कर
but
क्या
he
रहे हो भाई?
almost gets away with a kill, and that HP definitely made a difference in that
Yeah.
1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage. Most importantly, to get the information for those early rotates back. And yes, Sign might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough Chichu could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give Khan a chance. That's all you have to do.
If he's on your team.
You give him a... Yeah. On the other
BBL probably
team,
shouldn't.
do your best not to give him a chance, but that doesn't always work. 3 rounds, 25% of the way there. Doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, listen, it's EDG finding the seam. They pull on the right thread. Maybe it all unravels for BBL.
भाई कैंग कैंग ने आप उठा ली.
Seems like a tall tale for the time being. 9 in a row.
अरे अरे
Chichu down
अंधे
in
में
the
मार
trade
क्या
to
भाई
start
वो.
this
Oh
out.
my god, that's collat भाई.
And Jenny
Okay.
as well.
Oh
A
भाई
2K
क्या
for
collat
them
था.
each. And 4 for EDG now. Relatively clean as well. Only one player lost.
collat
As I
पड़ा है
said,
भाई.
for me, like 8 more rounds in a row. Too big of a task. It's possible, but unfeasible. But all we need to see is them pick up that momentum. To
ले
start
लिया
to
भाई
feel
BBL
like
टाइम आउट.
they're not just leagues below this
Yeah,
squad.
I think like warming up into their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats and then managing to turn it around. I think even look at BBL in their last series versus 100 Thieves, dominated map 2, still lost map 3. Like as long as their opponents felt like they were in it. But it does seem like the beasts from the east are now awake. And they're enjoying themselves while they do it. Some nice shots being connected by Nobody as well. Gianni waking up. And you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha, hee funny. They need to take a attack pause to make sure that this one doesn't get out of control. Maybe even learning from the mates yesterday that, okay, we want to get ahead of this because the more EDG warm up, yeah, sure. 8 rounds in a row is still incredibly difficult to do, even just considering ult cycles. But if there was a team with the caliber of player that could do it, it is EDG.
And plenty more teams I'd put below that caliber have done it here at this event. So for EDG, give them a chance.
क्या हाल है brother? What's up? Welcome, welcome.
BBL though, I think from
Welcome to the stream.
2012
मैं बढ़िया
too,
यार.
you've
तू
seen that
बताओ.
they're playing a tight game.
क्या चाह रहा है
They don't
तुम्हारा
want
दिन
EDG to get
शुरुआत
big
कैसे
back
हुई है?
into this. They believe it's possible, as they should. Kraven with the lurk has
Oh,
got
bhai.
Nobody. That's a big gap. Showstopper
Big
put
was stuck
through.
in the
Jenny's caught his head on the door, and he's a little slow, and the follow-up paranoia lands, but a shot from
Nice.
Concon. It's not just one man pushing. No, this is a strategy from EDG. They're putting the pressure
अरे
on
रेस
both
मारा. Hello?
sides. He's got his knife
वाह.
out. Oh, it's a big
Big pick, bhai.
mistake. Concon falls. And even with that great pick from Signed, it's a 3 versus 2. Spike on its way to C, and well,
Hello.
yeah,
ये भी
well,
ठीक है.
get the info at least.
रेस के मुहां में टीवी मार लो भाई ओमन भाई.
Because Signed was spotted
Very
on the other
realistic.
side of the map. That was the immediate call from Loiter that, okay, I can now TP into the back of that site, past all of his utility. It's a gap that was exploited. And now the remaining 2 players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1. In the
BBL2.
decider matchup, one team goes through to
क्या
the
BBL
playoffs,
लेने
the
वाले
other
guys.
team
खत्म
will
करने
be
वाले मैच.
eliminated. Signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good paranoia
Khatam.
with the trade. Immediate on
Khatam,
to it.
khatam,
A lot of
khatam,
damage
khatam.
being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar
BBL got the first
half
map.
out of BBL.
उनका पिक का मैप मिल गया भाई. बढ़िया बारिश में जर्नी किया आज सुबह बराबर. बारिश तो ना रुक रही भाई इधर.
Overtime in both occasions, they have come back versus one of those teams and
बारिश
had
तो ना
a
रुक रही है.
12-0 defensive half.
BBL ने
And
डोमिनेट
they
किया
managed
भाई.
to get the job done on attack. The man
Dominate
in the
किया,
screen,
bully
Kraven,
किया, game
was
जीता
one
दिया.
of the big parts of that. An incredible C-site hold with the swap to the Cypher. Of course, with EDG, it will be their map choice coming up next, and they need to bounce back.
I mean, Kraven was holding C and B practically every round.
भाई फर्स्ट मैप तो ऐसे ही खत्म हो गया भाई. आधा घंटे में खत्म हो गया.
They tried to push and pull, but
Very
nothing
realistic.
worked against BBL. The info game here on Lotus looking leagues better than before, and any past problems will be left there. Now, it's time to see if they can close the series or if EDG can dig deep and bounce back in the reverse sweep. Before that, though, back to the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And yes, EDG staving off being on the wrong side of history, but it's just a consolation prize to get those 4 rounds on attack or on defense to try and make the scoreline look competitive. Because it was 12-0.
यहाँ पे कितनी ठंड है guys बारिश में? इस स्वेटर पहन के आया हुआ?
Different stats, history, through lines to 13-0s in a competitive match,
Yep.
especially of one of this caliber. And it was tough to find any.
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13-0 that was not going their way. So yeah, 1 pistol away, and do not forget, Loita almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Silver, whatnot. Kraven moves from the Viper to the Cypher. The trips that he had on C to control the Kagan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact.
Decider में only 2 maps.
Let's be honest. I think we should treat this as a third
2 matches.
Yeah,
I mean, realistically,
का first
they
map
were
हो गया.
one left click away from
अभी
it.
BBL जिस हिसाब से dominate करे मैं ऐसा लग रहा second map भी लेने वाली
He's
है.
EMEA now. He's so EMEA.
I might be after that.
और इसके बाद होने वाला NRG वर्सेस अपना केसी होने वाला है जो कि मेरे को लग रहा है थोड़ा लंबा जाएगा बट हो जाएगा आज खत्म 9 बजे तक 9 साढ़े 9 बजे अगर कुछ टेक्निकल इशू ना हुआ होपफुली लाइट ना जाए होपफुली क्योंकि सो फार स्ट्रीम बहुत अच्छी जा रही है होपफुली गाइस लाइट वगैरह ना
It was a situation of
कल किक पे 3 बार लाइट गई है जस्ट से वेटिंग फॉर योर गेम प्ले जरूर भाई जरूर वैसे YouTube पे गाइस 8 तारीख को स्ट्रीम हो रही है एकदम प्रॉपर क्योंकि YouTube का 8 तारीख का दिन हमारा खाली है क्योंकि उस दिन नो वॉच पार्टी है वो दिन लेके आएंगे तुम लोग के लिए भाई कुछ अच्छा स्ट्रीम समझ रहे हो
In fact, the challenge for this entire map was to get an attacking round for any of the teams.
Yeah, LaRock yet again continuing his run of having plus 300 ACS, 349, the highest out of any map on the tournament so far. He has been the best player.
And you can say that all of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment
फिर कल की स्ट्रीम भी भाई रिलेटेड वाली स्ट्रीम भी बहुत क्रेजी हुई थी मजा आया था भाई कल PUBG में इतना गंदा हुआ है ना हमारे साथ मैं एक बजे तक था कल फिर सो गया
Sometimes playing this rounds where they're just we call
कल PUBG में एक भी गेम हमारा अच्छा नहीं गया
because they go all together and it's impossible because in every situation they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is I'm so impressed by how they've managed to assess what happened against EDG last time. You know, that big overtime that they don't manage to close. They watch that game back and they figure out what EDG are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here. So full credit to BBL and the staff behind them.
I think it goes back to what you guys said earlier on the C site. Given the fact that we've seen throughout the tournament, that has just been the site to go to just to fight, to pick the Cypher, to shut that down, knowing you play on defense first. I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were not finding anything there.
It's also the fact that you know if you're going C and Loverstock is playing there with the operator.
Yeah.
We were watching and we were seeing it's like, oh, he gets one, he will repick. At some point, EDG was like, oh yeah, we can go with the Stinger and get the kill here. And it's like, it's BBL. Sometimes
8 तारीख कब है वैसे 8 तारीख है अपना वेडनेसडे मतलब परसों नो वॉच पार्टी परसों वॉच पार्टी नहीं है कल है वॉच पार्टी परसों नहीं है भाई कभी हावड़ा से सूरी कौन सा रूट है भाई सूरी कहाँ पे है सूरी सुना है सूरी क्या होता है
Like the highlights of them are Kankang almost doing something cool and then signed with the 3K almost doing something cool. It's just not quite enough yet.
I think the additional one is Chichu stopping the 13-0 with just that pistol there in the pistol round, getting the big smile. They were able to put something together, but not quite enough given the deficit they were put in early on. And we're going to see what they have cooking up here for map number 2 because it's going to be whatever they came with map number 1. You don't want to miss it. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
भाई यहाँ तो लैंडस्लाइड हो गया गाइस और बुरे हाल है भाई मुंबई के
now imagine
बारिश ने फुल बीटी दे दिया भाई
being built to
गाइस
supercharge it.
भाई मतलब मैच चालू हुआ आधे घंटे में मैच खत्म हो गया तो मतलब समझ रहे हो फर्स्ट मैप ही खत्म हो गया आधे घंटे में इतना डोमिनेशन दिखा BBL ने सेकंड मैप जा रहे हैं भाई मतलब सेकंड मैच भी जल्दी शुरू होने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहे हैं अगर EDG ने यहाँ पे खेला नहीं तो और मेरे को लग रहा है EDG कमबैक करने वाले अभी बहुत गंदा भाई एग्रेसिव खेलेंगे स्टार्टिंग से ये BBL ने भाई बहुत गंदा एग्रेशन दिखाया टू बी ऑनेस्ट। नहीं यार वो रूट नहीं है यार सिट बाय। वो सेक्शन नहीं है मेरे पास। आवरा से आंदल है, आंदल के बाद डोमिनेशन था, बट डोमिनेशन वन साइडेड खेला भाई BBL। मतलब 12-0 तुम टूर्नामेंट में भाई, मतलब डिसाइडर मैच में जहाँ पे तुम क्वालिफाई करने वाले हो एंड EDG नोज कि वो लोग एलिमिनेट होने वाले, फिर भी मतलब ऐसा थोड़ा। ऑल्दो EDG हैव वन टाइम आउट, वो लोग टाइम आउट लेकर अपने आप को रीसेट कर सकते थे वहाँ पे, बट उन्होंने किया नहीं। एक ही टाइम आउट लिया था स्टार्टिंग में 4th राउंड के बाद, तो टाइम आउट लिया ही नहीं।
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved.
RL में बोल रहा हूँ नूब, RL में भी नहीं गया भाई मैं,
Titan Evo,
RL में भी नहीं गया मैं।
ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ठीक भाई, क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रदर। गुड इवनिंग बॉयज, गुड इवनिंग, गुड इवनिंग।
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant, as we had one of the fastest map number ones here.
One of the fastest बोल दिया भाई कास्टर ने।
Decider match. It was BBL.
मैं तो ना सहता भाई EDG,
EDG.
मैं तो ना सहता भाई, जैसे बता रहा हूँ भाई। आज EDG को सपोर्ट करता है, EDG हार रही है, बताओ।
To make the scoreline look competitive by EDG.
मतलब इतना पड़ा होती है क्या चार्ट?
Finished 13-4, and we turn our focus now to our second map. Kakuka here alongside Big Time, and y'all, how do you recover from something like that if you're EDG?
I think, yeah.
How do I recover?
I think
Please.
the good
It was
news
so difficult.
is I think this always looks like it's going to be harder to recover from than it is. I think it's harder to recover from close OTs where you feel like, oh, we should have won. If only I'd done this. Those kind of things can get in your head a bit more. I think a 13-0 is definitely a little bit more like, oh, like, there's kind of nothing we could do there. They were firing, our game plan was wrong, whatever it is. It's sort of one big mistake instead of 1,000 tiny mistakes. So I think in theory it's not super hard for them to just slide this one to one side and go, okay, we had the wrong idea here. But now we're moving to our map pick. Now we're moving to Breeze where we've looked good. So I think they'll be okay. I just think it's all about that short-term memory. Ultimately, you have to just put that out of your minds, not care what happened. And, you know, it wasn't quite the 13-0. So I do think that helps a little bit. There isn't the shame of a Mixwell tweet being fired your way and knowing that it was ultimately as bad as it can get. But I think they'll be fine. EDG are a composed enough team also. We know that they've been to big stages. We know that they've lost map ones before. So I have full faith that they will be okay heading into this map too.
We've had already some very devastating results here in EWC. Sometimes it means that the second map is only going to be a repetition. But in most of the occasions, I say that teams are able, as you're saying, to bounce back mentally from that. Sometimes players go on the map and they're just literally unstoppable. The question is now, is BBL able to replicate that on Breeze? As I was saying at the beginning of the year, to me it was all about their Breeze. It's very similar to what we just saw here on Lotus. Of course, it doesn't have 3 sides, but the feeling is the same. It's incredibly abrasive, and if I am then, I would be playing literally what they were playing at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I want to find where the star of power is going to come from, not in terms of name, but in terms of performance to match Larock, who has been an MVP candidate despite not even making it to
Another victory is on top. Nazar is real.
भाई
ऐसा मत बोलो यार.
that he's been putting up have been insane.
ऐसा मत
we
बोलो
have
यार.
to have
अच्छा.
that conversation, especially when we, after these 2 days and after the day break that we have when we jump into
ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे हो
playoffs,
तुम
we
मेरे
just
को?
start speaking about this real serious
रामपुर हाट तो आए होगे यार.
candidates.
रामपुर
But
हाट.
was amazing. And even though on that Lotus where, you know, some of this
रामपुर हाट exactly कहाँ पे पड़ता है? मैंने नाम सुना है भाई. It is beyond Malda or between Malda. मैं मालदा तक जा चुका, मालदा टाउन.
Yes, it was still there. It was still leading the charts, and it's just incredibly reliable that he's. I don't think that this happens. Like, yes, you can have a good tournament, and it will be like, you know, in most.
Second map शुरू guys. Second map शुरू. EDG का pick है ये. Hopefully EDG will gonna strike back and they will go for the map 3. I hope for the best. I hope for the best guys. Kank भाई यहाँ पे कुछ अपने आप को prove करे. क्योंकि चाइना की top 1 टीम को ऐसे देख कर थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है.
Mind back to that split that they played in their previous series. It was a 13-3, even more dominant than this first map was on paper, and they still lost out that series. So want to see them have that composure, want to see them carry that momentum from map to map, because if they're able to,
मैं नहीं गया वो सेक्शन में भी नहीं गया हूँ.
on Lotus, this breeze will
ऐसे
become
EDG डिफेंस में भाई सोवा हार्बर KO डबल कंट्रोल इनिशिएटर वाइपर नियॉन सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट सेंटिनल नहीं है भाई इनके टीम में तो. यहाँ पे भी नियॉन वाइपर ओमन. ओके हार्बर की जगह ओमन आया. सोवा जेट नियॉन की जगह जेट. मतलब सेंटिनल नहीं ले रही है भाई. ब्रीज में सेंटिनल की इज्जत ही नहीं है क्या भाई इसके यहाँ. Valorant, if you are watching, please do something with this map.
How do they feel like this is going to be able to stop BBL?
मतलब भाई पिक ही नहीं हो रहा भाई. सेंटिनल पिक नहीं हो रहा भाई. कैसा मैप है ये. कल पेपर एक्स मैप पे देखा था सेंटिनल पिक नहीं हुआ था स्प्लिट मैप पे.
You already have the Viper and you add on a Harbor, so you have so many walls to put up on your opponent's face, and of course the flashes to be comboing with that, and you have nobody on the Soba that also combos this perfectly. This is a perfect harmony of agents to be playing here on Breeze.
Yeah, no flashes on the side of BBL. We see this quite a bit on this map from time to time, but it's going to be hard to break through all those walls that you're talking about.
Yes.
That, you know, it does feel like a very targeted change to put BBL on the back foot, especially when the EDG are coming in for the retakes with that Harbor. That's
कोई
what
ना
I
मैं
wanna
यहीं
see.
से बिलोंग करता हूँ. बोलपुर शांति
Fighting on
निकेतन
the
के पास.
side.
ओके
Some
बोलपुर शांति
disrespect
निकेतन के
and
पास
take
से मैं
to
पास थ्रू
BBL
किया
on the right track.
बहुत बार मतलब मैं 2-3 बार 3 बार.
Another EMEA squad into the playoffs, or can EDG force that final map number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
क्या EDG कर पाएगी गाइस कम बैक. BBL ऑलरेडी लीड पे है. डिसाइडर मैप गाइस सनसेट है बाय द वे इसके अगला. अगर EDG ने अगर यहाँ पे स्ट्राइक बैक किया तो.
BBL came in on a belter. I haven't seen Krevin with that strong of a start, and he continued it in quite a while. And for EDG, the bounce back is what they're looking for here. That last map was tough, but the second half they were competing in. They woke back up, and I think BBL's setup was really the crux of it. This wasn't the BBL or a better team, but they had the better approach. Now it's on to EDG's map pick.
Oh, wow.
And it started out with Jenny's.
What BBL ने ऑलरेडी पिक कर दिया है भाई बी मेन पे है.
Outside of B, and they were just ready and watching for it. It seems like the defenders had a goal to get aggressive, and their goal is currently, well, it's looking like an own
मिड पे
goal at
कैंक
this
को भी.
stage.
गाइस EDG वॉश्ड आउट है क्या आज.
They have already been shut down early. The remaining 2 players having to just try and
और
piece
2v5
puzzle
भाई फ्लॉलेस करने वाले हैं.
together,
फील आ रहा फुल. BBL मिड पे ही खड़ी है. लोग पुश नहीं कर रहे कोई साइड पे. मिड पे ऑलरेडी 2 पिक मिल गया भाई. क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे. क्या हो रहा भाई.
Absolutely any round with 5 players alive, sitting in their spawn with a minute left on the clock. I can't think of when that was. I'm not sure it's ever happened before. They're on a level of locked in that you don't usually get to see. Because normally they want to come out and disrespect at least to start. But we saw it at the end of Lotus. As I said,
और टाइमिंग.
there's an immediate sign.
चलो भाई फ्लॉलेस तो नहीं हो रहा.
They're playing like they can still lose this game.
Well, Chichu's having a good time. He's got his little gloves on and he's punching the body of Rose.
भाई ये क्या है पहन क्या है गाइस. बॉक्सिंग ग्लव्स पहन क्या है ये. अरे बाप रे गणेश भाई क्या हाल है.
Another pistol round under the belts.
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम गणेश भाई. BBL डोमिनेटिंग द लॉबी अगेन. चालू कर दिया भाई.
Two teams on this map in general.
ये खोबर बहुत खराब है
I
भाई.
liked this map last time out versus RRQ for the
बहुत
side
ज्यादा खराब है भाई
of
खोबर.
EDG, because I feel like the roles made it
बस
a little
गणेश
more
भाई
sense. You had that
पहला
sort
मैप
of
हो चुका है.
passive harbor for signed. They gave
And
the
first
KO
map
to
dominated by
Jenny,
BBL भाई.
moving him off of smokes and allowing him to be a little bit more proactive.
सेकंड
more
की भी शुरुआत
aggressive.
कुछ वैसी ही हुई है
And
जैसे.
then on the other side of
Guys,
things,
can we tell likes?
it does
10
feel
लोग
like
stream
this
देख रहे हो
map
जिससे
is
लाइक नहीं
hit
किया.
and
Make sure you guys
miss
like the
for
stream.
BBL. Sometimes they look like they can utterly dominate a half, like versus Eternal Fire, where they just go 9.
अबे फिर
3
अर्ली
attack.
पिक. हां
And then the next time, sometimes players go missing. And they can
चार
get
बंदे
bodied.
तो वहां
So
पे. यहाँ तो कोई है ही नहीं है. खाली है
tell
पूरा.
if this is going to end up being a good choice for them. Of course, right now,
मिल गया इसी साइड मिल गया.
I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was
बराबर
comfortable
गणेश
for
भाई
them.
जरूर.
On this attack,
भाई
almost moving a
पैसे
bit-
का
a
छाड़
bit
में
of
बहुत
death
पैसे
bubble,
बारिश में
even
बन
just
गए
the
हैं
first couple
और
of
निकालने
rounds.
वाला अभी जस्ट.
That could be a pretty terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run.
क्या कैंक
Their
पिक ऑफ हो गया.
strengths were taken out of the
भाई
game.
क्या पोजीशन है भाई वो ओमन के साथ
At least
ऊपर
a little bit
बॉक्स.
we question. Will we even see them at an international again? Certainly people.
कल कोई तो बोल रहा था कि EDG जीते कि भाई मैं जो टीम को सपोर्ट करा वही हार रही है भाई.
Rumors of even player changes
Yeah.
because it was
Yeah,
like,
IPL
okay,
से कुछ तो
Lovers
हो गया
Rock
guys
recovered
मुझे.
to the point where if he's not playing Yara, he can
जो
actually
टीम को
play to a
सपोर्ट करा
decent
कुछ अलग ही हो
level.
जा रहा भाई.
I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh to saying that we're not going to give him any time
हाँ
to
हाँ.
overcorrect. Well, there you go.
No damage done. That is a strong round for BBL, and again, what has alarm bells ringing in my head? Look how slow they were.
कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा मैं.
They waited for the drone to go out. They pushed together. They were spamming the angles they hadn't cleared. They waited for the reveal deeper, even with the advantages. And BBL are normally a team. We've seen it many times, especially off the back of a dominant win, that will come in and make mistakes because they usually don't get punished, and they give you a chance to fight back. Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first two, but that was just pissed.
ये लवर रॉकी था जिसने 1v5 निंजा डिफ्यूज किया था ओपनिंग डे पे.
And hopefully
बाप
more
रे.
than one kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player.
आई होप अभी EDG राउंड निकाले बिकॉज़ दोनों टीम के पास राइफल्स है. बट अर्ली पिक ऑफ BBL पिक निकाल रहे बिकॉज़ दे नो कि EDG पुश कर रही है.
One player, but normally you might see an SMG or two. So
ऐसा लग गया बिट्टू तुम्हारी. अरे अशरफ भाई ऐसे ना करो यार. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रदर. गुड इवनिंग गुड इवनिंग.
If the last map is anything to go by, it does feel imperative that they get on this board.
गाइस अपने प्रेडिक्शंस लगाओ फटाफट से पोल पे एंड इनफैक्ट स्ट्रीम टिप करके भी कर सकते हो आप लोग. लव यू यार.
To the Turkish Titans. Well, already, nobody is going to spot things out. Doesn't have a lot of immediate support, so he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, but he has already picking off Larocque, but the trade is immediate onto his teammates. Still, he holds
ओ
the back
भाई
line,
दो
but
बंदे
only
बैक
for a
साइड भाई
second.
होल्ड कर रहे हैं. पिक का वेट कर रहे हैं. कैंकिंग मारा. कैंकिंग मारा. ओ माय गॉड.
Now it looks to double down on the advantages. Weapons recovered, and from a strong bonus round to an unbreakable one with Jenny. Your last man standing, one under his belt. A solid start. Good flash out of the smoke. Spams might have gotten him, but Lloyda was there first. Playing anti.
हर एंगल में मार रहे हैं भाई. हर एंगल में मार रहे हैं भाई BBL.
That round.
एवरी स्पॉट पे मार रहे हैं भाई BBL. भाई कैंकिंग को डिलीट किया है भाई.
He wasn't happy with the
कल
quality
रात को
of
वापस
that
से स्ट्रीम
mid
किया PUBG.
That's
हाँ
the
किया था मैं.
biggest problem
आया था
BBL
वापस
is
से
having
स्ट्रीम.
right now.
चालू किया था लेकिन उसके बाद वापस से 2 घंटे बाद लाइट चली गई.
Bumped me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again,
कल 4 स्ट्रीम क्रिएट हुए रात को. जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ.
They seem like they are going back to, as said, a lot more basics. You're always going to have problems, I think, especially on the defensive side when you're a team with a stand-in, because you have to try and make sure you have that same
Last
sort
map
of
Craven
synergy you
12
normally
था जस्ट
have
सिंह.
while not having the same sort
8
of
round
synergy that you normally have. So if an opponent could just fast-paced take into sites, which BBL are excellent at, it becomes incredibly
कैंकिंग को बोलो कल
difficult
कल बोल दिया.
for
अरे
EDG
मत
to
करो यार
react in the
ऐसा.
same sort of way.
He's a good player.
3-0.
अच्छे प्लेयर की कदर नहीं होती है. गणेश भाई जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ.
Similar start to what we saw in the previous map. Of course, it was a 12-0 defensive side half for BBL, which they eventually closed out 13-4.
लास्ट गेम कैंकिंग ने मोमेंटम बनाया था लास्ट मैप पे. और वो मोमेंटम बन नहीं पाया EDG
A
से.
Bucky, SMG, few pistols, but
Just a day of
expectations
BBL to be honest.
Decent cove, but Lovers
लेकिन वो
Rock was
BBL
already
कितना
ahead of
इजीली
it.
पिक मिल रहा है.
The chance for the pistols to thrive normally in those.
अच्छा, Night Bow costume, obviously. Definitely,
The
guys.
wall at least allows them close with a flash through, and that's a good pickup for Jenny. Con's there as well, but the push is coming in on the other side of the map, and nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it. And a plan
क्या था भाई वो?
now for BBL puts them back into this 3v3. They're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team.
3v3 EDG करते कमाल. चीचू है भाई जिंदा. कैंकिंग भी इनफैक्ट.
Aggression now out of Larocque. I think he's 5.
अरे क्लोज बैठा हुआ है भाई. जड़ा का चेक नहीं किया ना बीटी हो जाएगी भाई.
They check.
चेक कर ले नियॉन. कैंकिंग कर ले. ओ नो वे ब्रो.
He's delivering again.
GG.
In
Kaya
the
round
corner. And perhaps it was seeing into
Kaya
the
round.
future. A fourth for him and a fifth on offer. He will find it. Clean
One tapped.
as can
He just
be
one tapped
for
with the crispy aim, baby.
BBL continue to streak rounds together in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, I will say normally when they have a worse map of Breeze, it's because Larocque's not hitting. Like,
अच्छा, प्लेयर को
him
अपने
on the
मिलता?
Jet
अरे यार.
has been the
Yes,
sort of, like,
obviously,
win
Sid
factor.
bhai.
It's like, is he going to be the best
Obviously.
player on the server, or are we going to lose? Like, that's kind of how this map has gone. There was once, I think, where Rose like clutched every round for like an entire map.
एक सेकंड. ये कहाँ है? अच्छा ये इधर ही
I'm not
गाना बजता है क्या
expecting
इधर
that to
ब्रीज मैप
happen
पे?
again. And the fact that we currently have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and Larocque all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them. Now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky. And
बाप रे क्या क्रॉसफायर था वो. दोनों ने क्रॉसफायर में क्या मारा?
Jenny gone. The lurk from Creven. almost feels like an afterthought because there's going to be nobody left to work on.
भाई आज BBL का दिन है guys.
A Hunter's Fury available for the post plant for Rose.
आज BBL का दिन है भाई, to be honest.
Holding the flank. Speaking of which, look where Kreven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender
expect कर रहा हूँ
and
वहाँ पे.
slowly boxing them in. There is nothing for EDG to do to win this round, short of spin botting, I think. And with Chichu left alone, the save has
भाई
to be
पीछे से
called.
क्रेवन भाई लर्क कर रहा है. किसी को खबर नहीं है चीचू यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है.
Back towards the spawn, players on doors. Chichu's
चलो
gonna
भाई
have to
spot हो
fight
गया.
to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on
Oh.
absolutely every side. Good work to find two. Every kill here is an orb.
BBL लगता है EDG को 5 rounds भी नहीं देगी. 5 rounds total में अभी तक सिर्फ 4 round दिया है. Last
Even
match.
if he does go down here,
वो भी 4 round में 2 round तो bully किया लोगों ने.
financially next round anyways, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But what may be is
Domination तो है drone तोड़ते हुए उसको ही तोड़ा.
No.
this is the other
Today's a BBL day,
on the
guys.
way into those sites now,
Today's a
it's
BBL day.
number of times signed has been completely caught off guard, and I expect a pause out of EDG now. They need to restructure this because the pace, and it's not even that strange of a pace.
भाई यहाँ पे क्रॉस पे क्या निकाला है भाई राउंड मेन पे घुसते साथ एंट्री में.
Disaster.
You
Beautiful,
say that,
भाई.
but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting
Like,
caught by the dash in as well. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team in the stand-in, which is just group up as 5 or 4 in this case, and just hit them. Just hit them at pace, because you can't react. Like, you basically have to be trading evenly with the stand-in. And if not, like you saw with nobody on the other side, he's gambling and they're putting players elsewhere to try and figure
गणेश भाई by the way जो headphones के बारे में तुम बात कर रहे थे ना, headphones मिलता भी नहीं है.
That's the problem. It's very, very difficult to have, especially on the defense, that
Headphones order करने पड़ते हैं, वो भी tournament के लिए सिर्फ बनता ही है.
same reactions you normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1 or 5-0. Let's just go into one site, hit it as hard as we can, and until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And wow, look at the current scoreline. They haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG. If it keeps going in this form for BBL, they'll be the 4th EMEA team out of 5 to make it to playoffs. And EDG will be out.
अब ये में लेके जैसे आएगी तो भाई बाकी के क्वालिफायर्स क्या लेकर जाएंगे भाई.
Hardest, but for BBL, it seems like they've stepped up in every facet. EDG, as you said, call that timeout. 5-0 down, and they've been put under so much pressure early on in this defense. But BBL
पूरी
also
टीम
shows
एल्बोस आ रही है.
this isn't going to be the push and pull. This isn't going to be the more direct plays. Instead, they're now going for a split. Mid is the space that's been left vastly open, looking to punish our EDG. When BBL fight early for bottom mid, instead they bypass it, go tunnel, and now put the pressure on both
Those
sides.
support EDG अभी
Would be
400 का
caught
super
with
shot
his
करो
turret.
कान.
He was worried about main, but not aware of the flank possibility. At least they know there's a kill on operator.
अरे कैंग ने ये क्या मारा स्लाइड करके. अरे
It's a bit shaky for LaRock. 10-1 though, as he finds that extra kill. I don't think Jenny's going to be pulled back into this
वो
round.
क्या था भाई.
The
टैप
rest
टैप
on
टैप
backside,
टैप टैप मर
nobody's
गए.
all alone. As if it's not bad enough to face against
He
4.
popped the blade.
LaRock with a blade storm should make that even more terrifying.
He popped the blades in a 4v1.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
I guess at this point, kind of do whatever you want. Go for the style points.
It's not like credits are going to be a problem anytime soon.
No, they're getting very close to max on almost every single player. And well, there you go. The additional kill will go his way. That's 6-0. Another flying
आज हो गया गाइस.
for BBL. Of course, we've seen the
हो गया भाई. थर्ड मैच नहीं देखने को मिलेगा. सिर्फ सेकंड मैच देखने को मिलेगा गाइस. सेकंड मैच हम जा रहे हैं भाई. सेकंड मैच जल्दी ही जा रहे हैं लॉन्डो.
A heavy investment into this
क्या हो
one.
गया
I'm
यार
hoping
ये.
we maybe get to see the operator.
भाई ये क्या मारा है गाइस. इतना टाइम लेके एकदम आराम से एकदम उसने भाई एक माउस का बटन दबाया ऐसा फील करता हुआ.
Definitely need something to
तब
be
जाके
the
मरा.
difference maker. Doesn't look like that's
0-6 बाप रे बाप. हाइवर का खाता ही नहीं खुला है.
EDG.
ओ भाई ये क्या लाइनअप था भाई. अच्छा लाइनअप.
Good job. He doesn't have the opposite. There's a lot of targets coming his way. Dodges the paranoia. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. But can't dodge the shots from Lover's Rock. And now it's signed.
कैंग पिक ऑफ हो गया भाई. अर्ली पिक ऑफ में स्पैम में.
He's been on the back foot. And indeed, he will backpedal to meet the rest of his team.
Mike isn't
Look
going this
at the
way.
position of Kreven. He has taken all of the B site.
बटो का नजर EDG पर बनते. अरे
Rotating, and they're still caught off guard. LaRock walked up on nobody in his drone, and nobody was covering him.
भाई वो बी प्लांट दे रहा है.
He'll finally be put to bed a second time. 13 and 2. And the reward you get is a 3v2 retake on the other side of the map.
सेव करने वाले लोग, ये लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं पुश.
A save.
बस EDG के पास पैसे ही नहीं है.
Feels like you'd have to clear everything. And with the time that's already gone, the opportunity for it is basically null and void. I love this from BBL. You have been doing the same thing again and again from 6 rounds. The 4-1. Like just send everybody one way, send Kreven the other way. And after they get the opening pick, Kreven just goes, guys, there's nobody here. And I don't mean the player. They made it so easy to rotate back the other way, even having the TP out from Loiter, so you can just take the spike directly to the site, and then they leave another lurk in the form of your most aggressive player. Well, actually, him and Lovers
EDC से डिफेंस रहने के EDC से अटैक भी नहीं हो पा
one
रहा.
of your most aggressive players, and he just sits there and waits.
Him and Lovers Rock.
लोटस पे डिफेंस पे निकाला था 4 राउंड. अटैक पे तो निकला नहीं था ना. भाई उसको ड्रोन करता हुआ पकड़ रहा है. ड्रोन तक खुले में खड़े के भाई ड्रोन कर रहा.
Lovers Rock was there with him to give him that extra layer. It's why he can push sight and not worry about that wraparound. But that's got to be a good blow for EDG. Nobody caught with 3 teammates around him in his drone. And still they're sold to fake all the while. Lovers Rock down to 30, down to 0, right off rip. Good damage from Con.
Kang के पास अभी अल्ट है.
Dash back though might make them think everybody's left. Now they know the spike is there. Kreven is being chased, but he's making it away, at least for now. Con won't let him go much further. But now there's backup, and a snake bite slows him. EDG though, they're ahead of the play, but they're all here again. They've given up all the space. And BBL have shown that they are willing to fill it in when it's wide open.
They found that A site almost for free. Rose is
Not
very
again.
aggressive. He's going to try and get past the drone. He's going to catch him.
फिर ड्रोन करते पकड़ लिया भाई.
It's been a nightmare for nobody. And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control. Good work, though, from the remaining players of EDG. A quick kill to clear him. Desperately low on the other side. And Loiter, the one healthy man, Laroc's lurk has been spotted. And he's now down to just 13 health.
He's walked back into the space. The knife just cleared that. You have to be suspicious, but Jenny also has to move to the side. He's going to go and help his teammates. Kreven's now taken one down, but okay, it's left onto this man, and he's low with a knife out.
भाई EDG को मिला पहला राउंड. बाप रे बाप रे बाप.
A round is on the board.
भाई ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस पे खेली है भाई ये राउंड BBL ने बहुत ज्यादा. भाई उसको भाई कहाँ ड्रोन कर रहा है वो अंदर शिप के अंदर, वहां से के अंदर मार के आया भाई.
It's safe to say that it's a mountain that needs to be climbed, but it's one of those ones where you look back to the first half of the last map of being a 12-0 and you go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect to get from Khan, him and Signed, bringing them a path back into the game after the aggressive positioning. But that has been the problem. There have been massive gaps.
सूरज भाई क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome.
And of course, it's no surprise that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying
भाई 1-8 nobody का KD क्या है भाई? 0.8.
An investment that may just look to try and deny any of that defensive aggression, which is going to be coming.
आज बिट्टू की जनता से लाइक नहीं हो पा रहा है सूरज भाई, ऐसा क्यों?
Reckon they check Chichu?
I don't
ऐसे
think
क्यों
it
सूरज भाई?
really depends on Jenny. And he's backed off the angle now. They start to think that
क्रॉसफायर अच्छा है भाई यहाँ पे की और वाइपर का. अगर यहाँ पे पुश किया लोग तो दो तरफा मार खाएंगे लोग. कर दिया भाई साहब. मार गया. ओह
I mean, good work from Chichu. It looked like he should have gotten nothing.
ना बढ़िया और मजे में लाइफ तो पता क्या चल रहा है. बस नींद कम हो रही है, स्ट्रीम ज्यादा हो रही है आजकल.
Instead has managed to kill off Khan. The trades again though are immediate. Lovers Rock with one more catching sign, and that gives them a path back towards the A site. In fact,
अरे सूरज भाई अरे टारगेट ना करे.
Lovers Rock will be able to get that planted position, but there is LaRock catching Gianni.
गाइस वो पहले क्रॉसर हटाया, फिर उसके सर पे आया, हेडशॉट मारा.
To try and clutch out.
हमारे तो नहीं लगते कभी ऐसे.
To stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1 scoreline. And both remaining attack.
क्लच वाला भाई बंदे पे रिकॉन है.
Sat passively. They're checking for the flank. Of course, with Larocque low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively enough that they just wait for this player to get a move. Stun out already. And the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and Larocque didn't even need to peek whatsoever.
That's a really tough situation now for EDG. That's a couple times, like, look at the rotate through mid. 2v3, Sign was completely caught off guard. They had a great start from Chichu, and the fact that they recovered it like that, but my guy's rotating through mid with his knife out. He's completely lost in the sauce. It's not like they had any reason to believe they couldn't be elbow. In fact, they had reason to believe they should be elbow.
क्या मतलब सिर्फ एक ही राउंड मिलेगा EDG को हैं?
Mistake, a big mistake to be honest, and a
क्या है रे भाई
big
ये?
cost paid for it. This was EDG's chance to fight back in. My heart goes out to him as a stand-in, but he's looked uncomfortable so far. Things have to change. One round on the board, BBL could be right back to winning ways. And the outlaw buy here for Lover's Rock. Look how confident he is. He knows the buy that they're on. You can see the economy.
Of course. It went.
Double barrel operator now.
He went around with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody. They're even once again. Khan's going to try and be a little bit cheeky around the edge of that harbor utility. However, BBL are just patient. They're waiting it out. They know that the utility is probably the bigger risk in this one. Sign, again, a 1-for-1 trade, and there's Khan to react, but once more, it goes back and forth. The advantage, though, this time claimed by
1v2.
It's up to Loiter. Now, the other defender is very far away.
In
fact, though, as he just about rotates in,
waiting for what,
makes his
Michael?
move. Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace. But Chichu might be a little bit further ahead than what he's expecting. Never mind, he's going to go forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
I think he's just cutting the rotation through mid. Like, that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like you've got players on site.
वाइपर ने भी चेक नहीं किया इसको. चेक कर लिया लेकिन ये भाई क्यों ने?
The mistake there could have been costly.
इतने दिन का टूर्नामेंट रहेगा टूर्नामेंट अभी तो है भाई.
Especially early on, considering that plant location, he'd have to move.
आज 6 तारीख का टूर्नामेंट गाइस अगले महीने खत्म हो रहा है. अगस्त में खत्म हो
But
रहा
he does well. And I think a lot of that comes down to Chichu. He was in the right place at the right time. He heard that TP be taken, so you know he's either spawn or making a
वाले का टूर्नामेंट शायद अभी खत्म हो जाएगा ये
rotation from EDG. Good cautionary rotation.
संडे को खत्म हो जाएगा.
From Chichu, he stayed towards that site for so long, knowing that TP was online.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, everybody finding their one, but then it's this kill. It's Gianni making sure that you don't end up losing that fight and then being very cautious on the rotation. It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side.
10 होने वाला है. 210 guys, 210.
And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at Gianni with that null command. If you can deny a lot of that utility, you could make things a little bit tougher.
Perhaps that will have to be for the retake. Pit and 3 players towards the A side. And a Hunter's Fury fired in by the attackers, trying to hunt down that kill attack, but it's Khan with a double. And the escape back now.
भाई Kang with the trios भाई.
3 versus 2. Advantage claimed by Khan. And the round could be closed by nobody. This position is nigh on perfect. And the fact that he didn't help with the mid-fight makes you think that there's no way he'd be here. Striking at just the right time. And now Kreven, as impressive as he's been, the big clutch. I mean, he can cross with the orb. He can put the pit down. And then this becomes a difficult enough round.
Depends if he wants to use it. Maybe one more kill and he might, but he's not going to get the opportunity. Nobody makes
हो रहा है EDG का गेम वापस आ रहा है. EDG का गेम वापस आ रहा है.
Disruption.
Kang ने जो मारे भाई 3 वहां पे.
By BBL, and again seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3.
हाँ भाई गणेश भाई कुछ बोल रहे थे.
What was a 7-1 score?
Kang के बारे में उसका राउंड निकला.
Decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course,
Flash भाई क्या हाल है? अब सर्वर क्यों बोल रहे हो तुम?
Okay
guys, लोग लाइक कर रहे हो.
Certainly looks better than where they.
सर्वर बोल के मूड खराब कर रहे हो भाई. बाप रे बाप.
Well, yeah, every little is going to help. It's a damn sight better than it was last map. And I do think that for EDG, and you said this in the last map as well, it proved to be true here more so, that on the defense, you just struggle so much when you have a stand-in. Gaps to rotations, everything suffers. For EDG, getting out 8-4 certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half and bring us all the way to sunset.
Just online classes खत्म हो online classes हो रहे भाई, work from home. I mean पढ़ाई from home, never mind.
Standing in their way. Chichu, who's been solid so far. And Jenny, a lot of utility as well that can come their way.
क्या guys, 8-4 खत्म होगा या 9-3 होगा?
So uncharacteristically slow. And I thought they were going to go for that mid split, but it looks like the plan is just to test them in a straight up fight.
Oh, snake bite is going to leave some of them a little bit vulnerable. First player through though. Nobody's done well to disrupt.
लो जी, चीचू ने 2 खा लिए. तीसरा भी खा लिया.
The sight hold of B is his domain in this round. And Rose is now the last man standing in the office there to finish him off.
4-8 खत्म हो रहा है. First half. Guys, मैं सुसु करके आया. लोग तब तक like करो.
Minimum amount of rounds. And that early blitzing has turned into an 8-4.
That's all they needed to do. The course correction here is clear from EDG. They're back in the game. If they can take a pistol, that gap closes in massively. And on the attack side, comfort should be there in a way that it certainly wasn't in the first. BBL were able to put a lot of pressure onto this squad. Whether it was the mid splits, that especially worked wonders for them. But the lurks late with more direct A attacks, the amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course Signed is the one that comes to mind, but think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession, he is caught with a drone out. And it seemed like the game plan from EDG at the start required a couple of patches. But as we said, they got there in the end. In the second half, hopefully comfort's going to be there as well. We should see a real brawl from for BBL to try to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was much more difficult when you're going for those sort of death balls to really hold on to a lot of those early fights, and then the retakes weren't really working out either, especially with what BBL was doing of just late implants. Like, even if they sometimes had direct lurks in the form of Kreven, other times they would take a space, implant someone, and then leave. And that was definitely causing problems. On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult to do. And as said, like, you're going to have the same opportunity with Khan leading the charge and potential for those executions, and also controlling the pace. I think that will help them out quite a bit, being able to have a focus on where you choose to fight. Of course,
यार WR का ट्रेन ट्रैफिक इफेक्ट हो गया है. Yes, it is because हर जगह पानी भरा हुआ है. इनफैक्ट मेरे यहाँ पे जो उल्लास हो रहा है उसका भी वाटर लेवल बढ़ चुका है. वाटर लेवल इतना बढ़ चुका है कि वो बियॉन्ड सेफ्टी लिमिट्स के ऊपर जा चुकी है. जैसे
have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that,
मेरे यहाँ पे पानी घुसने का टाइम है बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे मैंग्रोव्स है गाइस. तो इस साइड पे तो इस तरफ तो जल्दी पानी घुसेगा नहीं. पानी घुसने के चांसेस कल्याण में.
And without a pistol round, I still don't see a way back.
I'm back after brunch at शाम का lunch.
I'm almost putting it into their hands already. For EDG's sake, I want to believe that they can find it, but the slope steepens if that's not acquired. Presence of the A site. All 5 here. Knife sees no one close, and it's time to pick up the pace. Kong.
Pray for life. What's up, brother? Welcome, welcome.
On the other side, giving up that space. They will play for the retake. But not that they have much.
Landslide हो गया ना कर्जत लोनावाला के बीच. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
रोड भी बंद है. मिसिंग लिंक भी बंद है हमारा. रोड भी बंद है. ट्रेन भी बंद है. ट्रेन तो अभी नेक्स्ट 2-3 दिन बंद ही रहेगा. तो डैमेज ज्यादा हुआ. Let's go. Who will get the pistol round? Let's go.
Maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door.
Oh भाई जेट लर्क पे आ रहा है.
Giving the game away to LaRock that somebody is going to be around this angle. He's waiting for his teammates to make a bit of a move to buy him some additional space. And the
oh my god. जेट ने पीछे से पकड़ लिया.
Literally the second he stopped watching.
भाई one more.
That, everything falls apart. Khan is all that stands in their way from this second pistol
भाई
round.
1v3.
That may just be able to
oh
save
my
them.
god.
Never mind. Loiter will find 3. And maybe a little bit wary about the time. He didn't want to give that diffuse over. There was plenty, but
गया और एक राउंड गया guys.
better safe than
4-10.
sorry.
4-10 incoming.
Can I have that? Can I? No? Okay.
Second round भी गया भाई.
Time, it's ticking so quick, bro. I don't.
भाई वो जेट ने पिक्चर्स आके 2 मार दिए भाई.
But that
लड़के
play
किसी ने
from
check भी नहीं किया.
to sit for that long. If he
Literally the second he turns.
if he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No.
Like, that was pixel perfect.
No, you'd go right after he turned.
Yeah,
That's
because
when
you'd
you'd
be
go.
looking at his screen. You'd have to turn back.
No,
The
instead,
timing was
this is while he's half turned.
milliseconds.
It's like there was never any way
बेटी न्यूज़ से देखा क्या हो गया?
you could react to that.
अब क्या हो गया?
And of all the times to get unlucky, 8-4 down in a pistol round. Because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first one most certainly
Already spam
was.
शुरू कर दिया भाई.
EDG.
Oh!
Shaky from Lovers
हक
Rock. Great
दिया.
opportunity. Sign is the one to claim that scalp. And he goes pushing further.
Okay.
Close to the wall.
ये one tap पड़ता ना लैरो का मेरा तो हो गया था
Taken down as a result. They still have that outlaw though. Dangerous for so many of these players, and in the hands of ConCon, it's damn right deadly.
Yeah, Loiter's the only one who can survive a shot.
Never mind.
Fortunately, Creven will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, but now it's gone out of the round.
भाई
and
पिकिंग
everything
ऑफ
else is
भाई
literally just
एक एक
down to
करके
GG.
पिक ऑफ करिए बीबीएल की
Very well
4
dealt
प्लेयर
with
भाई
by
एक साथ
BBL.
मार रहे हैं.
A
क्या
conversion
retake है भाई,
round
क्या
that
retake है.
sees them take
मुंबई का एयरवेज रोडवेज रेलवेज रोडवे और रेलवे का तो पता है कि जीजी हो चुका है बट एयरवेज तो नहीं हुआ है भाई. 2 एयरपोर्ट है अभी तो मुंबई में.
going to be a deadly one.
एवरेज मानसून हो गया ये तो. एवरेज मानसून गी की बात है.
For BBL,
200 mm की बारिश हो
early
चुकी
on.
है
This
ऑलरेडी.
is
जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ.
really surprised me here today. And I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL has increased. I think they prepared.
200 mm की बारिश मतलब 1/4 ऑफ 2005 मुंबई बारिश.
Looking at the first map,
और किसको याद है जुलाई.
like that was
The cipher change
was
worked
beautiful.
wonders.
like, genuinely, you'll never see a counter work that well. Like, at least 99% of the time, it's not as obvious.
एक्सपेक्टेशन 400 mm का था. 200 mm उसमें से हाफ हो चुका है बारिश. सोच लो.
Here, there was no way to
3
argue.
दिन में.
But then coming into this map, I believed it would be a different story because it's not like we have that scenario to play out again. Yet EDG struggle. Now with the rifles.
क्लोज क्लियर हो गया भाई डीजी का तो.
This has to be.
अरे ओमन कहाँ चढ़ा हुआ है भाई डब्बों में. अरे स्पॉट हो गया ना भाई.
A turn for the worse for BBL. Otherwise, big trouble on the horizon. Paranoia. I
Mara.
don't think it
Oh.
It doesn't matter. LaRock
What a
says
backup,
ready to
bhai. What a
defend his
backup
buddy.
by Jet,
Now
bhai.
tucked in the corner. He'll strike from and alongside Rose.
Oh my
Shaky, but he
god.
gets there. In the end, Signed and Chichu surrounded, outnumbered.
मर
As a
गए
light
मर
play from
गए
Chichu comes in.
भाई.
He's got no
25
one
तो
to
नहीं
back
पाएगा.
up with, and 4
एक तो
opponents
KR में
to
कुछ
take
इशू
down.
नहीं
No
हुआ है.
control of the spike.
Any positives?
Still got Zorb. Walls in the right place. There's 2 for you.
He's alive.
Got a rifle.
पलाश में समझा नहीं मैं.
There's 3. It's a lot of good things going. And probably the biggest upside to having a rifle is that he can save it for the next round. Because if you throw yourself at this one at 10-4 down, we might as well just call it GG right there and then. You're not playing for the future rounds. You're playing to lose here and now. It's not that bad if he plays exits. Because again, look at the economy. It's not like this rifle could save the day. And maybe managing BBL.
नेचर को तोड़ोगे तो नेचर भी
All 4 kills,
रिप्लाई तो
for
करेगी ना
example,
गिकी भाई.
orbs towards his ult, and it will have an effect down the line on the comeback that EDG already need.
इम्पैक्ट अगर होता नहीं अगर मुंबई में थोड़े ज्यादा झाड़ अगर उगाए होते तो. बस झाड़ पानी खींचता है.
The plan is most certainly
Oil
to try
पानी
and
खींचता है.
save the gun, of course, for
मुंबई में वो सारी चीजें हैं नहीं.
BBL. This is a wonderful opportunity just to try and
ये तो होना ही
upgrade
था.
everything as they go.
और काटो मैंग्रोव्स पानी तो बाहर से अंदर घुसेगा
Good
सेट का.
rifles to the best we have to offer.
चीचू एक्सिट का वेट करा. वाइपर का एक्सिट मिल सकता है क्योंकि वाइपर आ रहा है इसको हंट करने के लिए.
Well, they are going to go walking towards Chichu. I don't know if he ended up
यार
surviving that
में
round,
इस बार
but
कुछ
hopefully
कांड
he's
नहीं
safe.
हुआ है. रुक जाओ पलाश
A lot
भाई.
of y'all are wondering,
अभी तो शुरुआत हुई है बारिश की.
what are we going to do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know.
क्योंकि ये बारिश अरेबियन सी की आ रही है. केरला की नहीं आ रही है. केरला की बारिश अब आना शुरू होगा तब और बेटे होगा.
The problems come down to something far greater than that. BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from Rose. For BBL, 2
गाइस बीबीएल ऑलरेडी डबल डिजिट भाई. 11-4. गाइस सेकंड मैप का रिप्ले देखने को मिल रहा है. ऐसा लग रहा है 12-4 होने वाला है क्योंकि भाई बीबीएल इज डूइंग वेरी वेल भाई.
Certainly running out of runway. A lot faster than a Furious movie.
ईडीजी में को ऐसा लग रहा है मैक्स 2 राउंड निकालेगी. मैक्स 2 राउंड.
Smoke down. A reveal behind it. Maybe a chance if that can catch a few players, but it's not
अरे
anything.
रोज का एग्रो क्या था ये.
And
Oh my God.
Again, Chichu's at the double doors late to the party, and it's already over.
I don't think I've ever seen someone defend the site the way Rose just did. He ran out.
भाई रोज आगे गया, आगे जाके मारा दोनों को.
Running into no man's land with a grenade. Just like, yep, I'm going down, but someone's coming with me. I'm surprised he got away with as much, but it is just the surprise factor. Like, okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter.
PUBG का भी है, PUBG next to next week है. Because next week का lineup खाली है मेरा. Next week no watch party.
I think our analyst asks had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly, and I don't blame him.
No.
Guys, it is the end. End of EDG.
Okay.
Great start for Chichu.
That's an important one. They've taken out Loiter as well. The wall has also blocked them from spotting the push-up. Khan
कहाँ push कर गया? Spawn जा चुका है वहाँ मारने के लिए. You got one.
Kreven dealt with the operator
ऊपर ऑप है. ये राउंड तो EDG के पास है guys. 5-12 हो रहा है, 5-12 हो रहा है.
But that doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other
5-12 हो रहा
side.
है.
LaRock, however, may still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's creating a little bit for himself, but LaRock has gone on the other side instead. And now it's
अरे इधर भी चीज़ हो गया.
he can hold the gun and he won't be able to.
Absolute cinema.
Great work from EDG. A hit into an A hit into an A hit into an A hit, and finally.
ठीक है बात तो चल रहा है.
And I think realizing that BBL, if they are holding mid, it's from
PUBG flash by 3rd week of July है.
Necessarily the reason that Chichu's finding the free space in the late round, so he goes a little bit earlier, and this time it works.
हाँ 3rd week है. ये 2nd week चल रहा है ना जुलाई का.
Which is robbing any information out of those players on site, especially the one.
3rd week of July से PUBG चल रहा है.
It's a good read. Chichu was late to the party a couple.
एंड बोलते ही पहला EDG ने बिट्टू जिंक्सर अरे.
And a round on the board as a result. Is it a flash?
भाई 29 की KD पे है भाई. वो I guess कौन है इनकी टीम का BBL
long time to come. 7 in a row needed for EDG in a game that they have been shut out of. They found 9 rounds across both maps.
अरे तो बैक साइड जा चुका है भाई डायरेक्ट भाई कैंग.
Khan shuts down the quick rotation, but they haven't seen that in the
Oh, Kreven भाई बाप रे. 2 मार गया.
And now he strikes from the sidelines, leaving Khan alone and leaving EDG
BBL
with a trip home.
डोमिनेशन दिखा दी भाई. खत्म ही कर दिया भाई मैच. गोइंग क्वालिफायर्स. चाइना आउट ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट भाई. चाइना की इकलौती टीम थी जो भाई डोमिनेशन दिखा रही थी अभी तक, बट नेवर माइंड. BBL प्रूव देम रॉन्ग. वॉश्ड आउट किया है भाई EDG को. बाप रे बाप.
Dominant display from start to finish.
वॉश्ड आउट कर दिया भाई.
Start in that first half, and they look like they might
Well
be
played by
the second
BBL.
map as well. They didn't let their foot off the gas throughout the entirety of it, and I'm sure for
This is
EDG,
washed out, guys.
the second time at EWC that they will go out in the group
We are
stage.
going second match
But it
of
is
the day.
a wounded team that I'm sure later in the year will come back much.
NRG versus KC. भाई ये तो बहुत ही वन साइड मैच हो गया यार.
The cracks there as expected. If EDG were on their full form, no doubt we would have gotten a closer matchup here today. But one thing is for sure, whatever power level EDG came in on, BBL have stepped up since the start of
बोला
this
था 5 राउंड से ज्यादा नहीं देगा BBL. इजी कर दिया भाई. जुलाई कैसे आ गया वैसे कल ही तो 1 जनवरी था. अच्छा.
And now they've come through to prove that they didn't just patch it. Oh, they fixed it top to bottom. This ship has been
ऐसे क्या हो रहा है? जो टीम सपोर्ट कर रहा वो क्यों हार रही है? क्या हो रहा भाई ये?
That's going to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of
इसी पहले का 2-0 तमीज.
I'm not sure that
Tamiz.
anybody would like
Guys,
to be coming up against them, and they
second
join
poll,
the lone
let's go.
100 Thieves alongside 4 EMEA teams. And do you know what? I know we always throw to Digon, but I'm excited what this man has to say. The EMEA traitor. How you doing, Morgan?
We'll hear from Big Time in just a little bit to talk about EMEA supremacy. Pacific not looking so great. The East not looking so great right now, as it is a dominant performance here. A 2-0 map victory, series
Guys, second
victory.
ball of the day. Let's go.
Decider match here for BBL. As Tom said, 4 out of the 5 EMEA squads.
ठीक है भाई, अब तो CS की चालू नहीं, CS की कास्टिंग तो अलग होती है, जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूँ.
As we welcome back our desk, and that is the question, Big Time. How you feeling?
He calls me a traitor. He calls me a traitor, but was
Technically,
I
yeah.
ever a traitor? Was I not a true believer? Was I not just inspiring them, giving them courage to succeed and do better?
You're
I
not-
doubt
you're not
in
gonna
the
gaslight
spirit of
us.
success for EMEA, I only push them to be even better than they have already been, and they are living up
Do
to
never
that here at
believe-
EWC.
Do never believe someone then speaks to you like this. Never. That is my piece of advice. You're not going to guess. Where were you born in the UK?
I was born up north.
So, I don't know. It's just funny to see like a British boy just defending the east of the planet, and I'm sorry that it's just not working well.
I love Pacific.
You should have stayed.
I'll always have a deep love for Pacific.
You left because you thought that we were not going to be good, and Pacific was doing so good, and now look at us. Look at us.
Yeah, look, I mean,
Absolute cinema, CS में absolute cinema होगा। CS में जो hype रहेगी ना, hype, वो मेरे अंदर भी hype अलग आ जाएगी, energy के साथ।
are of course no exception. By far and away their
ये
most
CS की casting बहुत
dominant
next level
game
होती है।
Can we just give The Rock the MVP? Like, are we going to waste our times for the rest of the week? Is it normal what he has been
इथेनॉल पी
doing?
के आए थे EDG तो जल्दी लुढ़क आ रही काला इंग्लिश ये गणेश भाई अल्ले।
I don't. I just know that he is must-watch Valorant here at EWC.
Guys, vote in the
He has
poll
been
for
by
the next
far
match.
best
Who will
player,
win
by far the highest
the another
ACS
qualifier?
per map and
Who will
continues
move
that
to
yet
another
again. I
qualifier,
don't think he's had
in
a
fact.
single map where he's had less than 300 ACS.
NRG or KC.
Always dishing out the damage, winning at least one of those duels on the map. Started what 13-4 after the first half.
All of these maps that have long range have always been very Turkish based, you know, like they love this just of go and shoot and to just come up on top basically on that. But I will say for BBL,
एक match खत्म होगा तो 10 लाख के ऊपर तो वैसे ठीक है भाई।
that we have had, I feel like them and the later, like the second time the G2 played it, they're the ones that explored Breeze the most, as in working the map, setting up traps, and literally playing with your opponent's mind and not just doing the same hits time and time again, or just exploiting one singular weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I think their Breeze is so solid, to be honest. But then on the flip side, I think for EDG, I still think they have a lot to figure out on this map. They're not managing to get the retakes with great success. Even with this harbor, it does feel like a struggle. But for this event, they did have a stand-in.
Yeah.
So I do think expectations were lowered a little bit there, but ultimately BBL far and away deserved that spot in playoffs.
But let's look at it like this, right? EDG was going to have a complicated tournament playing with the sub-in. It doesn't matter if it was groups, if it was playoffs, it would be incredibly difficult, almost unheard of, for them to get super far in the tournament.
Yeah.
If them going out also means that BBL is going to come out of the groups in this form, with this type of confidence, maybe it was worth the sacrifice.
I find it very charitable of you to sacrifice a team from a different region so that your region
I know,
will
right?
have more spots.
You know, can you
Very,
imagine
very
how
charitable.
insufferable I am going to be if KC is to win against NRG?
Yeah, yeah.
You guys are not ready. And then after that, if Spain wins against Portugal today, you better just not come near me. It's not gonna be nice.
No. You're going to be fantastic and lovely to be around, just like it is to be around with Janiro, who is standing by right now with LaRock of BBL. Let's send it on over there.
अरे माइक नहीं चल रहा दीदी। अरे हाँ अभी चालू।
What's going on? What are you having for breakfast?
I don't do breakfast too much because of that. I don't eat anything, and I eat enemy team, I guess.
अरे अरे अरे
You did eat them up
वाइट
pretty
एनिमी टीम
good
बोल रहा भाई
today.
तो।
You're sending EDG home, and with that, you're also the 4th EMEA team to actually qualify to playoffs. Do you think there is anything in particular about this iteration of EWC that makes EMEA team so strong?
Yeah, looking so strong on the EMEA team because you know, Heretics, Vitality, every team is playoff. I guess Karman Curb, I think just they can't go playoff today. I think NRG is win, but the other team are so too strong. We're gonna see it, but we are BBL is the best.
BBL is the best. I mean, you guys have a really good score so far. This was a quick 2-0, especially that first map. Looking at the scoreline,
बातें सुन रहे हो?
13-3.
प्यारों की
I
बातें
just
सुन
want
रहे
to know in terms of the confidence that you guys have found now that you're back onto this international stage. Because after Santiago, it was a little bit of a struggle. What do you think has been the biggest improvement point that you've been focusing on that has allowed you to perform so well again?
On stage 1, we are gonna play 2 bets because I don't know, something going wrong, and after the Santiago, we can't work the nerves, and they are gonna ban our 2 best map, Korod and Abyss, and combined and fracture we can play two maps too. It's gonna be nerf us. Yeah, they nerf BBL, and after the stage 1, we are work about that. We are gonna make two setup or everything, and after EFC, they are gonna see real BBL, and you are gonna see real BBL on EFC too. We came here to win this tournament. Yes, you will see it.
I'm looking forward to see BBL popping off that playoffs. Congratulations once again. I'm gonna let you go. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as again, a fantastic interview there. And insight by LaRock, they nerfed us after Santiago.
Yep.
People knew the map pool. We couldn't really deal with that. They changed some of the things. But now, unleashed has been LaRock and the rest of BBL.
Scary, lovely. I also think that for him being so young, and also we know that in the Turkish region, we know that, you know, they struggle with the English, start with the language. I feel you, I struggle sometimes as well. But to see him with a smile on his face, given the performance that he's given, trying so absolutely hard, it is kind of like BBL.
Like, I love the confidence that they have. They said, we came to this tournament to win. We're not here to mess about. We're not here to get grouped. We're not here for a good time or good practice against good teams. We're here for the title. We're here for the trophy. They know that they can go the whole distance, and if they keep playing like that, man, they got me believing.
Yeah.
Any one of those jerseys with the Eiffel Tower, I will go get one.
That is 4 out of 5 teams qualified on.
Yeah, Mada, you see him in the background. Yes,
the
brother.
best region. Some would say the best region here so far. Some would say
He's huge.
EMEA on top. Can we get that from you, big time?
EMEA.
Wait, camera's not on you.
There you go.
Wait, okay, can we get like a tight zoom on
Yeah.
my face? EMEA is on top.
And
EMEA की 4 टीम गई qualify कर रखी है, बताओ.
With our very next matchup, it is NRG, the reigning world champs, up against Caramine Corp for that qualifier match for Group B. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Guys, NRG versus KC. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the match 2?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history.
Well, I would expect NRG to win, but PRX did lose to KC, so I don't know how to feel, to be honest. I feel the same, bro. I feel the same. Because they just washed Paper X. So it's gonna be tough between NRG and KC. Guys, 1 second. AFK.
everybody, Achilles here. This time I'm standing by with Carmine Corp's Narrate. Narrate, good to see you again, and welcome to Paris. Kind of like newly adopted home soil for you, perhaps?
Yeah, of course.
We're here at EWC, and we're going to be taking a look at Summit. I want to get your initial thoughts.
It looks a bit similar to maps like Sunset and Corrode. So, I mean, it has like a new feature, of course, sliding doors and stuff, which can kill you, so that's interesting.
You shut them once per round. They're permanent. You can't destroy them. Do you think that's going to add a good amount of dynamicism to the rounds here and to the game for this map?
To me, they seem very attacker-sided.
Okay.
Like on defender's side, you'd never want to break them because you want to secure your rotations like through the fastest lane possible. And when you break these doors, like these chokes become very like easy to defend, it feels. It's very important on attacker side to always break these doors. But overall, like it's a cool mechanic, and like as defenders, it makes you want to like play more aggressive and not let them like have so much space.
You are playing Sage. And some of this has been displayed before, but in case anybody didn't see the show match, we take a look at some of the silly little tech that you can do with Sage Walls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I created this. Grim, I don't know this guy, like he just stole it from me. But pretty much like he showed this wall. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, but I just break this port off, and then you can see like the switch over, and you can see over, and you have this like really insane angle on B main.
These kind of like cheeky walls aside, obviously the Sage Wall is also high enough to be able to peek through the gap in the door as well.
Every single door, like you can just Sage Wall up and peek through the gap. Maybe, okay, not here, I lied. In mid and on A, you can break the door and see over the wall. Okay, I broke my wall. But you can see over the wall, you can see in bottom mid, you can see like this peak.
Do you think that Sage is going to be like a very high pick agent when it comes to this?
I'm not sure if Sage will ever be like a super high pick agent on any map, because obviously it depends on the players you have.
Back,
like,
boys,
if you're
I'm
really
back.
A Cypher player, you might want to play Cypher or
I'm
Viper.
back.
Like Sage is just gonna be like more of like a duelist type of character. Like if you're not trying to play double duelist, you might want to play Sage and just pretty much just be like a duelist, using your utility to your advantage. Like, just doing stupid walls, trying to fight everywhere.
Where do you think default will be for plants?
It's very hard to find a default on A main, because usually like on most maps, there's like a main where you can see the spike from.
Right.
And this map, it's kind of hard to see the spike from. Maybe this is just default, like in the corner, because it's like the closest available. You don't have to take any risk.
Right.
Probably this is like default.
Okay.
But if it was the best plant spot, it would be like there or like somewhere where you can be seen right here. So maybe like here.
And now how about the B side, if we could fly over? Oh yeah.
I mean, this is obviously the safe plant. Like if you want to hide and plant, it's the best spot. And if you want to really play like cringy, like Abyss almost, Abyss B, you can kind of like smoke yourself off and just like spam the spike.
Right.
Probably seems decent.
A lot to still explore with this map, a lot to develop, and I'm sure that you guys are gonna have your work cut out for you ahead of that in stage 2. And I think it's probably gonna be on everyone's perma-ban list for a very, very long time.
No. It's easier to pick up a new map where people don't have any experience on than it is to play a map where you're behind. I think a lot of teams will pick it up, and it'll be fun to watch.
All right. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys here at
आ गया वापस सूरज भाई.
Thank you for joining me. Best of luck, and that's
यार तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गई है मुंबई में. बारिश ने तहस नहस कर दिया भाई ऑलमोस्ट. ट्रेनें रुक चुकी है भाई बस यहीं तक.
Who is most likely to just to test the waters and see
तो लग रहा है मेरे यहाँ पे बंद ना हो जाए भाई ट्रेन.
Hope you guys are ready. My first question is, who's most likely to forget to pack their jersey?
Okay.
Everyone said Adam except for me.
Why did you not
बारिश
say
का
Adam?
हाल थोड़ा बेहाल है भाई इधर.
I just thought Gio was
पानी समुद्र में भाई ओवरफ्लो हो रहा है भाई.
Unanimous vote though for.
I've forgotten to pack certain things. Oh yeah.
Forgot his passport once actually.
Second question, who is most likely to offer to pay the bill? All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone's saying Ethan?
I just need the credit card points. That's it.
Wait, would you ask them for the money back or would you pay the bill?
Some depends on the occasion. Multi-millionaire. Okay.
Which one of you guys has the best taste in music?
Wait, what'd you say? So Scoo. Oh wow. I don't even know what Scoo listens to.
I don't know what anyone listens to.
Scoo's been on Ox a few times. I remember in Italy. Adam has a similar taste to me, but I guess you guys are the same probably, huh?
Who's most likely to forget where they parked?
Hypothetically, if everyone can drive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
hypothetically.
Okay.
Okay, ready guys?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
आ देख रहा था अभी मुंबई का वेदर कंप्लीट एनएच किया.
Why would you put me? I don't even drive.
तो देखना फ्लाइट लैंड हो रही कि नहीं हो रहा.
Pick Brock. Just feel like Brock's the most likely to forget where he parked.
That is a good explanation.
That's such a great explanation.
Fair play.
Sometimes Brock blanks out, and he might happen to blank out when he parks his car.
Which
भाई फ्लाइट वगैरह तो गाइस चल रहा है
member
so
would you
far.
most likely want to be stuck with on a deserted island?
मुंबई का वेदर तभी एकदम खराब हो सकता है जब एयरपोर्ट ही बंद हो जाएगा.
Brock, Again.
I have a feeling that he could help me with some fishing.
I chose Brock because I trust myself.
Mumbai resort में free swimming कर रहे
हैं. I just need him for the.
जहाँ निकले में भाई पानी भरा हुआ है.
Exact reason I picked him as well. I thought it'd just be funny the entire time with Brock on it.
But you're trying to survive, not laugh.
We're gonna die, but like it's fine.
You gotta enjoy yourself.
पुणे चालू है, रोड चालू है गणेश भाई.
Which player is most likely
Express में
to
चालू है
relate
हमारा.
to Scrim? 2 Geos, another Geo, Scrim. Why Geo?
I just say Gio usually wakes up the latest.
मेरा फ्रेंड आज सुबह ही पुणे निकला है.
That's the exact reason I had as well.
पुणे पहुंच चुका है, सुबह पहुंच गया.
But it's not like a bad thing.
एक्सप्रेस से पुराना वाला चालू है, मिसिंग लिंक बंद है.
Screw being late. Just once. Same for me. I just remember Screw being late.
भाई रोड गया हुआ है, भाई गाड़ी लेके
Which
गया
one
हुआ
of you would survive a zombie apocalypse the longest?
I think we actually talked about this the other day.
See the answers, guys?
जीजी से भाई सूरज भाई मुंबई का हाल देखोगे भाई तुम डर जाओगे.
Wait, why?
You're the only person who
तो मेरी भी
works for
फट रही है.
someone else, so let's see.
You have no faith in yourself?
I instantly.
क्योंकि मैं रहता ईस्ट में हूँ, भाई वेस्ट में है पानी.
Damn, I'm glad we're all confident.
वो समुंदर
in
सेफ्टी लिमिट्स के ऊपर जा
Which
चुकी
one of
है.
you is most likely to become a coach? All right.
पानी
3, 2,
वाटर लेवल
1.
इतना बढ़ चुका है.
Ethan.
Wow.
Clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, why are you putting yourself forward?
I don't know. I won't speak for them, but I think I just make a good coach.
Express में
I
तो
think I'm
traffic
almost
full.
there as well.
Which one of you guys is the funniest?
Everyone's just hilarious.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Why'd you go for me?
I don't know. I just say dumb stuff a lot of the time, and it's funny to people. So
Thank you guys so much for giving us a little bit of an insight into NRG and calling each other out as well. That's it from us over here, and we're going to be heading back over to the show.
गाइस क्या आज एनआरजी कर पाएगी? भाई एनआरजी में अच्छे अच्छे प्लेयर है यार. लगता है कि हमें फ्लैट तो वीवी करना पड़ेगा. टर्बुलेंस मिलेगा भाई. विजिबिलिटी भी जीजी रहेगा ऑलमोस्ट का है. क्योंकि अंधेरा हो रखा है यहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट. अभी कितना बज रहा है? ये टाइम पे अंधेरा यूजुअली होता नहीं है. पूरा बाहर अंधेरा हो रखा है, मतलब धूप नहीं निकल रही है, इतना अंधेरा हो रखा है. पूरा डार्क हो रखा है. मेरे यहाँ पे तो पिच ब्लैक हो रखा है ऑलमोस्ट. मैं जो रूम में सोता हूँ वो रूम में पर्दा नहीं लगा हुआ है भाई. ऐसा लग रहा है मैं रात को सो रहा, पूरा अंधेरे में, पूरा इतना डार्क हो रहा है. आप सोच लो, धूप ही नहीं आ रही अंदर. ये सही है गाइस. EWC में म्यूजिक जो बज रहे हैं भाई नॉन कॉपीराइटेड है भाई. क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी. ऐसे ही होने चाहिए भाई सारे इवेंट्स. सारे राइट्स उनके पास रहेंगे भाई. बाइक ही नहीं पड़ेगा पोस्ट में. बस लोगों को पोस्ट में करने का फायदे तो है गाइस. लव यू WC, लव यू. मेरे तो धूप और बारिश दोनों है भाई. मेरे यहाँ पे धूप ही नहीं निकल रहा. लाडले 700 आवर्स वैटसिम कप्तान बटर करूंगा अभी. रुक अच्छा ये बटर तो कर ही लोगे. विजिबिलिटी जीजिए बस इतना मैं बोल रहा हूँ. विंड्स भी है, विंड्स भी अच्छा खासा कस्टिंग भाई. 80 60 80 भाई. कपड़े नहीं सूख रहे बताओ. कपड़े मेरे बाथरूम का फ्लोर मैट है भाई, वो नहीं सूख रहा है भाई. 3 दिन से गीला हो रखा है. जाता हूँ जब भी पैर में आता है भाई एकदम पचाक से एकदम पानी भाई. बहुत इरिटेट हो रहा है मेरे को इससे. मैं माउस पैड साफ कर धोने का सोचा था. अच्छा मैं धोऊंगा नहीं भाई. माउस पैड धो दिया भाई, मैं यूज नहीं कर पाऊंगा माउस पैड. सूखेगा ही नहीं भैंस क्या. हेयर ड्रायर मार के सुखाना पड़ेगा फिर इसको. $737 मैक्स का नया अपडेट डाला है अभी. आकाश से लेके आता हूँ. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. हाँ पता चला फ्लाई का नया अपडेट आया, मालूम पड़ा. आइवन बात कर रहा था. आइवन से MSFS की सारी अपडेट मिल जाती है मुझे. MSFS का कोई अगर अपडेट एकदम धमाकेदार देता तो वो आइवन देता है अभी। वो मुझे खुद बोल रहा है मिस करने के लिए, बट मैं कर नहीं पा रहा बिकॉज ऑफ वॉच पार्टीज। कल या परसों रात को था ना एमएसएमएस में स्टीव पे नोटिफिकेशन आया था। सब लीक कहाँ से मिल रहा है भाई तुम्हें? ये शेर पुत्र गोगी से जो तुम इनविजिबल बैठ रहे थे ना, अब समझ रहा हो, लेना पड़ता है गोगी को साइड में। Guys, can we have some hype in the chat for KC NRG? क्या NRG क्वालिफायर जा पाएगी? बिकॉज भाई मैं एनर्जी को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, EDG को सपोर्ट किया भाई, पहले मैच में हार गए।
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We are now into the Group B decider match between NRG and Carmine Corp. NRG, they've had a unique road to get here.
भाई मर्डर का हाल देख के आता हूँ, very realistic.
Paper-Rex and then
Flex तो है।
Vitality defeating Paper-Rex and falling just short to Vitality, which is why
Flex
they
तो है
are
गणेश
up
भाई।
against KC.
ITED चल रहा है, just saying, ध्यान रखो
You move
थोड़ा।
on to the playoffs.
Be safe.
You lose, you are done from EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be, but they are scrapping it out here in the decider.
KC's Piyush Bhai ka lacy.
What a story. I think this is a team that people doubt.
Team Vitality guys already qualify कर गई है for playoffs.
Get that win against Paper-Rex to find themselves here in that decider with momentum. This was
इन दोनों में से जो जीतेगा qualify कर जाएगा, Paper-Rex से बाहर चले गया ऐसे।
And the group of death is always difficult to predict. Either you
वैसे
go
Team
completely
Vitality
out
ने
of the
KC को
box and
2-0
say,
हराया है।
hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the
Paper-Rex से 1-2
usual
हराया है।
suspects. The thing is, looking at
Domination
the
क्या हो
rest
भी
of the
KC ने
globals
बात
that
अलग
we've
है।
had lately, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and Paper-Rex were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But what we got in the end was a Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. And now it's left to the North American squad and Carmine Corp to decide who gets that last shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG because of expectations. We have been saying KC should, and I think do, wanted more.
Oh, yeah.
So can they actually overcome what it is winning against the world champion?
Yeah, let's dive into that Carmine Corp roster, who have been led by different players at different times, whether it was Aves on the IGLing, it was Narrate in the last couple of matches. It's been very fun to watch multiple players step up at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a roster that has had turbulence. This is an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does feel like something has finally managed to click here at EWC, especially in that last game. I was enormously impressed. The man on your screen, DOS9 there. I feel like that map 3 performance from him was absolutely crucial to getting them in this decider match, but I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we can see everybody have a ton of potential to take over games here.
The past years for KC, we can say even all of partnership at that 2024 kickoff has not been easy to follow. Being a KC fan in Valorant was not something that you wanted to wake up being, sadly enough. So it's good to see that now that they're bouncing back, this is a trajectory that they're following.
And the players are very aware of it, as you can see here in the road to EWC, spotlighting Carmine Corp.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's Paper-Rex, who were top 2 in Masters, and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1, and my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we
कौन सा इवेंट था भाई जहाँ पे इतने लोग आए थे भाई?
For everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my
Music to
as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he walked into this like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th during split 1. But then finding their way to EWC has been a boon for the squad. 4th youngest here at EWC going up against the 2nd oldest squad on the opposite side. NA has the unks, man. G2 is the oldest, NRG 2nd oldest. They've got the experience and are trying to continue on that form from last year into this year's international.
I mean, that's exactly it. With age comes experience. 4 of these players were the ones lifting that Champions Trophy. So this is a squad that has that potential to go all the way, that we would expect deep runs from internationally, given the caliber of player. But they have found themselves here in the decider once again. Masters London didn't go their way either. Getting grouped, EWC is a fantastic chance to recover on that year and really show the true potential of this squad.
If you're new to Valorant, you may not know this, but it is almost impossible for any team to stay on top. I believe it's only been Fnatic in 2023, sorry, that managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So it is already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be, you know, the ones that are writing that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with NRG. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than proving what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking of reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So,
Concert ban, Lotus ban, Breeze पहला map आ रहा है बाप रे KC का pick है. NRG big fracture split ban, instant ban, Haven decider बाप.
So NRG banning Sunset, we saw Common Core pick this in the paper Rexium, but they did.
अच्छा bind और वो है ही नहीं guys.
Fracture is the pick from Common Core.
Bind Corod है ही नहीं है maps. A भी नहीं, ABs भी नहीं है.
So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking at this veto.
3 map तो है ही नहीं.
I like it for Common Corp. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are so far ahead when it comes to that Harbor play.
I want to know how intentional this map veto was, because my surprise was when they were not picking the Haven, right? For the side of
Guys, NRG पहला map ही defense कर रही है.
Of course, the
Ethan with KO भाई.
So if Casey wants to have a guarantee
double initiator, Sova KO.
We pick it, and
Harbor ये तो kind of last match का pick लग रहा है भाई.
That was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prepped for that. And we're going to jump straight into
इधर भी double control है Viper Harbor पूरा map पे भाई wall कर देंगे.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG.
No sentinels by both the sides.
We expect them to be very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the Harbor always looks weird when I see it. It just does strike me, but I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for KC, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Narrate
chill होने वाला भाई.
11 on that Neon where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah,
we saw him play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a breeze for KC for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of Harbor, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends in those executes. Let's see if here can be the same.
One series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd. Who will rise to the occasion? Will it be the reigning world champs, or will it be the hometown favorites? NRG and KC, map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Degon. Here we go again. Another decider, another elimination series. NRG wanting to push deeper here at EWC. Deny Carmine Corp that opportunity to be able to play in front of the home crowd on the big stage. KC have shown that they are willing to fight tooth and nail, giving it everything that
Hasn't it started yet? No, brother.
Across the course of the qualifier now to this point, we've just been seeing this steady improvement from the squad.
I agree. I mean, I think
They're just
really
picking
KC
agents.
has a chance here to do something real special, take down 2 of the best we have
Now the match has
in
begun.
the world in Valorant.
I left 15 minutes
Put
ago.
down Paper X. Now you've got a shot at the reigning
started.
world champs. Do it here.
Let's go,
in
guys.
Paris
Let's go.
on home
Let's go,
soil would be
NRG.
Absolutely incredible. But they've got to get it done. NRG is so resilient, so tough. They're a team that we've seen it time and time again. Achilleos, when they go to the lower bracket, that's when they get stronger.
Well, Breeze to start it off. Fracture for that second map and potentially all the way over to Haven.
3 बंदे ए पे पहले ही सेटअप बैठे भाई एनआरजी के.
This one gets stretched to the limits as barriers will now drop. This was talking about it.
एसी भी हिट कर रही है बाप रे.
Harbor. Well, it does feel a little bit odd, but of course you do have Kiko looking to lead the charge with that jet, and for now he's going to be solo saddled here on the B site. Slow creep up from KC towards that elbow position. Likely want to give that a glimpse, then potentially assess whether or not they want to go into B.
And against Paper X, Kiko was a real deciding factor for NRG on this map. He was their top fragger.
Sure.
He was doing a lot of good work. First Blood's up there.
Recon does not scan Scuba in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun barrel.
Oh.
It's going to be on the catch.
Oh.
2 headshots as Levin and Narrate both will fall. Already immense impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position.
भाई डॉसन को ही मार देना स्कूबा ने हो गया मेरा.
DOS9 was electric. That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. Scuba hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon.
Okay.
Not to go for the snake bite. It's
2v1. Oh my god.
Will can take it down. Meanwhile, Kiko trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill.
Kiko भाई, hello.
Now Aves just down to 40 HP. Can't use any util. Can't find the shot.
NRG got the first round by crazy.
Elimination. Scuba, the only casualty. It's a very clean pistol to start for NRG.
Well, you definitely have got to be happy with the way Scuba's playing here. At times he can kind of trail behind the rest of the team, but holding the line really nicely, getting that little bit of pre-fire. Levin thinks he can maybe accelerate past it, find a timing, get the shots to go himself and get a slide in there or something, but gonna be denied. Scuba, a really nice start, gives NRG their first pistol. See what KC wants to do. It's just the eco 3-2 split. Well, he's trying to toy with the map here a little bit. They've thrown the harbor smoke to get the orb at least on one side. Funnel that over into Aves. Try to get that Hunter's Fury a little bit quicker. Scuba, once again, going to be called upon.
And jump peek going to be going out. Snake bite. Trying to slow down the approach. Flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position. Ethan, though, turning away from the angles. They look to try to scale forward. Open a ring around the roads. Going to be coming through.
भाई दोनों को लेकर भाई.
Kill a piece of 3 players on NRG.
I have the spike.
Spike will be recovered. Aves and DOS9 just with these classics. Going to be struggling to really find any significant value here, given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players. Couple taps. Steering him back away. Aves knowing that he kind of has to try to take a fight. But
Clean, flawless. Clean, flawless.
Kills and NRG get a flawless 2-0.
You got to be feeling really good if you're an NRG fan, with how that round went. Not just because it's flawless, but because of the way they play. They buy a ton of time. Scuba doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't try to go for the big, 3K. Sees a lot of players coming his way. Instead, he knows he's got Ethan coming over to set up a flash to stall out any attempt at a quick hit by KC. Keep them pinned behind those pyramids. Get the crossfire set up. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And then deal with their opponents easily. That was very, very nicely handled. Love the protocols. Over towards the other side of the map. Ethan does throw out an early knife.
भाई 5 बंदे 5 एंगल देख रहे हैं भाई उनके.
Anything with a pretty deep one, so it's going to leave the heavy stack for NRG over towards B. Now, Sugetsu did see that, so he is aware that they don't have any info on that A main position, but for now, KC just sending out duos, looking for those picks. Something that was
thrown over the top. Running up through mid, Narrate gonna be pushing alongside this Brock. Watching in towards that elbow position, spot out onto one. Maybe both firing off shots there as Kiko gonna be playing forward. Ooh, towards this, but Relay Bolt will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to come away with that elimination. Kiko with the marshal in hand will be able to find DOS9, so 1-for-1 exchange thus far. Rock Dart chucked in towards that double door position. It's just going to be a tiny smattering of damage onto Ethan. Meanwhile, though, Scuba continuing to backpedal deeper onto the B site. Catches Levin. NRG now back into a very strong position, but Aves looking to breach.
अरे भाई भाई भाई.
2 kills found now, just Brock and Scuba making their way
2
over
3.
from B.
और नरेट ऊपर से लो है भाई बहुत ज़्यादा. इनफैक्ट अवेज भी 50 HP है.
Very low on HP. 84 between Narrate and Aves. Sugetsu still at full with that Vandal in hand.
doesn't even have to be headshots on anybody except Sugetsu. Guardians do some damage.
God. Finding the first, not quite ready for the crouch peek from Narrate. Scuba now on the swing. Will be caught off guard.
KC finally one round.
Orange will be able to strike him down. And that will be a bonus not converted as KC are able to play ante.
Yeah, I mean, still, this is really good ideas from the side of NRG. KC able to fight back, but I think KC walked into a few traps that could have really gone NRG's way instead. With that second layer in the double doors with Mata, he had a shot just go over the head of his opponent there, Aves. So he couldn't get the kill. Had he been a little bit steadier with the aim, I think this very well could have been NRG's round. So I wouldn't mind seeing KC turn up the tempo a little bit. You got that Neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to take some space. Push forward. Get past that pyramid, for example, on the A site. It is tough going up against the KO because you got to be a little bit careful with the timing of those knives. Like, you can just throw them right at the wall, right outside of A main, and you can kind of shut down those quick hits sometimes. But got to at least put some fear into NRG there.
Well, looks like a minor hiccup, so hopefully be taken care of rather quickly and get back into the game here. Do some final checks and make sure that all is well. But NRG is still going to be in a strong position. It's still a lot of damage dealt in the round as well. They're able to take 3 players out of the equation, so going to be a little bit rougher for KC to try to muster up a 2-2 score line. You see that seat get folded back up, upright position. Kiko is locking in and ready to dive back into the action. So Operator's going to be online.
Tray tables up, electronic devices out. Let's go.
There you go. You have a backup career if this one falls
I know. Through. Well, that's what I wanted to be when I was a kid as a pilot.
Oh, I wasn't talking about a pilot, but
or
up and over the top. Not gonna go for
shot, bhai, shot. Kiko kya mara?
Tailwind out. A thief in the night there is Kiko. That is a monster shot to be found on the sliding Neon. And off to a little bit of a rocky start here, 1-4 so far.
That's frustrating for KC. I really like this idea. Use that Neon to try to create some space, create an unfavorable duel, but Kiko just better in the moment.
This is one of the shortcomings of a composition like this. You don't have the flashes. You don't really have a great way to try to clear them off the angle unless you're committing the drone to that position, but then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
Will just be the snakebite layer down here by Scuba. Still going to be ping revealed, but Kiko scaling forward.
Kiko aur mil gaya bhai.
Finds Aves. Sugetsu now taken down. Skirting past this wall is Narrate. Trying to get in on top of Mata. Might be able to catch him off guard at Nest. Warning pings to come through, but now Ethan considering a counter swing out in the mid. Looks like Narrate will be safe for the moment, but it's completely split off from DOS9, who still has the spike in hand here on the B site. Meanwhile, deep disconnected position here for Kiko with it up.
The discipline from NRG is incredible. They're just so patient. They got that knife confirm, and they know they can just wait.
Tap of the plant, the shock dart. Not to find any damage on DOS9. Ethan slow on this approach. Does he suspect this tuck away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it. Narrate gets a very nice reset.
Lo इसकी तो इन्फो मिल गई.
Cannot escape. Spray comes in.
P1 NRC.
Bolstering that economy as they move up 3-1.
I just love the way NRG thinks on this map. Doesn't try to overcommit to advantages. Doesn't try to double down on them. Just plays it safe. Just says, okay, we've got control of the site. We've got our 5v2. We can wait them out. We know exactly where they are. Let's play contain. Let's make sure there's nobody that's going to create a lurk, that's going to maybe be able to create that extra angle that can give KC some hope into this round, or at least allow them to do more damage. This is phenomenal work from them. Extremely smart play. And that's kind of what you would expect from a team that's won a world championship, that has been relatively good this year as well. Making it to internationals. Not getting the trophies, but still playing very, very well.
Snakebite will be disrespected the push pass, but there's the ping reveal, and out into the open is Levin, as Brock will collect them both.
Bhai, Brock with a 3-4, going for the ace.
For the ace now. Sugetsu re-wrapping back through elbow, but without the spike planted.
Brock को 2 यार, ace 2 यार.
He's got to try to play this one forward. Needs to die at the end of this round one way or the other. That or kill the 4 remaining players.
Got to give him the ace.
But this is the discipline that you're talking about. They're not just running out there like lunatics. They're trying to find it.
Yeah, what team would do that? I can't think of any.
Yeah, I can't think of any, especially not from Pacific.
No. Never would happen.
Well, I think they have the visual confirmation. I think Mata may have just spotted him. And knowing Brock, he's probably saying, well, just kill him if you see him. Don't want to risk dropping any weapons, giving anything over, getting him one charge closer. Tags coming in. Brock ever closer to this one. Sends out the recon. Looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this, and it's not
Oh my god, he's gaya bhai.
So maybe a bit of an overcommit to try to secure the ace.
He's gaya bhai.
Again, Sugetsu does need to
3D
fall,
for the
so
ace.
they could just leave him at this point.
They just let him.
Yeah, just tuck back, let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco game. He does not have a weapon recovered. He's going to try to maybe grab this Vandal, so okay, he makes the best of it. Now they would like to kill him. They won't. So, okay, Sugetsu able to, save that a little bit. But still another round of NRG.
Yeah, that's just a really good round from Ethan and Brock. Ethan's knife is perfectly timed. It lands, hits the entry players, and look at this. Look at the assists of that knife. Incredible, because it shuts down their ability to respond with any util, maybe create some extra smokes, creates some extra space there. And it just allows Brock to put him in the Broctagon, just shut him down. Beautiful, beautiful. NRG looks really clean today.
Yeah, I mean, 8-2 could have been that 9-1, but still a scary scoreline. And one of the things that we weren't really seeing was, players like Brock and Scuba get activated in the way that we know that they can over at Masters London.
It's been Brock and Kiko on this map, doing a lot of good stuff for NRG and really being diligent here.
Lotta slotted all the way down, opposite side of the pillar. If the drone goes up and over the top, he will be on a bit of an island and in need of some assistance. And there it goes. But okay, Hunter's Fury gonna be sent out, and Brock is able to catch that initial tag.
Where
the drone was coming from. Aves served up on a platter, and they still disguise Mata's position.
What a read.
He had to cancel it. So now Narrate, he's just gonna go walking forward. If Mata just looks over to the right-hand side, would be able to see this jet. Instead, it's gonna be DOS9.
Mata pakda gaya bhai.
Trap, and Narrate does manage to turn back, find that kill. He's trying to backpedal away. Kiko trying to go for the quick scope. An awkward duel here between the jets, but it's gonna be knives popped as Narrate starts to feel the pressure.
3 बंदे already A पे guys.
The 2 players
All pakda gaya.
but Sugetsu gonna be dead on the entry. Levin now arriving, wants to try to play this patiently. He will just take his kill.
भाई एनआरजी कैसे पिक ऑफ हो रही है वन एक एक करके
The up and over attempt. The swing out. Levin, ready for that peak. Shuts down Ethan. The plant can now come in, and it's down to Scuba to try to clutch this out. He's not going to get the opportunity. Okay, Levin.
लोग आए देखने के लिए मैच
Arriving when he is most needed. Gets that 3K. Gets KC now up to a second round win.
Okay, I mean, this is a good recovery for KC from looked like it was just going to be another disaster of a round for them. They're able to continue that push up elbow.
बहुत गलत पिक ऑफ हुआ गाइस यहाँ पे
There's even a tag. There's even confirmation there. But it's a nice setup there with Mata, that forward positioning, waiting for that drone to tee up the Hunter's Fury to get that first pick. And you think, oh, here we go again. But they break out. They coordinate that hit onto mid. They want to collapse and clear that space. And they do so extremely well. And NRG just didn't quite have the backup for Mata there in time. Just a little bit late.
Going in off the reckoning, dodged there by Kiko. Doesn't have that operator in hand anymore, and Ethan is over-committing onto an angle. Rather than just trying to backpedal away, their own reckoning now going to be sent down. Kiko still on this off angle, is going to be able to find one Mata with another, but Aves pushing for it alongside Levin. Gets him back into a winning position. Spike in hand, still feeling
3v3 guys 3v3
not the most cozy to try to go for this as Brock to try to scale.
Shot.
What a shot is that? Immediately destroys him. The drone out. Quickly canceled. He's worried about this potential ring around the rosy. Scoop it out with the greatest sight lines. Spot on the one, but even with the near sight,
back up by Brock. अंधे में मार दिया वैसे तो.
Spike now straight, and DOS9 has his work cut out for him, given that he still has this operator in hand. Scuba not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and DOS9 just not going to be fast enough on the draw. NRG, a swift shutdown. It started off as a 4v5.
That is just filthy stuff from Brock again. Ethan here just, stuck in a weird spot, opted to try to go for the kill. Couldn't get anything in out of it. Value. So you're thinking, okay, this could be the door open for KC. Start doing some damage, but then Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good entry points coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn. Nice punch back from KC. I like the idea. Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in Levin's hands. He's got the overdrive. You do have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mata's already set Levin down.
Yeah, no chance for that overdrive to come
Oh,
into
one
effect
tap diya bhai.
Swing the corner, narrate with a clean shot. Ethan again going to be taken down as Hunter's Fury is going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not. So gets to narrate, able to find a kill apiece. We're getting taken down. Kiko will find DOS9, so now that late lurk, that win condition, taken out of their hands. Aves has to do it all himself.
Eyes in the back of his head. Phenomenal awareness from Kiko.
The knives to be popped, and Aves trying to reposition is just going to be caught, so it's an immediate shutdown. No hope of the clutch to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
NRG 6-2 कर दी भाई. NRG लग रही है guys, homework करके आई है.
Shots, it's a big difference maker.
NRG का भी लग रहा है homework करके आई.
Narrate tries to be the guy. He has been so good for them this event. I have been so impressed with his play. And he's had a couple nice moments here, but it's just that teamwork, that coordination. Even though this doesn't go NRG's way initially, last couple of players really disciplined with watching their flanks, knowing what their jobs are. I cannot speak highly enough of the preparation that NRG has put into this map here. They look so well drilled. They understand what negative space they're giving up. They understand where they need to be, when they need to be there. That's a pit out towards mid doors. See that too often. Aves wants to go searching for it, but I don't think he's going to get quite there. Yeah, it's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper. Ethan able to get a little bit of damage.
And Scuba got a kill.
भाई spam में मार दिया भाई.
Levin dead. Yeah, he just counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out and saw it on the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
They've dropped this pit, but already KC very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugetsu is able to find anything over here, but with a double stack, it just seems so unlikely. Toxic screen falling. Tuck into the corner. Mata with the shift and reposition. Two player's going to be spotted off that 0 point. It's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick around here. Just tucked in. Wait for the rotations to come through. Try to get a massive flank.
Yeah, KC always wants to have that extra player behind, but so far NRG's been pretty good about dealing with that.
This still credence led to that, as that fragment went through. Scuba now, however, he's got the spike. They know that they got pretty good control here as DOS9 will still be able to win out that fight, but now the null command's going to be called in, Ethan. Looking to zone them away in Sugetsu. It's just a bit too whiffy. The push now coming in. Kiko ready to try to shut them down. Finds the first, dashes back. Covers his retreat. The spike has to be recovered. The round is over. There's no way to work his way over onto the site to try to get that plant. The Rate will just have to opt to save this Phantom, carry that over into the next round. They end up losing this one on time.
क्या भागा है भाई?
I like that Mata drew a circle with his harbor wall here. Just love that. Create a little fighting ring for yourselves.
I mean, if you want to put somebody in the Broctagon.
लो जी कैसे का टाइम आउट आ गया
That's
था?
true. That's true. I love it.
Surround the Sova with it and let him kill off everyone who enters.
Exactly. No.
First time out call.
Yeah, first time out feels. I already thought there was one because we had that brief little tech pause, so that was not a real one. But anyway, I mean, it's so efficient from the side of NRG, and the way that they spread the map, the way that they, look for contact. They have all these little trick and trap plays set up for you that are, KC got through one of them with that Hunter's Fury round where they were able to get the round anyway. But, just like that pit round, Ethan's peeking from up top mid, and that's just like, Scuba's like, okay, great, I know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to spam through there when you see them and get the contact, and we can maybe find a kill out of that, and they do, because they're going to have to walk through some of that Viper util. They might be decayed. They might be in a precarious position, and absolutely they were. So now a little bit of an adjustment here for NRG. Look at this. Kiko now moving over to the A side. Meanwhile, KC.
ऐसे 8-4 होने वाला है क्या? Ivan क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream, brother.
A heavy stack, not a little bit, a lot of bit of a heavy stack. Oh, that's a great shock dart.
Yep.
भाई भी रश है.
Suffer some decay. Stun's just going to be shrugged off.
Heavy rush है भाई. Spam में मर.
Waiting for that stun to expire.
भाई कम से कम 2 खाएगा.
The pit there in his face, but he has a massive opportunity to step back. Scuba.
3 मार दिए भाई. मैं 2 का बोला, 3 मार दिए भाई.
The counter peak, Levin going to be taken down, and DOS9 having to do it all. And he cannot.
भाई. Scuba भाई, Scuba.
What a brilliant play.
ये क्या मार दिया?
KC never had an idea.
अल्ट पे घुस के 3 मारे उसके.
They were not ready for the bad news.
That's that classic trick. Hide behind the toxic screen. Wait for them to commit. 1, 2.
भाई बाप रे. चौथा भी मार ही देता वो almost.
Scuba. He just dives right in there. Incredible. I mean, again, but it's all these little tricks and traps that NRG has that KC has no response for.
अरे एक पे देख अगले ऑल क्लिप्स डन. ठीक है देखेंगे बाद में. अरे भाई ये क्या देख लियो. हल्ट के अंदर 3 मार को. या तो मैं 8-4 की बात कर रहा था. या 8-4 नहीं, अब 9-3 या तो 10-2 लग रहा.
They may well not, because there's only 2 more rounds left in the half.
He's using that same wall setup, but if nothing else, it's constantly going to have them thinking about it.
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
अरे हार्बर छुपा हुआ है भाई यहाँ पे ऊपर.
To try to play in Mata, just staying flush against the box here at Nest.
भाई नेस्ट पे क्रॉसफायर लगा रखा है लोगों ने.
No way to really scout this.
अब इसको दिख भी नहीं रहा उसका गन बैरल. होली शिट मरा. मरा. ओह.
It gives them potentially this entire round for free. Scoop is still here to try to hold the line as the recon will not be able to.
ये क्या हक दिया लोगों ने?
Ethan at the same time, he's able to find Sugetsu on that late lurk, trying to work his way over. No way to interrupt this plant, but DOS9 even suffering some damage. Scuba is just finding so much.
Spam में मार दिया भाई Scuba ने.
He is walking on water.
I check his PC, bro.
Until that. But look at the damage dealt. DOS9
कुछ गलत मार रहा है भाई Spam.
45. Scuba has already done an
2v2 guys, दोनों सामने वाले लो है भाई, डॉसन और वो। यहाँ पे इथन लो है 71 HP पे।
I think Aves, well, now he knows for sure.
ये क्या फ्लैश था भाई, जहरीला।
Barrel was spotted, but Kiko finds DOS9. Aves has to
अब इनको पता है कहाँ
try
है।
to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking this one right here, right now. It's not quite planted for him, but Kiko's not going to be able to hold this one up the half, so Aves will be able to clutch it.
KC ने कर दिया भाई clutch. Guys 9-3, is it 9-3? 8-4.
It takes so much.
Takes everything.
पैसे तो है भाई NRG के पास।
Did he get out of there? I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
I mean, if it isn't for that early trigger pull from Mata, this is probably NRG's round. I mean, Scuba, again, love the way he's playing this. A little bit of an off angle. You know, they expect him to be tucked into that elbow position again, near that toxic screen. But he's a little bit further back on site. They don't even check him. They're just walking through. And then he can get one.
उससे पहले प्री फायर मारता करो तो थोड़ा सा और कंट्रोल करता ना, वो मार देता हेडशॉट, चेक ही नहीं करता वो एरिया।
Even better.
Yeah, people ult मार दी।
Aves will have his ult. Only a Guardian to back it up. Just going to see if there's going to be an outlaw in here based on the economy for KC, but none to be found for NRG. Kiko just going to go with that Vandal. Mata with the op.
And Levin's just trying to make a hero play.
What?
He knows that
Scuba ने ले लिया Neon को।
pushing through this harbor wall to his demise. Jump spot and okay.
Brock को पड़ा headshot ding।
Headshot there on a Brock.
Lit him up. Getsu, they've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this map.
Oh, Ethan, he's here in the footsteps. He's out a little bit wider.
Okay.
So very
Fight
low.
drop.
The transfer becomes a little more easy.
It's 5v1, flawless round. 9-3, 9-3 incoming guys, 9-3 incoming.
Flawless fashion.
Flawless भाई, flawless by NRG.
9-3. NRG.
Please मैं वैसे भी NRG का pick है guys, NRG खेल रही है भाई 9-3 भाई.
Yeah, I mean they are really good on it. They were able
Crazy,
to get the
crazy,
win
crazy.
against Paper Rex on Breeze, but this was even better. This was a masterclass in a lot of cool setups, a lot of really good macro ideas, individual moments of brilliance. A few mistakes here and there, for sure, and KC was able to capitalize. But overall, it just felt like it was on NRG to make the mistakes for KC to get round wins, not the other way around. You know, I don't necessarily think KC made mistakes per se. It's just
Bye guys, like करो फटाफट से.
a step ahead.
10 people are watching the stream. If you are enjoying, make sure you guys like and subscribe.
You can just tell how well drilled this is. Multiple layers for NRG to peel back as time went on from this defender's side. We'll see if the attacker side is going to hold just as many tricks and traps, or if KC will be able to rally back into this, because they really need to if they want to try to make this a fast series for themselves.
Well, and the scary thing for KC is NRG generally better on the attacker side on this map, so it isn't going to get any easier. But, I mean, we've seen KC be very resilient. We've seen them be able to challenge best of the best. They're going to have to dig deep coming into this second half. That man right there, Scuba, put on an absolute highlight reel over on B site. Was just such a great anchor, so difficult to deal with, and I love the way that he would use his conditioning from success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions into areas where they don't expect him to be over there. They started all from the pistol. He did it right out the get-go, hiding from that first recon dart.
Yeah, a couple of spotlight thieves with a great supporting cast on NRG. Scuba and Brock just went back and forth, trading out who is going to be the hard carry, depending on the round. But like you said, typically better on the attacker side. See if that is going to continue. KC need one hell of a defense if they want to try to run this back. Granted, after what we saw yesterday, anything's possible.
True.
The 212 recovery from Nongshim.
Don't sit.
Couldn't close the series, though, so.
No. But it's one of those things that will be in everybody's minds the rest of the event. You know, like everybody's going to be like, well, you know, Nongshim did it. Oh, no.
Okay, well.
कुछ ज़्यादा half time जल्दी चालू नहीं होगा?
Still just storming his way forward onto the A site. Not going to be spotted out by
भाई Scuba को छील दिया already.
Very suspicious of this.
Now they're going to try to sell fake over here.
Getsu's position now going to be known. Scuba striking, they're still able to find that value. The quick swing, the instant headshot, DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward, and Aves Trying to stay tucked away, but that recon will reveal him. Gets
भाई जेट लर्क कर रहा है वहाँ पे साइड घुस चुका है बी वाइपर को आइडिया ही नहीं है वहाँ पर भाई पीछे पीछे जा रहा है वो
The shock dart would kill, but he's unable to find it. Meanwhile, Kiko, massive backstab opportunity, slowly going to be creeping his way back through the defender.
भाई छिल गए 3 बंदे ए साइड पे तो छिले गए तीनों लोग हैं
NRG, as tagged as they are, can try to hold this line.
भाई लोग के पास शेरिफ वेरिफ है तीनों के
Kiko
पास
could very much benefit for it. As Ethan trying
अरे
to
स्पैम मारा भाई रैंडम
decide to spray and pray and will be rewarded. Right with one, but Kiko now arriving on the bridge. There's the one. There's the two. The drop down the tailwind forward, gets himself in behind Orange. They're right now needing to try to check for this, and this delays them from getting onto the spike.
Still a snake bite.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little moment.
Whoa.
But he's fallen. Sugetsuno would have to do it all. He just does not have the time on his side. Scuba.
NRG ने round निकाल लिया
Kill, and NRG will get the pistol all the same.
NRG going double digit with the pistol round भाई
What they're doing in this pistol round, this is
बाप रे बाप
you could absolutely spend
crazy
a
NRG
serious
भाई
amount of time breaking
crazy
this one
NRG
down
भाई
because there's so much going on here from the initial push by Scuba by himself behind the toxic screen. Nobody's making any noise, and there's a slow push up over towards B. You show
भाई स्कूबा स्टार्टिंग से छिला हुआ था इस साइड पे जब घुसा था भाई तब से राउंड बचा के रखा है भाई
all the way, and that's exactly when Scuba decides to strike. He's like, okay, they've seen you guys, good, I'm gonna go, and he gets the kill when they're not paying attention, when they're thinking, oh shoot, we gotta get over to B. And they're able to layer in Kiko behind all that. It was so good.
Well, Marshall brought into this one. Sugetsu with the bandit, going to be overwhelmed there at elbow.
बी खाली है भाई
Only one shot to the
पूरा
shoulder.
बी खाली है लोग ने
Still.
एक मिड नेट्स पे है बाकी दो मिड पे है मिड डोर्स के पास एक एमएन पुश करके बैठा
And NRG for now. I mean,
बी
still just
पूरा
waiting to
खाली
see
है
if AC try to push forward, try to get information, try to make a hero play. They know that they're not going to have the util coming into this round to really be able to scout them out effectively, so they have to just do it with their own two eyes.
Yeah, this is the right call from NRG. Always have to be cautious against these ecos. Too many teams, I think, make the mistake of not being cautious against them. Gonna get the spot.
I was considering to try to run him down. Shock dart's even going to start coming into the equation here as he's scaling forward. He's trying to get those right clicks in. But it's gonna be blocked. A little bit of damage. A little bit of fun on the back end. Shots to the corpse. Meanwhile, Brock, now realizing that he has been intercepted, so will be contained away from the rest of the team, but the rest of the team pushing their way forward onto the B site, so all sites from KC now naturally have to be trained in this direction. As Brock will just go sprinting through A, maybe up to bridge and try to find a backstab opportunity. Making plenty of noise. And
शॉट ब्रॉक भाई रीड तो क्या ब्रॉक
murder again.
Yeah, there should be nothing left to do. I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries to do some damage, tags up Mata. Nothing.
Close but no cigar. I mean, Scuba's surviving with two.
flawless स्कूबा को सुधारना है oh my god
never find the finisher onto the Sova. Wants to try to find anything else that he could possibly get, but it will just be a bullet from Kiko. 11-3, NRG. Looking to just quickly wrap this one up, move on to Fracture.
Pretty crazy to think that that's kind of been the story of the day today. And EDG just couldn't muster up much of a fight earlier against BBL, and here, so far it's been all NRG all day. And I'm pretty concerned. I mean, going back to the previous bonus they had where they did some serious damage, KC again going to be facing some pretty hefty firepower regardless. How many of those players? Two. One tap to Kiko's Outlaw. Still Mata with that Bulldog. Couple Guardians in there. Brock, give him the Vandal. He's been damn good with it. Drone out. Ooh.
Wall bag लगा नहीं भाई ये वाला shot.
Would have left DOS9 absolutely wrecked. Still alive and kicking as Narrate, considering the check-in towards door, but nothing to be seen there.
Leon ने push कर दिया भाई.
Taking some space in mid. Really going to be seeing much of anything here is Kiko sticking around, but yeah, will get pushed back, and Levin on the counter swing is able to find him.
That was kind of the plan here for NRG. Leave Kiko to his own devices to see if they could get a little bit extra space over towards B.
Wall will be falling, but Sugetsu's able to find that kill and drops back over to safety. Meanwhile, the pinch in from mid, still going to be coming through from Narrate.
B khali bhai side.
Brock finding one, Scuba going to be pinned. His position,
Two,
no
two.
Brock. Just double checking up over the top of the wall, still going to be able to find that elimination.
Spam mara.
Spraying. Follows the tracers. Does manage to find the headshot. The jump up, and Scuba not quite going to be fast enough on that. 2 players survive. KC, once again, going to be preventing a bonus conversion.
Yeah, but still, again, pretty good damage being done by NRG. 3 guns dropped there. And a little bit of armor damage to one of the other players. Sugetsu, nice quick reactions from him. Brock's going to have a Hunter's Fury already here. Looks like he's going to only go for this Sheriff. Oh, what's he doing? Where's the money going, Brock?
A Marshall.
A Marshall. Couldn't clear the knife, so Levin going to be able to initially thwart any attempts at pushing further in towards A main, but a lot of mid control here being established by KC like this. Makes it a lot more difficult for NRG. Force them into the extremities. They go A. Feels like you're maybe willing to play a little bit more retake potentially. We'll just have to see.
Who wrecked Mata? He's down to 15. He'll take that Marshall in a hand.
That's a good question. DOS 9 maybe?
Could be, but tap at the door. Ethan trying to see if he can
Res
get a
spam padega
rise out of
Ethan.
them, but it's just going to be that counter spam. Narrate. Chipping away at this KO.
Well, KC's had some good reads. Some good angles to at least soften some targets.
Mada Ethan दोनों low है guys. 1561
Will be Scuba looking for that late lurk from NRG, the other 4 players. Considering the big hit, Drone leads the way. Just Aves in the back. He's actually just spamming for players, just ignoring the drone.
And nothing found there. Recon out. Going to be exchanged on both sides. Ping's not found. Kiko trying to find a target, and he will. Levin's going to be taken down as Aves cleans up Ethan. Deep position now for Kiko. Hearing these footsteps on the other side. Wants to play ring around the Rosie and catches Aves.
Timing, bhai, timing.
Going over the side. Can't quite get the weapon steady, though. DOS 9 will be able to take him out. The spike going to be planted. The Hunter's Fury trying to peel back some of this pressure as the rate goes up and over the top. And he will be able to find just about both of them. Brock's going to be completely surrounded. Skirts back the opposite side of the wall. The kill going through the shock dart. Softening up DOS 9 even further, but now he is out of util. The lower player going for the defuse. Brock trying to get the spray and pray across.
Oh, defuse हो गया.
As KC collect a round win for themselves. Still afloat. Still
गोली लगी नहीं भाई इसको.
from NRG.
Crosser था but गोली नहीं
It's
लगी.
key that DOS 9 survives here at the end because he can get that cove up. Give himself a little bit of extra protection. Gets a little scrappy here, though, for NRG, taking a lot of damage early. That really hurts them in the long run. Really causes the players to be a little bit more cautious than they maybe normally would be. So, Blade Storm available for Kiko. Ethan goes for a Stinger. Brock has enough for the Vandal here. Based on the previous save, Blades just popped right off the rip, and they're just going.
Fast hit, looking for the change-up. Damage going to be suffered. Spotted on the 1. Kiko can't quite get that second shorty pump to come out, so Sugetsu staying alive for a bit. And that is going to be the retreat here for NRG.
Mid में से देख के भाग गया भाई भाई पर.
Go on this insert out through tunnel.
Scuba भाई, Scuba भाई.
With a kill, making it a 1-for-1.
ये जा रहे.
Fast pivot here. Depends on how active Levin wants to get. High tide put up in front of his face. Is he going to disrespect it?
So risk if he does, but okay, just enough of a pocket to peek through. Ethan will fall. Levin needs to not overstep from here, because otherwise that could be a weapon recovered. It's just that one Vandal alongside the Bandits. The former of which is still in mid and about to be surrounded. Oh, and Brock timing. Shifting over to the side, maybe a bit of an audio bait there from Sugetsu. Either way, he has been outdone. And it seems like KC not finished with this map quite yet. Plata trying to find that stun. Setting up the smoke, but it's just far too late. It's not fast enough. Levin has the kill. Scuba will just retreat, go for the weapon save. Carry that Vandal over into the next round, but KC get themselves up to 6.
Well, gotta give KC a lot of credit. Talked a lot about how good NRG was on their defender's side, about reading their opponents. They're doing the same thing. They're finding their little individual style, their ability to hit and then run. You know, Levin plays this so nicely here on the high tide. Sugetsu doesn't go down to the shorty there, even though Scuba finds that backstab. Levin plays this round really, really nicely. Finds great times to disrespect that Harbor util. Very, very sturdy so far, RKC.
11-6 हो गया भाई. Guys, KC comeback कर सकती है?
NRG.
Is it? भाई 5 लोग देख रहे हो भाई, chat इतने dead क्यों है भाई?
Get ready for the next one, but KC.
They want to try to make this fast again. Players at main could try to contain this for KC. Push forward, Sugetsu able to find the first, but Ethan trades it back. And this Brock down.
और ulta मार दिया.
Blind is out. Levin cleaned up. DOS9 dead. 3-2. NRG back on the warpath. Try to take this up to map point. One away from the knives. One away from that Hunter's Fury. Not available to try to prevent this plant. Try to find a free disconnected kill. Right, just swinging around the side. We'll be able to find one. Makes his exit. Gets him back into a 2v2. Suddenly it becomes a hell of a lot more doable. It's a swing in the corner. Finds another. Ethan dead. Kiko having a double.
Oh, bhai. Kiko, bhai. Kiko,
Gets a
bhai.
3K. NRG now up by 6. Map point is theirs.
Whoa.
Match
That
point
got
was
real
good.
close. KC just inches away from giving themselves a couple more rounds, at least sending it down to another eco potentially. Nice little trade here early. The setup, the 3-man stack through mid finds value. They find open space. A good read here by Ethan to get his team into a position where they can get that plant down quickly. Now facing the full might of KC's ultimates. Literally everything available. Meanwhile, nothing super close for NRG. Scuba not too far away from a pit potentially. Early pit ripped by Sugetsu. Oh, hello?
Has to backpedal away from that one real quick. The knive's gonna go over.
What?
He's killed Narrate.
उसने अपना बंदा मार दिया.
Oh no.
हैं?
Well, it's a 1v1. It's a 1-to-1. It's an equal trade. As
Sova ने अपनी टीम का बंदा मार दिया.
manages to find the kill. And you know what? If you win the round, it is worth.
Totally worth.
DOS9 finds
Peak cinema, guys.
creeping out of nest, but he himself surrounded, and Kiko able to strike. The Viper now out of her pit as Sugetsu spotted a 1. Slides back into this. Reinforcement's going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
Well, they should hear that, though. I think Kiko made noise.
That's just an overdrive pop to expire. Levin not going to get the opportunity to use that at all. Now, KC realizing that the rotations have come through. The plant now onto the B site, and Brock still well out towards mid. He's wary that the Viper's going to go through shop, through main. Not to be the case. He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
But he's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but Sugetsu's still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. The catch onto one. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snakebite over towards the arch side, but Mata still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through, and Mata will be able to swing.
NRG got the round by. NRG got the first map. NRG का pick था guys. Breach. Breach बोला breeze. And they did it. And they did it. Clean.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from
बाप रे
NRG.
बाप.
Great
Read अच्छा था भाई last round का. जो Neon ने push कर दिया mid से.
Absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well. Some highlight reel moments. Kiko, great with the offense.
NRG with the 1-0.
Really good individual awareness displayed by him too. Great map awareness. Again, I'm so impressed with NRG here. Understanding where their opponents are, where they're going to be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing to find a win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as Kiko popped off and brought NRG to 13. It was a 13-6 victory here in map number 1. Breeze NRG, one win away from joining the rest of the teams in the playoffs as we welcome back our desk. It's Big Time and Kakuka. And Big Time, you've got two children that you've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much. And Kiko and DOS9, how does it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think Dossie's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He'll recover. We know he can do that into the series. Kiko, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for DOS9, but you're not. That's what I thought, right?
I heard that too.
Kiko was like too long ago, but Dosha, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people, but aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's okay. No, but I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the harbor. It's so effective. Common Corp just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, and there was not a lot of ways that the KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around mid, something that I think on the first half NRG were doing beautifully. When we were speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps, actually NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing Kiko, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. We understand why you decided to take him from us. He's still absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Big Time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side.
Yes.
Scuba, I think
Scuba's
Rourke
great.
pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this Viper, Scuba is so comfortable, so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these difficult tight sides. He's coming away from every situation with more kills than he should, which is incredibly impressive.
This form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last year, by the way.
Yeah, Scuba second in the plus minus with 8 more than I guess the deaths that he had compared to Kiko, who again 22-9 was on fire here. And I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid control early on that KC had struggled with, and it just gave all different types of options here for NRG to execute on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with the harbors, I agree with you Big Time in the differences that we were seeing. I like the approaches also. If we look at the Viper setups and whatnot, there were so many things different from round to round, different between these two teams. So it's good to see that NRG is good to have a victory like this one, because it was difficult for them to even go up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Vitality proved their class in that game.
How good are Vitality?
I mean, I think they're very, very good. We have to talk about how great they are. But I do think NRG are still in a great position to make it out of this group now. They've closed their map pick, but time and time again, we keep going to map 3 here. Will be Fracture next, where they've had a little bit more trouble, and stylistically is so different to this Breeze. So big adaptations throughout this series.
And things that scare me as well, when we look at the other side, when we look at KC, 11 bad map for him, very bad. I believe he went like 1-7.
वीडियो देखा क्या जो हवा जो इधर खड़े नहीं होने दे रहे हैं,
Especially after we just watched BBL
उड़ा के लेके जाएगा
and what
सबको
they're
मुंबई
capable
पुलिस
of
तो
doing. And all the
भाई
great
ऑब्वियसली
duelists that
विंड
we
भाई
get to
गस्टिंग
see in
विंड से
all of the
भाई
tournaments
60 to 80
here and there.
समझ रहे हो
To
कितना
see
ज्यादा होता
Levitt
है
in this form, I really hope that he can
भाई
bounce
झाड़
back
तोड़
from
के
the
नीचे गिर जाएगा
fracture,
भाई
because he was the ultimate star that
No,
managed
no.
to close that map for them against Paper X.
Yeah, well, the rest of KC will need to regroup and bounce back. NRG
और जाओ
one
ऐसे क्या
away
बारिश है बाहर
from that playoffs. We'll have map number 2 after this.
यहाँ पे
short
map
break.
number
Don't
2
go
चालू
anywhere.
चुका गणेश
You're
मैं
watching
बताओ
EWC 2026.
और तुम मरीन ड्राइव से वापस नहीं आ पा रहे हो, क्या फायदा भाई मरीन ड्राइव के बाजू में रहने का? कुछ फायदा है? कुछ फायदा है मरीन ड्राइव के बाजू में रहने का? ये बैच भी नहीं है तुम्हारा नाम का आगे, छी नाम का है मरीन ड्राइव है भाई। रेस बेट कर देता जल्दी गणेश भाई को। कौन जीता है मैप? एनआरजी ब्रो, एनआरजी का पिक था, एनआरजी जीत गए।
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in
रस्ते में ब्रांचेस गिरे हुए हैं भाई ध्यान से जाओ इसलिए झाड़ वाड़ गिर गया भाई बहुत झाड़ गिर रहे हैं कल से तो जो झाड़ गिरे ना मुंबई में तो झाड़ तो लगाए भी नहीं होंगे जितने झाड़ मुंबई में लास्ट 2 दिन में गिरे गए उतने झाड़ तो मेरे को लगता नहीं मुंबई में 2 साल में लगाए होंगे साइन में 25 झाड़ गिरे भाई जहाँ पे मैं रहता था
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. It is NRG up 1-0 over Karmine Corp. And now we move to map number 2, which was Karmine Corp's pick of Fracture. The unique thing about this is that Karmine Corp tried to gamble with their map picks against Paper Rex when they pulled out the Sunset and almost got it done, losing 13-11. And then we were on the desk, everyone was like, oh, wow, you're going into Paper Rex's Fracture. This is where they get to do all of the W gaming and cross all the different ways to entry onto that A and B site.
Yeah.
And then Karmine Corp won, and so now Karmine Corp get to use that as their unique pick here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story for sure. I had counted them
मैं तो घूम रहा हूँ आता हूँ walk complete करके बाहर आ
but they really showed their resilience, and I think they really actually
क्या motivation है बारिश में walk कर रहे हो very real
they thought they
that's off man
to the point where they play it, they win it, and they go, guys, maybe we should be picking this. Maybe we don't need Sunset. Maybe this is the one, and that's what it feels like. So hopefully they're able to replicate that performance that we saw from them in the past here today.
Yeah, and also if we add on to the fact that NRG did lose this map against Paper X, you know, if I am able to win against Paper X and Paper X is with them to
the old transitive property there, right? You know, I can beat A,
we just hope that this
C.
Is, but the thing is, like in Valorant, it's never like that, and it's always like rock paper scissors. It's not because you are able to win. You know, it doesn't work like that. For the side of KC, I understand why they want to feel that way. Why they also want to surprise. Think that you have to, right? Getting at this moment in the tournament where everything is at stake, and you are not the favorite. You have to surprise. For the side of NRG, though, when they played against Paper X, I remember asking the casters, yo, how did that game go? And they said that NRG were always in control. The problem is that Paper X was getting a lot of momentum because at the beginning of each half, they were getting a lot of rounds on the board, and bouncing back from that was getting more and more complicated. And at the end of the day, it was Paper X Fracture. So, of course, it's not something that they were exactly bad at.
Look, for me, I'm still believing in the hero's journey here for Karmine Corp. You know, they faced that adversity. It's tough. Then the bounce back. We're on the climb. Just when it looks like it might all fall apart. That's when heroes are made. That's when stories are written, especially here at EWC. Karmine Corp, they now have to pull off 2 perfect maps to get in front of that home crowd.
Well, I feel like there are a couple of maps where, you know, shooter's gonna shoot, you can just play straight up and work through your gunplay. But I feel like there are a couple of maps where if you come in with set strategies, it gives you a massive advantage. Breeze being one, and I think Fracture being another one.
Yeah, I think Fracture plays so differently to all the other maps in the pool, right? That's why it's very Marmite. You love it or you hate it.
You're either very good or you're very bad. Like it is difficult to when there's 2 teams that are good at it. That there is, I would say, a bigger difference because you see who understands it better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also the reason why a lot of teams and players really don't like this map because you have to play it so differently. You see, the roles have to shift around. It's the only one in the pool now where we see a lot of brimstone, very different for the smokes. Esports players. Like, it does feel different to play. So NRG, it did look like a weakness when we saw it from them last. It's more about if they were prepared for it.
Shuru guys, shuru.
How much work have they
Another
put in
map
since we last saw it against Paper? And for Common Core, how much have they been able to improve on what they were able to do in that great upset?
And Fracture, it's already a difficult map. If we think about it from the angle of all the metas that we've had, what has been strong, how Viper has been slowly, for some reason, leaving most of the maps now, how the double duelist is played, how you still have to manage to keep control of some part of the maps. Looking forward to see if we get Team Heretics playing on this map, because actually in EMEA, they had one of the better understandings. But on this one, I feel like I have to be on NRG's boat. I feel like they will continue that performance that they were having on Breeze, because seriously, they were just the better team.
Wow, that's some serious EMEA doubt from you. Not me, the truest of believers. Common Core turn this around. They run the bracket. You gotta stop believing.
डिफेंस कर रही है भाई साइफर फ्रैक्चर में साइफर ओके ब्रिम फिनिक्स डबल डुएलिस्ट ओके NRG with the double duelist again Vele Phoenix combo Cypher Brim same है Fate भी same है
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only difference here is that
Vele and Raze
versus the Waylay. Now for me in
Vele
general,
और Raze खाली अलग-अलग है पूरी टीम same है
I feel like they're the most ahead in terms of that.
ये मैच होने वाला मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैप होने वाला है guys cut to cut
can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to create a lot of space. Raze is trying to do the same thing with those satchels, but ultimately there'll be a lot of mutual understanding across this on how each team likes to play.
You need to control the map, especially when there are two Phoenixes on play. And I want to see players like Suigetsu, for example, stepping up a little bit. But Casey, from this defense, needs to fight. If control of the tempo falls into the hands of NRG, this might be a quick map.
Backs against the wall, but the blue wall stands with it. It's Carmine Corp needing 2 map wins to make it to the playoffs. NRG have done the tough work of winning their map pick. Now will they be able to get the upset and move on to the playoffs? Let's find out with this Group B decider, map number 2, KC versus NRG.
The Fracture has been a tricky one for NRG, dominant regionally, but struggling whenever they get to the internationals. Dispatched on that map by Paper Rex, a 13-9 scoreline in favor of SEA squad. NRG not been able to find a win on it since playing back in Americas.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough go of them for a map I'm sure they felt very comfortable on coming into London, but you know, ran into Foot, lost to them. They've lost to Paper Rex on this map too. Whereas KC, on the other hand, just beat Paper Rex and looked really clean about it. Had some really good anti-ideas, I think, especially with their 8, with the Phoenix using his ult to often counter Jing's Raze ult. Now, that's not going to necessarily need to be the case here. So then I look at Kiko, think, hey, man, you see what he's doing yesterday? You know, there's a Raze on the other side there. Maybe. You can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But KC, I just thought, had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever Paper
So guys, chalu another map of KC versus NRG. क्या ये लास्ट मैप होने वाला है या हम लोग जाएंगे डिसाइडर हेवन में हेवन आई वुड लव टू सी इट बिकॉज़ हेवन बहुत अच्छा मैप है प्रो सीन में देखने के लिए
Almada offering up that Sheriff over to Brock, getting that into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have those 3 Sky Smokes as well. Push at the corner.
Okay. अबे भाई रेस 7 HP है भाई अरे दोनों को मार दिया
Taking both of them down. Bill found Blaze Wall. As well as that Haunt going to be chucked out. Sugetsu just to say tucked into the corner, but likely would have been spotted. Couple shots going to be coming through, and he's going to try to play the rest of this out a little bit more quietly. Flyer going to be cleared. Ethan staying entrenched here at the spike, has that frenzy, wants them to get up close and personal with him, but weapon now will be heard. Molly as well going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him a little bit low, but Kiko's able to find a 3rd kill. Ethan with 1 as well. And now it's
1v3
tagged to 24. Somehow try to pull a 3K out of the hat. Still has to re-clear the entirety of the site. Drops back down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies layered in.
Kiko 4 kills.
And that is a scary
First round
way for NRG to start things off. Kiko just 2 charges from having that ult online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% going to have it for the bonus. It could even get it in the next round. Not going to want to use it most likely, but it's a little bit of a weird start here. Nice high-low setup. for KC, but this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from Kiko into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for them. Couple rifles, Kiko Brock gonna be swinging with the Vandals. Couple sheriffs, and Mata with the Marshal. Four-man push, DOS9 Sugetsu, and immediately down and dusted. Brock, Kiko, the Vandals.
दोनों साथ में मिलके मारा दोनों को.
Yeah, and with that kill, Kiko one away, so could just give him the spike, go for the plant. Meanwhile, they're gonna try to overwhelm Mata, who's having some uncharacteristic whiffs with that Marshal.
Mata का गन गिर गया भाई.
So orb grab, as well as that kill over to the hands of Narrate, who's now also one charge away. He can put that Marshal to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
Play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies. The KC, I would think, just want to die to the spike at this point. Maybe Narrate.
Probably for the best. Paint Shell to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested into this, but there's the molly and there's the spam. Brock, exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital. Second molly goes in. And Aves and Levin will go down. No one going to be giving him the angle. Aves will just fall to the spike alongside the Rays, and that's going to be a clean 2-0 start for NRG.
Now this next round gets really interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move. Before you kind of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here as KC. I want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like Aves, again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at Dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this, again, screams good homework to me, because I think this was an opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often Aves was just on his own. You could at least clear this space. You don't have to necessarily go for the big hit, but they're going to try.
Here comes that running back, but Kiko will be grabbed by the Seas. Still trying to counter spray him out. Aves on the reposition, just here alongside drop. Jumps up and over
अरे मेन में ब्रिम ऑलरेडी बैठा.
damage, but will be able to get the jump on Kiko right as he snaps back. And Brock dead to the nade. KC lights out on this anti-bonus. Completely smothering NRG and catching them off guard.
I feel like I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by Aves.
He rescales forward, wants to try to get this elimination. Extra charge towards the Nightfall. Question is, Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back? In a 1v5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do. A couple players going to be working their way through. He hears that
तीन बंदे
noise.
डिश पे आ गए बस उसको चेक करने के लिए. बाप रे बाप.
But with the haunt, that's going to force his hand. As here comes the spam. Sugetsu will be the one to collect it. And KC get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is what was working so well for KC against Paper Rex, was their ability to react to the fast hits in really interesting and smart ways. And also it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side. But Aves doing a great job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky little maneuver while NRG is dropping down into sight, uses that seize to stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward. They're just committed to that hit all the way. And Aves plays it beautifully. Tees up, I think it was DOS9 who got a couple kills on the backside there. Big round. Speaking of DOS9, going to get his ult from that orb grab.
Nothing spotted on this side. Prowler, I think, was not heard over at B, so the attempted fake not really going to be fell for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down. Sky smokes as well as that double dash forward. They can become increasingly convinced that this is going to be an A hit. Spike going to be passed over into the hands of Mata. Try to get that convergent paths online. Reassesses his plant spot, and that's going to be the orbital out very early. Mata can now go for this one safely.
Nice patience.
ये क्या ult कर दिया Brim ने?
Can he escape is going to be the big question. He'll just be left on a bit of an island. DOS9 assessing where he wants to set up these smokes. Meanwhile, the fight going to be coming in. Narade winning that one out. Kiko going to be struck down. Molly now forward at their feet. But Narade gets past it. Eventually going to be flushed out as Brock re-swings that corner. Clears him out, but that is going to be significant damage suffered now by NRG. Scuba, however, on this flank could be their undoing. Finds the first, needs to look for a hell of a lot more, though. The last one standing, the drop down to his demise, who gets from Sands, cleans it up, and KC
2-2
will tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from Narade again. He is so locked in on Phoenix on this map. And he breaks out of a tough situation there. NRG throwing a lot of util at the door. The smokes are there. But that first flash, so good. Finally stopped by Brock. Scuba's lurk took a long time to really come to fruition. That's going to be an early timeout from Bonkar. Already seeing some things he doesn't like and what's going on with his team. And I think probably wants to maybe talk about some of these post-plant setups a little bit more. Liked the idea on the pistol where they had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they, yeah, like you said, left Mata to his own devices. I think it, you know, if you lose that three-man stack trying to hold that door, that's just it. That post plant is cooked. Especially if Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
It's something like that if you have the refract set up and you can get the spike planted.
Right.
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it felt intentional that they were trying to bait out that orbital strike, right?
Yeah.
कितने games और हैं? यही last है.
Get that out effectively. It's just everything from
इसमें भी depend करता है. ये last game है, but the thing is कि अगर ये round KC निकालती है, ये map अगर KC निकालती है, तो फिर third map जाएंगे, or else NRG खत्म कर देगी. Because NRG already lead कर रही है 1-0. और यहाँ पे अब score 2-all चल रहा है भाई. KC को करना पड़ेगा अगर थर्ड मैप जाना है तो. ये लास्ट ही गेम. आज 2 ही गेम्स है, कल भी 2 ही गेम्स है.
Such good instincts, great timings with the flashes.
ये क्वालीफायर मैच हो रहा है. जो जीतेगा वो क्वालीफाई करेगा और दूसरा टीम एलिमिनेट.
And Prowler is going to find the trip. And a weaker buy. Funneling these into Mata this time.
Kind of baits Sugetsu into a swing there, but none to be found. Push past that cage, and Kiko will be able to take that much damage. Of course, has the heals as well to push him back up towards full very quickly. But spray and pray. The canteen. DOS9 going to be struck down. Narade,
Whoa!
Pushing forwards, looking for more. Nearly has him lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Aves still going to be good for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in.
2v1 Kiko loa. Oh my god, no way.
Win this critical fight.
No way.
It's got to be a one tap from Kiko. But he can't commit to the plant.
I think he's going to go swing all the way over to A.
Only 35 seconds. He needs to get out of the audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin is already cheating back. So instead, Kiko just keeping it paused for now. And now we'll rescale into B. I mean, it's brilliant.
क्या रीडिंग है ये? क्या रीड्स है ये?
Win. Still yet to be seen.
वो उसको एपेक्स पे कर रहा है. या आगे एग्रो पुश कर रहा है.
Still trying to check around, but eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can get the plant, get into a safe position. Problem is, Levin has both blast packs, so he can get on top of wherever he commits to this run it back from. Will he even get the chance? No, he does not.
Oh my
Levin
god.
will just catch him in transit.
अल्ट कर लेता फुल एचपी हो जाता है.
Will move up 3-2.
Oh boy.
अल्ट कर लेता फुल एचपी हो जाता है भाई. KC going for the lead, baby.
Other than the rifle of Kiko, which definitely found purchase in that round. Getting that first kill on Sugetsu. Absolutely insane. Sugetsu can't even do much out of that position. Barely touches him. And then Narrate, too fast.
अबे 2 गलत मार दिया भाई Narrate ने. 2 गलत मारे भाई.
Beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there. Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial. Went fishing for it, was hoping that maybe Levin would get a little impatient, try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up, big ult available, one away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Nere just spams through, gets Kiko down instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side, just hugging this tripwire. Still to be so worried about Array and Sugetsu here at B. There's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. Run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, is instantly able to find 2 players as Brock and Ethan.
backstab.
The Phoenix ult gone. But no, closer to trying to get this plant in play are NRG. Completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? The first shot ringing out, unable to connect. Now he's going to be struck down. Scuba having to try to fight his way out of here is going to be good for the one, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round. He'll plant his feet, and looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, but they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map.
भाई KC lead कर रही है भाई.
This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have
NRG fracture में थोड़ा GG हो रहा है.
Meanwhile,
pick off हो रहे हैं भाई, pick off और early pick off हो जा रहे हैं. First pick off भी हो रहा है. In fact, spam में कुछ भी मारता है.
Brutal way to start the round too. You throw up that blaze wall, you just get spammed right down. Lose that key ultimate that you're gonna have to chew another round through potentially. They are gonna buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not going to be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike potentially. Ethan starts out on the north side of the map, looking again for KC to get aggressive, but now opt to play a little more default. Boombot's not going to see anything here though, so they're going to lean over towards B. Scuba
Rex भाई क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream, brother. What's up? Welcome.
Starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round.
NRG बहुत सोच समझ के push कर रही है भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा सोच समझ के.
Trying to sell some attention. See footsteps sent out by Ethan. That isn't a ton of info there, so I don't think KC makes much of a change.
That's a quick backpedal on towards that north side to make sure they're not getting pinched here. So for now, because nothing's spotted on Dish, they continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG is doing. They're in pole position to counteract this.
NRG पे Ethan के पास ult है. Phoenix के पास भी ult है.
Run it back from Kiko is going to have to go hard to the paint. This paint shell's going to be sent out. Showstopper looking to go top of Kiko. Will be able to find the one that orbital strike now going to be called in towards Canteen with a push forward. Dalside able to find those 2 kills. Ethan Mata. Both struck down now. They have to rescale forward. 13 seconds.
3v3 chill 3v3 टाइम नहीं है. प्लांट करना पड़ेगा. लाडल्स और यहाँ पे मारा भाई. प्लांट करो. प्लांट हो गया और प्लांट नहीं हुआ. Oh my god.
The spike just cycled to the ground repeatedly.
Plant ही नहीं हुआ.
Arrives exactly when he needs to. And that costs them so damn much.
This is great stuff from a couple players. DOS9 just on the very edge of that orbital strike, able to push forward at the last moment when they least expect it. Finds 2
Plant ही नहीं हुआ भाई. Plant ही नहीं हुआ. Last moment पे मार दिया उसको जब वो plant डालने गया.
Completely throws things into chaos for NRG. But the thing is from the get-go.
लो जी NRG ने दूसरा टाइम आउट पे ले लिया.
Getting to the end of this round, this was KC.
अब अगर NRG ने हारना शुरू किया इतना रखना कैसे NRG नहीं कर पाएगी. We are going third map.
The second time out already from Bonkar. And it is so annoying how well KC plays this map on their defender side.
That's why EDG भी बाहर किसी ने मंत्र पड़े हैं एपेक्स चाइना के खिलाफ भाई. EMA के 4 टीम क्वालिफाई की है. EMA के 4 टीम क्वालिफाई जस्ट से. बस NS बची है ईस्ट से, बाकी सारी वेस्ट टीम्स है.
No.
कोई कुछ कर पाए तो कर पाए, बट मेरे को लगता नहीं MIBR कल करने वाली है उनको ही पिक ऑफ।
Pistol on the anti-eco. NRG have been struggling. And even with the immense amount of tools that they had available,
भाई ये मैच बहुत टफ जाने वाला है NRG के लिए। भाई क्या प्लांट के लिए बचा है उत्कर्ष लास्ट राउंड। बस वो प्लांट उठा के जस्ट डाल लेगा नीचे थाड़ तो उतने हेडशॉट पड़ेगी इसको। बुरा लगा भाई, देख के बहुत बुरा लगा।
You can tell that it's chaotic. NRG, they have no idea where their advantages lie, where they're safe on these sites. If they can't figure that out, then this is going to be us moving over to Haven.
Oye Jaladis.
We'll be forced away.
Look at the reads. Look at the reads, though. They know as soon as that arcade orb is tapped that they're going to be given space over towards Dish. They throw out a haunt just to check. It's like they know what they're going to do. It's just like Breeze for NRG, where it just felt like they know what
तीन बंदे
they're
ऑलरेडी
going to
साइफर के
do
साथ
before
बी पे
they do it.
भाई
Same
स्टैक
with
अप करके
KC,
बैठे हुए
they're
हैं।
mirroring them at every step of the way. So now NRG going to keep going. See if they can make this maze a little bit longer behind them to trace.
They want to keep trying to potentially sell the fake, maybe just get a flank going through. So Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sands. Not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Throw out the ready. Great swing in the corners. Able to find Kiko. Tucks back out the safety. And Mata just not in position to try to counteract that. No trade to be found. Scuba now dead.
भाई बैंडिट से मार दिया भाई साइफर ने।
Gets the neural out. And the jig is up. Ethan able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more necessary as he does manage to find yet another. Swap at the guns.
1v2 Ethan भाई 1v2
1v2 for the two-time.
साइफर को मार दे हो जाएगा, राउंड निकल जाएगा।
No more util to speak of.
Oh my
for
God.
15 seconds.
अब दोनों साथ पीक लेंगे भाई।
There's been no tap at the door, but doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from Sugetsu had he sprinted down towards the south side, so has to just wait this one out. But it will just be the swing, and Sugetsu has him in his sights.
यहाँ मुगेत्सु चैट में बैठा है, वहाँ सुगेत्सु खेल रहा है, क्या चल रहा है समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई।
The money gone. NRG
इको करना पड़ेगा अब तो।
massively on struggle street.
इको है भाई ये राउंड।
Continue to run away with this map.
I mean, it's just
NRG का जीजो क्या guys?
to find gaps in this defense that KC has.
इतने भाई के कॉल्स काम नहीं आ रहे।
Every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space. They're checking to confirm. Okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not rewrapping through the north side. Okay, that means you had to have gone through sewers. So now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes when you try to break through there. And it feels like
8-4 switch.
NRG just cannot respond, cannot recover. They're going to try another 4-1 setup. There's already a ping out over on this. Feels like KC has something ready.
It feels like NRG are just
बाप रे बाप, जो बंदा मार रहा था उसको सबसे पहला पिक ऑफ करते रहे।
trying to make an exec happen, but Narrate just peeks out.
Oh,
He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken down. Mono works up into tower, grabs that Phantom. Now you've got Levin encroaching on the north side, still going to be contained by that trip for now. Spike will be recovered.
बस में देख रहा हूँ, बस में कहाँ जा रही है?
Slot forward. Lays up, tries to take some space.
काम पड़ा गई।
Spam from Sugetsu manages to connect. Tag to 89. Swing in. Mata will be able to find the first, but Sugetsu is a little bit faster. He'll found Scuba trying to play around that tiny little gap. Nothing to be found, but he's going to be swinging right into the back of 11, who's just ready and waiting with that
इसके ट्रैप से उसी को लड़क पे पकड़ा है भाई।
Now, try to clutch us out in a 1v3. Just the one Molly to try to buy some time. Already, an immense amount of damage going to be suffered as Sugetsu will run him down. Another round.
भाई 7-2 हो गया है guys.
Lead at the half, and given the way that these rounds are going, it's looking to be a monstrous one.
Yes. I mean, they're so smart this time, leaving that extra
KC
player
doing
out by
very
the
good.
trip for a long time.
Very good.
Playing a little bit of
इधर पे पहुंचेगा
contain
घर?
around the site. I mean, at this point, I don't know what you do. Narrate starts this round off with a bang, finds two. He's playing so smart around that orb. This time they give him a different look. They are like, okay, they're going to tap this orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think that we're not contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie in wait. That's 7 streaked together. The buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man, I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
ये गलत पुश था भाई, ये गलत पुश था भाई. Oh my god. माता को डिलीट कर दिया आप.
Dostine now refilling that space, comes away with a kill, but will be traded back. We go into a 2v2.
2v3.
Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Leg spotted, head clicked, but Sugetsu has him outdone. Just too many
मेरे को 9-3 लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
to try to work through.
KCPRX को हरा के आई इस मैप पे उनका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ऊपर है. किसी ने पिक भी भाई फ्रैक्चर ही किया हुआ जस्ट से.
11 gives away his position, doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate
Big
is
KC
just so
का ये-
good on this map. It doesn't make sense. He is outrageous with his timings. He just knows. And he's so fast to react. Cycle through those running
माला को
backs.
पिक्स ही
They
नहीं मिल रहे.
always seem to find just tons of value. And this is just so one-sided so far. See if there's any answer. Brock's got another orbital. Kiko has his. There's going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Mata just landing out into the open. Saturate. Chuck towards the corner. Nothing to be found. In fact, it's going to be Ahmed's.
भाई माता को पकड़ लिया.
Gets eaten as well.
They missed.
And nothing found. Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage onto the enemy fade. Space that you would love to have for a post plant. Very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba only able to find the one, but nothing more. 9-2. KC.
बाप रे बाप. इकोनॉमी तो कोलैप्स कर दिया भाई एनआरजी की. क्या एनआरजी एनएच जैसा कमबैक करेगी इस मैच डिफेंस में, क्या पता भाई. मुश्किल लग रहा है. मुझे लग रहा है थर्ड मैप जाएगा, हेवन जाएगा.
This is feeling like lights out. I mean,
फुल फीलिंग आ रही है. ये लोग हेवन जाने वाले. फुल फीलिंग आ रही है मेरे को.
Together some kind of round, some kind of way in, and they just can't get much. I mean, run it back used. They at least still have the orbital strike. The problem is you gave Levin his ult off of the defuse. Sugetsu is going to be 1 kill away from the neural theft, so all he has to do is
Map 3?
kill the
Yes, I'm
lurker,
feeling the
just
same,
find
bro.
a late flank, and then throw that through and basically probably sweep through the round, you would think. Big push out here, though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay.
Let's go NRG baby.
Maybe a lifeline
9-3.
going to be offered up here by KC.
माता ने फाइनली पिक ऑफ किया भाई, स्टार्टिंग अर्ली पिक. अरे स्कूबा हेलो.
Beating the hell out of NRG so much that they started to get depressed about it. Decided, we'll give you a couple kills.
Playing a little psychologist. That's nice of him. Appreciate that.
Well, it's both duelists down. It's a showstopper out of the equation, so one fewer thorn in their side. But, I mean, we've seen so many conversions already from KC that even in a 3v5, I'm not convinced that NRG have this one in the bag.
No. The best news about this is you took out the showstopper.
Cypher गया. Cypher मरा. Cypher मरा. Cypher
The
मरा.
only reason I still have some hope. Okay, so Gets only gets one. Can't rip his ult. Aves and DOS9, surely not, right?
Now you don't have a Nightfall, but convergent paths with the orbital strike. If you can find out where these players are at, line them up, get the wombo combo. That should be curtains. There's the neural theft. Convergent paths immediately going to be sent, but it's not the combo.
ये रोना एनआरजी का
A
है.
little bit disjointed here, a little bit too fast on the draw.
एनआरजी पे वेले का अल्ट है.
Brock
तो मर गया
some
नॉर्मल.
damage in transit just to try to get that spike planted.
Guy kind of opens a door.
Silent push forward. Aves trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Doesn't want to give him the satisfaction.
Could just be a KD play.
In my Valorant, never.
वेले तो अल्टी मार देगा.
Imano knows
कर
exactly
दिया
where he's
already.
at, so Convergent paths just to lock him in place. They know that they have this one under wraps, so NRG at long last here in round 12 are able to find their first round win since the
9-3 baby.
It was 9 in between for KC, a monstrous streak. And if NRG want to bring this one to a conclusion, then boy, it is going to have to be one hell of a defense for themselves.
I feel like going into stage 2 for VCT, Achilleos, that a lot of people are watching this, what KC has been doing on this map, and are going to be borrowing some of what they do and how they operate, and like the protocols they have are so good. I mean, it will be hard to replicate because players like Narrate are so good at Phoenix, it's unfair, it feels like. He's just better than you. He's got great individual reads. I mean, this time it isn't even necessarily all the utility. I mean, he's had some nice flashes, you bet, but he's just getting good reads and then clicking on heads with those phantoms. It's brutal. I love it. I absolutely love it. He has been just stellar to watch on this map here at EWC 2026. DOS9 had a few good moments. Sugatsu played great. He was constantly shutting down Scuba on those lurks. Won the Cypher battle for sure. And Mata had a few moments, but haven't been able to see that Waylay really be the carry that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs, but still not a very, very good. Had again, a couple moments, sure. Kiko's still putting up numbers, but that was just a masterclass. Both teams on their map picks have their defender sides absolutely exquisitely thought out.
Well, as we so often say, it's got to start from the pistol. They have any shot of being able to get this back, but Carmine Corp looking so damn good on this map. Like, even if you feel confident in your fracture.
पिछले लगभग 2 साल से ईज डोमिनेट कर रहा था EWC आया सबकी अम्मा बहनों को.
Probably gonna have to consider taking it off the table. This is just looking too clean.
I mean, yeah, it's almost a must ban for anybody else the rest of the way through. I don't care what your perma ban is. I don't know that anybody has a hope. Maybe Heretics. You know, who knows? Vitality on the right day, but right now this team is incredible, absolutely incredible, and they go over to the attacker side.
NRG already stack कर रही है भाई B पे.
So a little bit of presence known, but it's just a cipher, so that doesn't give you a ton of info here as NRG. They've still got the right read. I mean, the heavy gamble stack onto B. Probably saw something in the VOD review and said, probably just going to try to NB a lot. Let's just gamble on it, but now they're getting impatient.
Mata does not have a refract set up, but it still will be good for the first shot. Wants to stick around as they continue to swing forward. He'll get himself a second, but Levin collecting a kill now in the flash. The paint shell is at Kiko's feet. He gets struck down. Last pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13 health. That does leave Narrate now.
If NRG win pistol, it will be 9-6. If they lose pistol, the game will be over really quick. Okay, got it.
Just a classic.
Just a classic now. Clearing of that cam.
Brock already low है भाई. Scuba का game है पूरा.
Over top of the tripwire as well.
Oh my god.
Unable to find that kill onto the enemy Brimstone. Considering the molly. 9 bullets remaining. Molly on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connecting for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. The swing in, and Scuba will be able to persevere.
Let's go, NRG baby.
NRG will find another pistol. They need so much more from there.
Almost a throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round on the tendency of where this wants to end up. But then they get a little impatient, start pushing out. The good news is Mata found the right timing there to get that first kill. And then Brock's able to hold the line with the Sheriff.
Both of their pistols. One of my console Valorant account and the other on my PC account.
I mean, you never count him out. You just feel like he's good for it. So fast, so agile.
He's still able to get those
I have Leviathan too.
Yep. I mean, I'm still not comfortable as NRG. Like, this still feels like a scary scary situation going up against an Eco. Levin's the only one who buys up. Well, there's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits. From a distance, they look like classics. Also, I'm old and my eyes are bad. Leave me alone.
Very true.
Yeah. Give me a break.
There's a couple shots out and a triple push down through this double push rather down to this underpass. Orb to be collected, and right now 1 away from having the run it back available. And they're now going to take that as their prize and silently drift away over towards the A side of the map, where Mata not too far off, but
still this
back into a position with that outlaw is going to prove to be even more difficult.
This is, in theory, plantable. It just depends on the timing here from Ethan. Nobody's going to open this door. They're just going to silently bypass it.
10-4 है अच्छा
Set up a player to watch the flank and
NRG देख के surround निकालते हैं लाडल
and potentially get the plant through. Ethan just can't contest this. He's all on his own for now.
A reposition, scale forward from Sugetsu, spotting out 2. Mata now trying to scale up, get onto an angle where he can put that outlaw to use, but Sugetsu just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet. They have any way of clearing him whatsoever is going to be the question. Instead, they're going to refight in towards Halls. The Haunt going to be destroyed.
Oh my God.
Narrate still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that Molly. He's able to find the first, looks for the second. He cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the clap in hand. But Sugetsu now
Oh my God. 1 HP.
Cleans up 2. Havas down low. Levin trying to strike. Manages to find the 1 and Brock.
1v1 हो गया
standing. Trying to bait him, wins the fight, has the
भाई
But it ends up being so costly. You talked about it. It doesn't feel
हो गया economy lost हो चुका है भाई NRG का बहुत तगड़ा
Only 1 player surviving.
The way that KC is using space against their opponents, they're setting themselves up in all these tricky places, and it's making NRG have to think about so much. Then they use their own smokes against them. In the backside, they hide in them, wait for them to come through. Cut right down the middle of the NRG formation.
I chose this team because I like their pistols a lot, and luckily both teams are pretty good. I knew nothing about them when I bought their pistols. Very realistic.
From KC.
Very realistic, brother.
NRG gonna start throwing money into this. Want to get this bonus to go. They know how crucial it is. If they can get this round to go, it started.
To get to my brother from Russia.
Maybe offset KC enough, but narrate sharp.
Leo जी Ethan pick off हो गया.
There goes the IGL. Dead off the rip. Mata spotted that tripwire. Make his way back over, trying to reinforce this A site, because again, KC starting to creep their way over here. Seems like they overall do have the right idea. It's just a question of can they hold the line,
NRG की
can they
read.
stave them off. Invert this
NRG की read, hello.
Run it back. Push forward over towards Sansaray. Just getting spammed.
Oh my God, क्या spam था वो.
Able to snap him back. He's able to find Levin on top, but he and Brock
NRG की read अच्छी थी भाई.
suddenly it's just Kiko.
Pick off गंदे हुए.
Just a guardian in hand. Given the money, given how much they had to invest because of how close that previous round was, he has to save this weapon. Rotates over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that upgrade. And perhaps just find somewhere to tuck away and try to play this out quietly. It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of Casey once again as they hit double digits.
And look at the money. Look at the money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought into this. They felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map. They can't do it. So it feels like this is certainly KC's, and we will certainly be going to Haven. Just so impressed. Love the way this team operates, the protocols they have. Individual play, narrate. Again, outrageous how he understands what's going on. Knows where players are going to be. Just seemingly has a vision in his mind. There is a technical pause.
Tech pause.
My goodness. So good. So good.
Well, hopefully something quick and clean like we had previously. Already.
Imagine NRG losses 13-8. It's a reverse of last map. They won Breeze 13-8.
NRG, I mean,
then haven't we been asked to cinema?
This is still possible. We know that this is a team that is capable.
I would love to see Haven
getting themselves back into a winning position. Just given how if map fluency makes sense to say.
Sure.
KC seem perfectly fluent in Fracture.
Absolutely. They're linguists on this map. They're poets. They have more than a fluency in the language. They're experts. And it's just fun to watch them on the map because I'm just like, no, I get it now. I see because you have that Cypher util over there. You know that they're not coming that way. Okay, you threw your haunt deep that side. You even left a player there lingering a little bit to get some info. Okay, now you can wrap back.
इनके माउस से चलते हैं इनकी इन-गेम शॉट दिखानी चाहिए डोटा की तरह बराबर.
You're always all over the place. And you're doing such a diligent job of keeping track, of every single little thing on the map.
अब इसका दिमाग खराब हो रहा है पता है क्यों? क्योंकि लोगों को रीसेट करने का टाइम मिल रहा है उसका हेडफोन प्रॉब्लम हो गया कुछ तो.
That have been
हेडफोन प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है.
really devastating to multiple different
इसी के टीम का ही हुआ है प्रॉब्लम.
Paper X, Kate, and NRG now suffering.
अब NRG को रीसेट करने का टाइम मिल गया.
Lose the first map, run back two to take the series win. Granted, it was their map pick last time when they dropped the first map. But I think they realized, oh, hey, we're pretty good at this Fracture thing. And NRG lost to Paper X on it, so surely we're better than them on it too, right? And yeah, that is 100% correct so far.
Sometimes transitive property does end up working out. It does make sense.
लिख रहे होंगे कर लिया हरा.
To continue here for KC. Up by 5 as to get ready to go back into this. Just that one Phantom carried over by Kiko. Slight little investment of the sheriff for Mata. But I mean, it's just been few and far in between.
भाई मादा के kills देख भाई. 0.5 के KD में वो.
See just how outfragged.
मादा मार नहीं पा रहा है. अर्ली पिक ऑफ हो रहा है. कुछ भी मर रहा है रैंडम. काम में.
Trying, but
pack it up.
Pack
it up. Move on.
Let's go.
Just go to Haven.
Yeah. Poor Kiko.
The Phantom will change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan find value with this?
He passed it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that peak, probably wishing that he still had a Phantom. It's going to be zoned away. Molly down to 71. Mata at the same time. Taking position in halls. Two players on the opposite side. And they're just going to back off. They say, okay, we've probably drawn all of them to this side of the map. We have full control of north side. So let's send the spike there. Mata gonna
short, Mata short.
And that opens up weapons for collecting.
That's
ये गन तो नीचे गिर गई. ये गन तो नीचे चली गई भाई. पहाड़ में.
All of a sudden. No way.
Try to find this, and he will. Barely wins it out. Perhaps the gun for himself in a water round to be found after the start. Still not out of the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect that spike. If he could get the plant in play, obviously we give him a showstopper, but he's still going to have to try to take control of the site itself. Ethan tucked into the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent path's going to be sent. Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets lobbed in. Smata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to clutch it, but he's going to be caught with util in hand. And what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into what looked like a guaranteed.
फिर से राउंड निकलता ना.
Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC. They might stumble along the way.
काली ज़बान थी भाई तेरी.
They're always reaching their destination here on Fracture.
Yeah, Mata has to start re-clearing that space because there wasn't a commit from KC, and he's going, well, they're either taking a pause, and I have to find that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit. And he gets 2 big kills. That actually gives them hope, gives them a chance, and then nope, dashed, thwarted. Mata with the op. Moving a little bit further forward.
This is an all-in.
Okay,
short, Mata, short.
Saturate gonna be chucked in. Can still take the dash. It overstays to find another kill.
Okay, bhai, bhagile.
He's frantically trying to escape. will be able to do so, but Kiko can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Aves will be able to strike him down. Trail leading the way at the top of the plant. Not being fully committed to yet. NRG playing a bit of ring around the rosy, but look at DOS9. He might be able to find a monster timing. They are not watching at all.
I know exactly where.
Stabs him in the back. The neural depth now invested to reveal the final two players. But NRG, they go from a favorite situation to now back into a 2v2.
It's going to be really tough. Going to try to double up.
Scoop on the push, and Aves trying to hold the angle, but Scoop
Okay.
will be able to take him down. Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to hold this one up to half, and the Molly ends up going too deep. He realizes that it's not connected, so that a fuse can be stuck. NRG.
La.
You're rescuing this round, but cannot rescue that operator, I don't believe. It gets taken into the hands of DOS9. Out and away from these players.
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it.
So
the operator does get carried over by DOS9, now into the hands of Levin.
Right, so now is NRG. Not going to have enough money for another one. Mata's just going to go pushing again. Feels like big part of the success for them has been taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, Aves, well, hold on.
They are still so very at risk. Back in the back of that box. Curveball in hand. And they will make their exit. A lot of KC now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this. As Haunt over the top. Has to be cleared by Aves. There's some presence on the north side. Going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec onto this site. Especially as the Nightfall does.
अल्टो कर दिया एक बंदे पे भाई फीड हेलो
It's a beautiful cell.
Paint shell now coming through and quick pivots back.
उतना ट्रिगर होगा oh my god नहीं
There's a boom bot, the answering Nightfall now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and pray with the full flash connecting. Scuba going to be struck down. Ethan dead as DOS9 finds that elimination. The neural depth now invested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the
अरे alt versus alt hello
dead, but Mata able to cover the corpse. The snapback.
Oh, Mata backup भाई crazy backup.
Keeps them in with a player advantage. The spike still going to be dropped on the ground here. Just alongside Generator.
भाई ब्रिम पे स्पेक्टर है भाई
2v3 the operator. Dialed in from that main angle.
Okay.
The tap. Kiko
Okay.
drags across. Finds
केको भाई केको भाई
Levin to bound forward, but no real way to recover this. I'm not sure.
Let's go with the 4K baby. Nice round भाई
It's Kiko with a massive 4K.
केको ने round निकाल दिया भाई
in this game.
And also, Mata to the rescue here to bail Kiko out. He was dead to rights on that run it back. They thought they had him. But just enough there.
AC with the first time out.
Time out for KC.
I mean, you get the op back here too. That's huge for NRG. That big piece of the puzzle, seemingly, again, is going to give them, I think here, coming out of this timeout, probably something KC's talking about is, you know, if that op's going to be an A main, what are we going to do? How do we want to maneuver around the rest of the map? You know, maybe Zeiss feels like they saw some of that space being given up at Dish. That's something they could play for a little bit more. Leave an extra player to try to go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with Mata when he's busy trying to help out. Defend the execute from that direction would be something I could consider happening here, or maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG found their groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main setup. Just either being aggressive or having the op there. And they're not going to go for it this time. They're going to show a very different look. And I think this is wise. Unless, well, they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich outside of the door.
Look at Tsugetsu, though. The Outlaw, 4 half armors, 5 with the regen. So, yeah, everybody going to be susceptible to this.
Smart pie. That's something that, you know, NRG is constantly doing, is going for those half armor buys. So he's looking to try to out-duel Mata, and he's going to.
He's got it.
Huh?
Shades of Nats. Operator on the floor.
ऑफ डिफ कर दिया भाई वहाँ पे.
2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going. Molly going to be spotted off the cam. Brock trying to scale on this angle. He's going to have to use the Molly just to try to cut off access from that arcade side.
माजा ने बचा लिया केको को. हाँ ना, केको को बचा उसने निकाला भी डाउन.
Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be coming in, and Ethan wisely does backpedal away.
अरे फेड पे चढ़ रहे हैं लो.
Sends out that operator shot, trying to scare them off, usher them back over towards the heavier stack. Ball in, the ride the tower, the jump on the corner, and Levin's going to be taken down. Back into a 4v4. Drop down from Kiko, playing this one very boldly as Narrate tries to take that space, can't quite clear the corner, but still will be able to gain line of sight. Get rid of Kiko. Back into the player advantage, the back stab, getting ready to come in, but Brock can't even hold his own against the player right in front of his very eyes. Aves comes up with the goods, Scuba dead, and Ethan now to just grab up that operator. Hold on to it for dear life. KC will move up 12-7. NRG are going to have to run 5 in a row just to get this into overtime. The money is just not on their side.
No, let's see if he's able to even keep this. Tagetsu, isn't going his way just yet. Still a little bit time before it explodes. 2 are going to come.
They have to know he's going to have the op. You have to be suspicious about this angle. And they are. No reveal on the haunt, and Ethan still trying to go for this peek and nearly gets punished. And now is none the wiser whether or not he has been surrounded. Will be able to retain this weapon after all. But even then, it's nearly taken out of his grasp.
Well, I am so impressed with this timeout. And they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op.
Match point guys, KC match point पहुंच गई.
And they found it. And it's a simple little trick. The outlaw into Sugetsu's hands to deal with that. And it makes the map so much more difficult for NRG to read and to control. And they start getting put in awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Narrate just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
And speaking of which, it's tower for Mata. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment. Some early contention around a hall.
And this is KC now just starting to probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the sights.
Ethan's at risk here.
Okay.
And now he's dead.
My God.
Elbow spot. Sugetsu clips it. Kill is found. And now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but right over the side, Alves can recover that. The question is, which do they decide to go for? They've got more players scaled forward outside of B, so they're going to look to attack into this one. And Mata, yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead on the swing. Looking for that shot. And critically for him, it does not come through. Saturate connecting onto one. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation's coming in. NRG trying to get their players clustered together to hold the line and keep this map going. But Mata's just given absolutely no sightlines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting for this late flank. He's reading it well, but this still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad who are falling to the wayside.
Okay.
Brock able to find the
Oh, भाई पीछे से पकड़ लिया.
Takes the op into his own hands, and at the cost of
1v2 भाई यारे 5 HP है Brock लमाओ.
That's what it took for Brock to win that with the
GG guys, going third map.
And now
going third map. Off div.
2 of the fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going.
अभी क्या चल रहा है गेम में? बस हो गया 12-7. थर्ड मैप जा रहे हैं भाई. 1-1 हो चुका है भाई. KC 1 NRG 1. लास्ट डिसाइडर मैप. A1 होने वाला है.
It is amazing to watch them operate. The
दोनों ने अपने
best
अपने मैप पे
defensive
भाई
side
तोड़ा है.
fracture I can think of that I've seen. Does KC have right now?
NRG के पिक पे NRG ने मारा. KC के पिक में KC ने मारा.
And on top of their opponents from the get-go. Other than the pistols, they looked really darn good on this map.
Yeah, and that's another thing to take into consideration. NRG, so many of the round wins, just the pistols and those anti-ecos could barely find any gun round wins throughout this fracture. That's how clean Carmine Corp was otherwise. And now
a third and final map to determine it all, to see which one of these two is going to be pushing forward and which one is going to be going home. But for now, we'll allow for the analyst test to break down that fracture.
I still just can't believe that Karmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now coming up with the map victory against NRG, and one win away from playing in front of the blue wall here at EWC Paris 2026. Welcome back to the desk, Degon alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And Fracture, yet again, was a trump card for KC.
Loved it. I love their Fracture. I think they're so good on it. They're really smart, especially that defender side. That's where a lot of teams get tripped up, because you have to be aggressive. You have to shut down the map. You have to deny information with your body. They did that so brilliantly. They understood where to fight. Kakuka, you said you were feeling great about NRG. You doubted.
I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. And now I'm in
true.
Listen.
Classic jinx
Don't try
excuse.
to play the reverse.
This is not like in log. It's not like the last thing I say is the one that goes. Okay, I've been for the entirety from day one saying, wouldn't it be great to have all 5 teams, especially coming into today, have all 5 EMEA teams? But I need to be realistic. At the end of the day, it's NRG that they're going up against, and this is a wounded KC, and why wouldn't they be? It's been a terrible year for them. So I know that the caliber of the players is good, but listening also to Avis and the interviews that he's been given, it is a mental problem.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of sad that Fracture's leaving the map, man.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna go to him.
Where's this speed all the time?
Yo, you were insane on Fracture, and
Which
this is
isn't
gonna
there
be
anymore.
Casey again.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, and focusing just on this map, there is something that I think is the most promising coming out of this Fracture, and it's the fact that, as you were saying, not only how you interpret this map from the defense, is the amount of refracts that we saw during this game. So many of those duels were traded. So many of those half mistakes, half gambles go in the way of KC, just because there's someone to battle next. And if you add that onto a narrate that
in the early
Americas today.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it.
Formula, innit?
You complained after map 1 about how Americas had stolen away Keiko. That he'd been poached away to the other region. But
they did.
We all, you guys poached Narrate. Narrate was over in Sentinels.
No.
He comes back across for KC. He's ready to go.
No, that is a myth. Nobody wanted a narrate on Americas, and we gave him a chance. And then when he was good, Sentinels came knocking on his door. Rob is here. I literally say Sentinels, and he appears. You haven't been gone the entire day. Anyway, and then when they didn't want him anymore, we took him back. And this is Narrate.
Well, it's been a great welcome home for Narrate here in Paris. I think, they're trying to do everything they can to get across, play in front of the crowd that will give them so much energy, so much passion. One map away now from deciding that final spot here in this group and eliminating NRG. Could this be the second international in a row where they crash out in the group stage?
Yeah, 7-1 on opening duels for Narrate, and that was the big difference here. It just felt like, as we said earlier, the first 2 maps of this series, if you have strategies prepared, it is very difficult to try and gunfight your way out of it. And this being KC's pick showed exactly why they felt comfortable on it, and it just never felt like NRG got in positions where they felt comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think we spoke about how great NRG were on Breeze, and we also said Fracture's a very different map. You have to approach it very differently, and I feel like I'm always a little bit worried about NRG whenever they're not being able to play their signature roles. When Brock is having to play the Brimstone, things like that, it always just has me doubt a little bit that this team is running at 100% efficiency, and I think that's true. I think they couldn't go toe-to-toe with KC in this one.
Also, to me, there was a little bit of a disappointment in this map. I kind of expected more from Mata, especially when we were talking about the attack. He had an incredibly quiet half. We were saying how when Breeze kind of like waste having here on Harbor just because of what he can do. But yeah, at the end of the day, did KC actually fund this? Like, did they pick the Fracture, not the Haven, to secure it, and then
been playing the long game?
Maybe. I'm on my knees.
Goodbye.
I'm on my knees.
Our languages.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
You look okay.
We'll have time to go ahead
He's
and
supporting
figure out
KC
was
यार.
this the KC long play.
Bill मार
Give
भाई.
them map 1, we'll leave
KC को
the
support
map
करिए
pool
वो.
open, get Fracture, leave Haven there for the decisive map. Well, that is where we're going. Map number 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
तस्वीरें कितना टाइम लगेगा तो सी थर्ड मैप शाल होने वाला है यहाँ पे तो आपसे एनएच क्या हुआ
Play is in our DNA.
एनएच के
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
आधा घंटा लगेगा भाई मैच खत्म हो जाएगा बस कराओ है दूसरी आ रही है वेलकम टू गाँव यूपी के बस से एनएच क्या हुआ बस खराब हो गई भाई कितना पनौत है भाई तू बस से बैठा वही बस खराब हो गई
Play is in our DNA.
लोकल बस से बड़े भाई बराबर कहीं वो वॉल्वो वाली बस तो नहीं मतलब वो समझ रहा हूँ मैं काइंड ऑफ वैसी टाइप की बसेस इसमें से दरवाजा खुलता है बीच में आके आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ मुजफ्फरपुर
Kadir City, powered by play.
इंजन गर्म हो गया कूलेंट प्रॉब्लम शायद
Getting us back here for a mystery 1v1 skirmish. This time we have Carmine's DOS9 in the seat, and he's going to have to try
थर्ड मैप भी जल्दी चालू कर रहे हैं यार लोग
he is playing against on the
थर्ड मैप
other
जल्दी चालू कर
side.
रहे हैं
He has no clue. It is just one player who is one of the other teams. Could be even be his own team. You're saying.
Yeah, what if I just list all players?
I mean, if you got the memory to list off every single player that's here, then big on you. I think that would be quite impressive. But already, sticking a rifle so far. So one more. We'll start getting the hints out. Okay, this player has lifted a global trophy before.
Okay, Brock.
No.
Mada.
No. Your next hit is that in the global tournament that they won, this player won MVP.
Dambi.
No. They're from the CN region.
Kang.
China. Rarga. Oh, not
Kang.
Kang.
MVP चाइना में Kang ही था
They got one back. And Kang needs 2 to take it. Woo.
Oh.
That's a GG.
क्या हो रहा भाई कुछ नहीं है Kang MVP था भाई
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Love that little piece of content that we had there with DOS9 going up against Kong. It was like 8-0 before DOS9 got his first pick.
Sentinels.
And then he got the answer correct as well. Digon alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And right now, DOS9 and the rest of KC on the cusp of making it to the in-person portion of the playoffs here at EWC 2026. But standing in their way is a different VCT champions team in NRG.
Yeah.
And
मैंने अभी नोटिस किया कि टेबल ऊपर नीचे होती है सब लोगों ने अपने हिसाब से टेबल एडजस्ट किया हुआ है
NA representation will go from 1
टेबल सब
to
ऊपर नीचे
2
होती है भाई
teams.
Yeah, but look, for me, I think NRG struggled in that map. We know that Haven is a map Casey routinely will like to go to back in EMEA. It's where they feel very, very comfortable. So I think you have to ask bigger questions over onto the NA squad there of NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of KC, as you're saying, is somewhere where they're comfortable, is somewhere where they know what they're doing, and it's somewhere where actually the change in putting Aves back into an initiator, moving him away from the duelist, has worked wonders for them, especially if Narrate is able to keep the same performance. For the side of NRG, we did see, the last time that we saw them play in this map was in London against Foot. Overtime did not go their way. I think that the composition is something that they might stick with. Maybe with all the Whaley that we're seeing in Mata, that might be a change to consider.
But if he does want to roll with it, we have to see him step up. He was slow in that fracture. He couldn't land those shots with the operator. He's not in the right positions and he's not being able to make that space. I really do have to ask what they have in store here. Over on the
let's
side
go
of
guys,
KC,
third decider map, let's go.
We have to give him his flowers.
A1 हो रहा है भाई यहाँ पर बहुत भयंकर.
Absolutely spectacular. Look for him to be able to try and continue that form, because if he does, things start to get really scary over there for the squad in white.
I think for me, it's Kiko's performance has been fantastic on these duelists, and in that map 1, he was dominant on the Jet, and needs to have a performance like that here on Haven to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, they need a hero right now. They need somebody who's going to electrify this team, who's not going to let them go down without a fight. That goes for both sides of the ball here, because we don't know how this Haven will begin to shake out. Both teams looked very confident on their own map pick. Now we're on the neutral ground. It's all to play for. Playoffs on the line. Win and you're in. Lose and you're on that flight back home.
I was highlighting how KC was not given untraded duel, something that, of course, on the side of NRG was happening. Something to work on, and Kiko is actually going to be going on to the chamber. Mara on the Phoenix, and now Ethan back on the Neon. We saw it the other day. Not bad.
Ethan on the Neon is one that, you know, we scratch our heads a little bit. He's not normally the type of guy you would expect to see on the Neon, but let's see what he's got in store cooking up here over on the side of KC. Double duelist that they seem to love so much. Narrate once again on that Phoenix. Fantastic map 2. Can he do it again here?
It was third at America's kickoff, third at Santiago, third at Stage 1, and third in the EWC America's qualifiers. Will it be a map number 3, the magical number here for NRG to get in the playoffs? Or will the blue wall be unstopped into the playoffs in front of the crowd here in Paris? It is final map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Double duelist भाई NRG with the defense. Haven crazy attacking भाई बाद में आएगा भाई. NRG का मैप है क्या?
RKC and of course Narrate.
Team comms यार almost. Team comms.
Phoenix saw how impactful it was on
Except
the
Chamber Cypher. Wow.
Seen it this whole event through.
Ethan Neon लिया हुआ है भाई. IGL भी करेगा मारेगा भी उसके.
A best of one.
अरे ये छोड़ दिया पूरा free.
It's a quick exec onto an otherwise empty A site.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those
Full team retake है भाई.
For NRG, looking towards Ethan on that Neon again. Kind of a surprise to see him on a duelist role, but here we go.
Oh my god.
The corner. A little bit damage going to be suffered there in response. As Ethan, the first to fall, just trying to put his body on the line.
मादा दो को pick कर गया भाई.
The drop down from Scuba.
Oh भाई 1v1.
As it goes into the 1v1. And Kiko will have the headshot.
NRG with the first round भाई. Defense में round निकाल रहे लोग. Crazy.
Can they expound from here?
Yeah, it just comes down to that gunfight at the
Crazy हो रहा है मैच.
And who's going to be able to?
ऐसा हमारा 5 स्टैक का खरा हमारा खेलता है भाई 5 स्टैक.
And it's frankly Ethan.
सब retake करते हैं भाई. एक कॉल अगर आया ना पूरा retake करेंगे सब रुक जाते हैं भाई.
Really nice flash behind him. Ethan's like, just throw it behind me. I'll tank it. Nice job by Mata.
अपने वाले करते हैं भाई 5 स्टैक पर रुक जाते हैं.
Scuba as well getting involved, and then Kiko good for it with the headhunter. The buy up for KC just going to be a sheriff.
पिस्टल तो ले ही रही है NRG.
Oh nope, no sheriff. Never mind. 11 changes mind. Aves, just the bandit.
अभी 2 राउंड और है. NRG 2 राउंड और लेने वाली है.
Noise being made over towards mid.
और अभी थोड़ा NRG स्मार्टली खेल रही है.
A little unsure about taking that fight right at the front of garage.
Neon diff.
Prayers are heard. Plenty of damage going to be dealt as well as that.
मतलब तो क्या नहीं RR भी होता ही है but गेम भी खेलते ही है भाई 5 स्टैक में.
Just going to go get healed up.
रंजन वगैरह याद खेला नहीं है ना.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Thank you, observers. It's the trip there set up by Kiko, being observed by Sugetsu.
Meanwhile, Kiko observing the whole rest of the team, and yeah, heals be damned.
ओ भाई केको भाई को क्या हो गया है?
Limb from limb.
अबे बाटा पड़ेगा अगर इसे पीक दिया तो.
Now with the clear, the recon knows that there's going to be that prize in. So you hear the orb being taken. Trying to
oh भाई.
headhunter shots. I mean, not enough shells remaining in the
third round पे जाएगा भाई.
It's a flawless for NRG to start things off 2-0.
Third round पे NRG का ही है.
Okay. Pretty good start for them.
तो
I mean,
आतिश नंदन
traditionally, Haven, a map I always really liked the way NRG, especially when the Waylay was in the mix, but now feeling like this map just isn't going to be it. Without with the changes to Waylay, they try it on Fracture. But here on Haven, having to go in a very different direction. Sturdy stuff from Ethan.
करना है क्या इसमें?
Got a little bit of a
कर्ष भाई करना है क्या वैल्यू?
Smoke bloomed. Able to spray down.
करना है क्या RR वैल्यू?
Kiko, reliable as always.
Halfway to that tour de force. Now with the change up, shifts over to Garage. Just wanting to continue to play angles where this judge is going to be able to find a good amount of value.
And this should be pretty readable from KC. Almost always that judge ends up right in this spot here in Garage behind those doors. It's just how quickly is like Mata going to be able to pivot in there if there is contact or if they try to clear him. Instead, Mata now going in a bit of a different direction. Have to assume Aves
5 स्टेक खेलना है.
pretty decent idea.
पूछना पड़ेगा.
Just how do they want to clear it? They're going to use the drone.
Smoke falling, not sure if anything was spotted on the side there by Ethan. Sprint across, now knows that Narrate has scaled forward. Still that trip around the corner, Mata. Consideration will just be the
अरे भाई क्या मॉलिक से छोड़िए भाई ब्रॉक ने भाई दे दिया वहाँ पे. ये पे. Ball back.
Taken down over at a lobby. The late linger from Brock being
45.
rewarded that Guardian at range. Now they're all going to go pushing in towards that Sova. Another shot out. Finds connection. Tag to 70. Shock darts down towards Sewer. Narrate curveball over the top, trying to breach this position. Meanwhile, Kiko will be found.
भाई ये का पोजीशन है शॉट पे डबल.
Pivot now over towards B. That trip no longer in action. Mata near enough by to try to offset them here. Paranoia now going to be sent through as well, and Scuba collecting one. The run.
Oh bhai, oh bhai, oh bhai.
And now it's just Aves and Narrate to try to cut this one out.
La.
Will be able to strike.
5 HP है भाई वो.
Aves still very low. They're holding on to this one, trying to buy the time. Late drop on the smoke, the TP up and over the top.
No way भाई मादा फ्री में पिक ऑफ हुआ.
Going to the 1v1, Narrate still relatively healthy as the curveball goes out.
दोनों लो है.
Second and final. The tap of the fuse. Brock knowing that he needs to start sticking this one sooner rather than later. Narrate going to be forced away, and that should be the round done and dusted. Brock knows it. Narrate knows it. KC able to play anti-bonus, but NRG still
कर सकता था भाई ये.
amount of damage dealt.
Yeah, this is really good work from
Legit
both
कर
teams.
सकता था वो.
NRG doing such a nice job with their rotations, throwing up a ton of resistance at where they try to get through at sewers. There's 2 walls used there, the Phoenix wall and the fast lane, both thrown in. And then they're trying to contest that B plant, but it just was there fast enough from KC. They just made that pivot. Narrate sold it as the Phoenix, and he's able to close out the round. And a little bit of relief on his face, but it's going to be tough now for KC. Still going to be able to get the rifles to go in this one. But on the back foot economically if they can't find a win here in this round. Similar scenes, except now got Kiko, or excuse me, Mata, up at the front door. It's just holding a little bit of an off angle there. Spam catches a lot, 11.
Down to 56. NRG not wanting to give KC anything easily, anything for free. Molly to be sent, Blazewall as well. And that's Aves down to 59. Still, the neutral damage being found in the fights here.
Oh भाई घुस के मारा भाई नियॉन ने.
Turn back over to the side, able to find the one outside of Garage, but Kiko quickly to scale, chasing forward, prevents him from escaping.
आज खेल रही है भाई हेवन में. डिफेंस से खेल रही है भाई लोग
KC now gets
Garage का पिंगा है
clustered here on the site. That would give him a Hunter's Fury, but in a 2v3, Sugetsu would need to find an elimination, trying to make it a little bit more comfortable for them to try to make a play off the ult. He's going to be holding out into the open. Finds that first elimination. Brock dead. Fake under from Scuba. The spam, the check.
और साइफर की इन्फो नहीं निकली अभी तक.
Another gets layered in. Face forward, Kiko. Quick rendezvous over to the side. And Kiko finds them both.
हैं?
Damn near the collat.
ठीक है कोलाट मार दिया भाई वॉल बैन.
And NRG persevere to move up 3-1, denying the tied scoreline.
That's a heartbreaker for KC.
ठीक है कोलाट मार दिया ब्रो.
At the end. They do such a good job in that 2v3 holding the
ये क्या कोलाट मारा है भाई?
Get it down to the 1v2. A scrape that doesn't go their way. Some really nice util used here. Good relay bolt to get the kill on the narrate. Good paranoia there on the DOS 9. But then it's Kiko heroics on the chamber.
मटका बोलती इस भाई.
That is unreal.
And tosses the
ना कर लाडल ना कर मटका वटका.
Teammate grabs the outlaw. Knows that he's going to have free reign here. Meanwhile, Narrate spammed down by Mata, just taking a couple taps out into the open. Walked down the sewers. Ava's dead. The spike going to be spotted. Narrate down to 8 HP. Should be a
hard disk में माधा को मार गया.
It's a fadeaway shot on Mata. Backpedals his way out of there, but Sugetsu's still going to be caught at the same time.
Dude, Narrate is just incredible. He is a beast.
But how are you meant to pilot this from here?
रेड के पास वैसे अल्ट है, अगर वो अल्ट मारेगा तो फुल एचपी पे आ जाएगा.
It's a free C site. Scuba nearby. I think he's hearing this noise quite just yet as Narrate's the one slowly creeping forward. As he gets ready to swing this corner, he will be dead. Tuck back, paranoia, ready to fly. Swing out though, and Brock.
अरे ओडिन ले आया तो Brock.
The Odin, Old Faithful back in hand. Levin feels the pain, and now it is down to DOS9 to try to see what damage he can get. All of them spilling forward, but it's a quick check back.
Kiko की रीड तो है. जाके चेक कर रहा है वो. तो अकेला मादा मरा वो भी 5 एचपी में मार गया भाई वो.
Stops them from suffering any more damage, as now it's 4-1.
Looking into this next round, it's going to be a lot of ults on both sides. Is there going to be a timeout called here by KC?
This
Talk
like
about
the right
this.
moment.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to ensure that this half starts turning. I mean, unbelievable work with the bandit there by Narrate. Ethan looking pretty okay. He's in the right places at the right times. You would expect that out of the IGL. He's finding his kills where he can, 3-3. Doesn't have his overdrive just yet, but every other ult available gets you one away from his, and then there you go. Tour de force. Immediately invested. It has a judge behind it.
TP4, just the default on B. Plan to come in, but Hunter's Fury is going to be far too late. Not able to be committed fast enough. Meanwhile, Mata, he's able to shut down the Narrate's ult as well as find Levin. Now pops
मादा ने कहाँ से पकड़ लिया?
over in the back site. Spots the enemy Omen. Cleans up DOS9. Effectively 3 kills for him. Meanwhile, Ethan making that contact, and he pushes Alves out into the open for Kiko to collect that kill. Molly out from Narrate, the window being watched. Sugetsu, however, just too many angles to try to clear, to try to protect. As Kiko can just keep this cipher contained.
मादा अलग मार रहा है भाई.
Be done. The defuse will be stuck. He has to hold on to the weapon.
Why one?
And Scuba will find
भाई लास्ट गेम का वापस से मेरे को रिकैप क्यों दिख रहा है यहाँ पे?
Finds the one, but Mata will find a fourth.
4 के मादा भाई.
Find themselves up by 4.
What a pincer setup here for NRG. I mean, they're happy to give up this B space because they have so many layers behind it. They're pushing out from long A, from long C, immediately off the rip. I love the way Ethan just baiting a little bit there for Kiko.
अरे अभी टाइम आउट लिया था, अभी वापस से टाइम आउट ले लिया. दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म.
Crazy with that run it back. Finds so much value out of that ultimate.
इसी के दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म.
Multiple kills. Shuts down Narrate's ultimate. Now the timeout. Seemingly going to be here.
It's still a couple ults to use, but you committed 2 into that.
Yep.
From the shadows as well as they run it back. They're trying to make
क्या
it
है
go
उत्कर्ष
this,
सब?
and now you're going to be on a weaker buy. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to try to figure out here because, I mean,
Pada pada, what is this
coming into
language?
starting on that attacker side, this is where you should be finding an immense amount of value with that Phoenix Neon.
ये Fnatic वाला keyboard है क्या?
For sure. And you're going up against a Phoenix Neon too. That's the concern here is that, you know, in theory, the attacker side power should be there for NRG as well when we flip. Just KC has been thwarted, and it's really good stuff from NRG. I mean, they're taking control of long A pretty consistently, and when they do give it up, they're quick to rotate back to it to set up for the flood retakes. Let's see, are they gonna go for any kind of early Hunter's Fury? Maybe that's what that early drone was for. Try to clear some space.
Even then, still fairly risky. Is
Ethan ने भाई क्या मार दिया?
Just go sliding.
ये में कुछ अलग मार दिया भाई Ethan ने.
Will be able to peel one back. Knows that enemy Neon still going to be in position and has to try to take him
Okay.
down and hold his own for at least
तीन
one
तो
more.
Ethan ने मार दिया भाई.
Is eventually able to get that elimination.
Yeah.
A ton of damage on the Brock, but just cannot confirm the kill. So narrate again. Grabbing up that Phantom, has the spike. NRG is giving up the space for now. Playing together, not wanting to give him any potential individual picks. Any isolation on these kills.
Make a little bit of noise, and that sends narrate back.
Odin को कब से चला रहा है वो? 3 राउंड हो गया Odin चला रहा है वो.
He's got to go all the way to
fully
C.
re-clear, but all the way to C. Starting to run out of time, especially when you have to clear so many angles.
1v3 possible नहीं है भाई.
Trademark still available as well in garage. That's exactly where he's going to be going. Clears that out, and now, I mean, if he pivots back into B, these players are going to be in transit. They made, I think, a bit of noise. Perhaps he was just on the outskirts. Being able to hear that either way.
अरे सुवा लो है spot हुआ शायद.
Brock has seen him. Tries to clear the recon. The ping comes
ये
in.
क्या भाई? बक्सा बना दिया इसका.
Health still will be able to win it out with that Odin in hand. There's no one else like him.
That is very true.
NRG dominating?
He is
हैं?
a maestro
NRG dominating?
of the Odin. 11.
Domination देखने मिलेगा क्या?
Almost. If he
By
doesn't,
NRG?
if he gets Ethan there, I think there's a real good hope. But once Ethan's able to hold the line, I mean, a big 3K for the duelist IGL of NRG. Who would have thought we'd ever be saying that? 2026. Still.
80 बना दिया है तो
Fury,
PUBG वाली.
Neural theft.
बक्से में पैक
Ethan
कर
has
दिया
his
भाई.
ult.
पड़ा.
Oh, that
Oh.
just missed Levin.
रे.
Quick peek. Mata able to find Levin.
भाई डिफेंस में लोग भी मारेंगे.
Solid shot.
डिफेंस में लोग भी मारेंगे. इतना तो मैं गारंटी दे सकता हूँ.
Denies that run it back from being able to
अटैक
be
पे लोग भले से मार खा रहे हो. डिफेंस में एनर्जी मार रही है. डिफेंस में लोग भी मारेंगे. अरे ब्रॉक गया ब्रॉक.
Paranoia will connect. He frantically does manage to backpedal away. Now there's going to be further presence at sewer.
अरे इधर से भी ओडिन आगे पूकी ओडिन. Oh my
Can't
god.
keep it.
Ooh, they were trying to sell a bit of a fake over at A. But NRG has been really aggressive on this defender side at times. They picked their moment to push out B and profit. Now look at this. They're pretty convinced that A is no longer going to be the destination. They're going to group up, and oh man, DOS9.
Just around the corner. I mean, he could absolutely ruin their day here. Gun barrel, I think you have just about spotted. 2 of them, in fact. And Scuba will be the one paying the iron price. Back into a 3v3 we go.
ब्रॉक लो है भाई इनमें से तो.
Now hearing the plant.
2v3 है kind of.
Getsu works his way up into window. Ethan on the approach.
अगर इतने इसको चकनी का गेम खराब हो जाएगा.
Draw this attention, but Sugetsu for now trained in towards that defender
No
side. Goes
way,
to the peak
no
and Ethan will
way.
fall. Brock just not at any kind of angle to try to counter swing this. Meanwhile, an attempt at the no scope through the wall. Kika will still be able to fight it with a headhunter. Back into a 2v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available. Have to get the tap to try to draw this one out, and there it is. Kiko is going to be. Oh no, he's okay now.
पहली अल्टी हक दी.
He's going to stick it. He's going to try to stick it. Doesn't have quite enough time.
Bro, what?
For a moment, KC.
भाई first ult हगा.
They almost squandered that completely. As the initial person, the Hunter's Fury had not gotten the tag.
This is a wild round. And it felt like, again, NRG was just going to be a step ahead. But DOS9 tucks in there. right outside of grass. That was the difference maker. This right here completely set NRG off balance. They were grouping up. They were expecting to have some free reign. Try to maybe spread into long and into garage. That got shut right down. And they had to scramble a little bit. Brock, not sure if he connected. Yeah, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
Narrate is very
Narrate को पड़ा गया भाई spam ओडी.
Is not ideal.
Meanwhile,
oh goodness.
Kuba ने दे दिया भाई C-Long.
Scuba just found Sugetsu trying to tuck away that C-Long cubby.
Oh goodness.
Molly, Blazewall chucked into the garage. Mono will end up getting taken down. Levin with a nice shot. As really both get sent over towards Platt, but it's a tuck away. Scuba staying flush against the wall. Spots him out. Levin just not quite looking in the right direction. Scuba now TPing down to the sewer, trying to see what this approach is going to be. But Kiko, he's the one counting on the spot.
Oh, what a paranoia.
Spike drop हो गया भाई.
Saw the hand, the curveball will connect. The overwhelm will come in. Right, able to run him down. But look at this around. Scuba in around the back. Here's the tap, the check. DOS9 now watching the window. We'll be able to find that kill. And suddenly, round win back on the menu for Carmine Corp. Ethan tries to play this one.
Ethan पे ओडी ना.
So they're going to go re-pushing back into this. And Ethan has the transfer.
Ethan पे ultimate ओडी बोलेगा ना और मैं.
And has NRG
पहले गया ही भाई. पहले गई.
Wow.
पहले गई.
It looked like maybe it was going to be another round where KC was going to be able to salvage those early disadvantages. Narrate tag
Momentum गया. कद्दू का momentum गया.
You're losing players. You're able to clear out.
बस टाइमिंग हो गया यहाँ पे कुछ. ओमन के साथ टाइम हो गया अपना चेंबर का होगा पर टाइमिंग फ्लैश मूव पे.
Go back to see where he can stay in sewers if there's confirmation on this B hit. He throws a paranoia, but Kiko not able to take advantage of it, and that opens the door for Narrate. Then Ethan.
हमारा भाई तन्ने मजा आ गया.
KC from here, I mean, even if you can get up to 5, it's still going to feel pretty damn rough. And NRG, I think they won it all. Not satisfied after that previous map. They're only really being able to get a smattering of success outside of the pistols and anti-ecos. They are running away with this Haven. And the onus is absolutely on KC to do something about it. From the shadows or run it back available. Lada similarly has his on the other side. Currently positioned at garage. Recon cleared, Blazewall set up, cuts off that trademark for now. Relay bolt going to be dodged. Now the answering, run it back, going to be sent, and that's going to be him dead. Mana, no cover.
Oh, bhai, Brock, bhai, Brock.
Revenge for a fallen teammate is DOS9. Noted, and the spike is still on the floor. Brock is feeling it.
Wow.
He's just jumping the corner with the Odin.
Brock कूद के मार रहा है. यहाँ पे हमसे ओडिन चलती नहीं, वो कूद के ओडिन चला रहा है.
They really have to try to assess. Swing in, Ethan. He'll get the goods. Wow. The final 2 yet again.
Now just secured भाई.
8-2.
मेरे को लग रहा है 9-3 आ रहा है guys. ये भी 9-3 हो रहा है.
So firmly in control, and for KC.
ये भी 9-3 होने वाला है.
It already might be too late.
NRG already dominate कर रही है.
Second time out, but it feels like they so very much need it.
Yeah, maybe they will.
किसी के टाइम आउट भी चलेगा, किसी टाइम आउट भी ले ले पाएगा तो.
Brock shows up to the party just a split second late. He still does that jumping.
भाई ओडिन करके मूड खराब कर दिया भाई ब्रॉक ने सबका.
Open moon maneuver. I mean, the maestro in full swing there.
ओडिन खोल रहा है भाई स्प्रे.
Beautiful. That is
देख के मजा आ रहा है.
so hard to do.
चल बस क्या हाल है? ओडिन हमेशा सामने वाली टीम की चलती है. ये बात तो मैं एग्री करूंगा. हमारी टीम में सिर्फ ओडिन एक ही को चलाना आता है, वो है नंदन. बहुत गंदा ओडिन चलाता है वो.
Narrate goes back for a little bit more, a second glimpse, a second peek.
क्योंकि मेरे से तो ओडिन नहीं चलती भाई.
He hits the floor dead.
ऐ ये सब उत्कर्ष. तुझे कोई ऐसा बोलेगा तो अच्छा लगेगा, तू मोटा है.
Maybe the experience of playing against the Phoenix on the previous, but it feels like NRG.
फैला हुआ है तो कोई ऐसा कोई बोलेगा अच्छा लगेगा.
Value at every twist and turn.
That was a huge pain in the butt for them on Fracture. Narrate has got to be.
भाई सेज की बड़ी अच्छी थी भाई वो शरीफ में.
Try to scale up into B. It has been left sort of open. I mean, Ethan is kind of watching it. About this garage presence. Nobody home.
Volley out and Scuba.
NRG full retake करने वाला है. अबे चलते हुए मार रहा है भाई ये.
From his teammate. Casey, think, well, no one's going to go pushing that angle. Incorrect. Scuba is right there, ready and waiting. Dawson able to find another with that stinger, but now 11.
River 2.
Pressure building on his shoulders.
यहाँ पे ओमन पिक ऑफ ना है
Jump. Try to get this
नहीं हो गया
okay to cover it, preventing him from scaling over to grab that weapon.
अच्छी की बात थोड़ी है जो है सो है एक्सेप्ट किया हुआ है अच्छा
With this sheriff, it has to be two.
जीत गए एनआरजी जीत गए बे शरीफ से 1v2 तो नहीं कर पाएगा भाई उधर इथन ने तो अल्टी खोल दी इसके लिए भाई अरे 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 इथन भाई
steamrolls him much like NRG have been steamrolling KC on Haven thus far. They are looking to make this 10-2.
I mean, some of these mid-round ideas from KC are quite nice in the scramble, but it's just not enough. You're just hemorrhaging too many players early, giving over so much to NRG. It's the pick, it's the setup here, disrespecting your own util to go for the kill. DOS9 finds two nice ones, and then that's opened up the map. It's given a bunch of question marks for NRG to have to deal with, but superior weaponry.
Last shot of the first half. Is it 10-2 or 9-3? मेरे को 9-3 फीलिंग आ रही है पता नहीं क्यों ये राउंड में मेरे को लग रहा है केसी लेने वाली है और ये पुश कर दिया भाई ये होगा भाई डायरेक्ट हिट
Will not be able to find it. So NRG, the trap play, not really going the way that they would have liked, but they do critically get the smokes player out of the hands of KC. That's going to make for very difficult scaling.
For sure. And it can be a little bit more aggressive as NRG, especially with that spot. Easy. Easy for Brock.
Here's ping reveal, just no idea. They couldn't get pushed from behind like that. Jump in the corner of the op in hand. The curveball going to be sent out. Kiko does get blinded up, and the spike can be planted. 3v4. Mata and Scuba going to be taking their time. They know that Sugetsu's going to be somewhere.
साइफर इतना पीछे किसके लिए खड़ा है भाई?
A little bit more unexpected. Mata, he is fully ready for Aves, and now they know the Odin is here as well. The paranoid making the rate just cannot slink away. Sugetsu now.
1v4 ना 10-2 guys 10-2 भाई डबल डिजिट एनआरजी गोइंग भाई एक को भी नहीं मार पाया मार दिया एक को दूसरे को मार गया तीसरे ओह नॉर्मल
couple clean shots from Sugetsu but to no avail. NRG up by 8 at the half.
Yeah, really impressed with how they're able to handle this, and look who it is at the top.
Ethan top fracking IGL top frag कर रहा भाई
Ethan, the IGL, the new duelist for NRG.
His second time. He's playing it on Ascent. He's playing it here now on Haven. Both this very tournament.
I love it, man. How fun is that?
See how the first outing went.
Not great.
It's 15 and 22.
Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But he's looking really comfy here. I mean, again, he's done a lot of the selfless plays where you're going to run in there, try to set up for your teammates. He's kind of been that player who's holding down mid for this squad.
Because game खत्म होने आएगा तेरी गाड़ी अब तक आ नहीं पाई बताओ
Has really good protocols for when he wants to use his relay bolt. It's a very smart player, and you know, may not be the flashiest, but because of his brains, he's able to make it look like Braun.
Of course, the other layer to this is because you widely do have these mirrored compositions, it's just the difference in that Sentinel.
Right.
And how many times have we seen it? How many times have we talked about it? The Chamber being able to very much help contain the double duelist. It's got a ton of firepower in its own right. And NRG, they've widely been winning a lot of these rounds from the outset. The barriers drop, kills are found, and KC just haven't really been able to put anything together. When you have a player the caliber of Kiko on a Chamber, and he can pretty freely and easily fight forward, take aggressive positions at the start of these rounds, come away with opening picks, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, for sure. Kiko is so good in so many different aspects. Unbelievably talented as that player. What a great pickup for NRG he has been. And then you always have that threat of Brock. Never know where that's going to be, where the Odin's going to be. He doesn't even need the Odin, to be honest. He's incredible with every gun. That's something that I think is underappreciated about Brock, because he's so good with the Odin that it overshadows how good he is at everything else. Saw even in that last round, teed himself up for a kill. Used his util, catch a player as they're trying to escape long A.
If memory does serve, it's 5 for 5 on pistols. NRG looking to make this 6 now. As KC, they do want to get proactive. Quick exploration out of garage. Meanwhile, drone the try.
भाई सुबह तक खाली साउंड कर रहा है सी पे 4 बंदे ऑलरेडी रोटेट कर चुके हैं अकेला सुबह यहाँ पे अभी रोटेशन होने वाला है भाई तगड़ा लो डब्ल्यू कर देंगे भाई पिस्टल अगर पिस्टल एनआरजी ने निकाला गाइस C3 एनआरजी गेटिंग दिस मैप
Spike in the hands of Ethan, but it's going to be Scuba able to find one, but Avage quickly trades it back as Kiko will fall. The headhunter now out of the equation.
ट्रेड अप तो इतना फास्ट हो रहा है भाई 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 भाई
between these teams. Brock, however, this late linger, he's going to
अरे ब्रॉक स्पॉट हो गया
11, he's just going to leave him there. Fake the exit.
2v2
play gets it back into a 2v2.
1v2
I'm not sure where he's going.
Ethan कर दे भाई आइजल
Try to clutch this out all alone. Spots them both. Fakes the one side. The frenzy can't get drawn out fast enough. Avez will be able to find the 3.
KC still alive in the game.
A pistol under their belts. They still need 7 more just to tie this up.
Yeah, again, the individual play from some of these players on KC today has been
Brock
really,
गलत pick off हो गया
good,
वहाँ पे
even on the maps where they're
बहुत
getting
गलत pick off हुआ
beat by NRG. This time it's Avez. Plays that so nicely. Tucks himself into sewers. Does a great job just being patient. Nice little outplay from Levin onto Brock. And Ethan not ready with the frenzy in the right position of that. He had a chance to maybe get one and then dash back behind the dice, but didn't have his crosshair in the right spot. Wasn't able to convert. No buy up at all here for NRG. They know that KC is going to be pressing, so no reason not to save a little bit extra money. DOS9, hello. Oh,
क्या
goodness.
टाइमिंग हुआ बाप रे बाप
That was close. Yeah, not much damage going to be suffered after all. And right now, sprinting in. So far, this has been unread, so he will be able to go ahead and take down 2. Ethan as well, trying frantically to find anything else. If nothing else, it's not a flawless, but KC still do keep 4 players alive. They carry over a ton of key weaponry into the bonus.
For sure. DOS9, a big sigh of relief there. Can feel the pressure mounting. Their tournament lives on the line, and they are very far behind right now, our Carmine Corp. Air 8, nice timing. And just nothing really for Ethan left to do at that point. Rifles in the hands of NRG now. Bonus, very strong for KC. They're going to
चलो भाई राउंड निकालना पड़ेगा एनआरजी लेट्स गो भाई बी गुड जॉब भाई डब्ल्यू कर दो एकदम
get back into this map. Put them 5 down if they can.
They might just be hitting B again, though. Give it a second go. Narrate, the only player nearby enough.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Curveball through. It's going to be a shallow molly. Just trying to prevent that potential scale over towards that A connector side. But Ethan.
ने पकड़ लिया भाई उधर
Spraying from backside. Narrate going to be taken down. Shot there's going to be lobbed in. But on that jump peak, Gomez will end up losing his life.
भाई एनआरजी के सारे बंदे बाहर खेल रहे हैं एक्सेप्ट ईथन अंदर खेल रहा है साइड पे बैक साइड
They avoid it all. And I mean, KC, not the money to try to make the play of it. Just don't really have the numbers on your side.
Okay.
4 HP, still able to find another. Getsu on the arrival. One-way smoke. Cage to try to prevent, but still no one onto the spike. They know that they have to abandon this, go their separate ways. NRG just suffering the one casualty. Will keep 4 alive as they deny the bonus conversion. They move up 11-4.
Starting to feel like the end is
भाई
near.
साइफर कहां पे गया हुआ है सेव करने के लिए
Just a little bit of a pause here taken by NRG to talk about how they want their util to land.
guys 2 more round for NRG let's go 11-4
Once it ripped, Ethan gets into the back and he does the heavy lifting again. He has been stellar. I mean, again, it's more about using that speed to get into an optimal position, and he's able to win
भाई
that
इतने गलत
span
मारा भाई
fight.
इसको
What a turn
बहुत
on
गलत मारा
11.
है 4
He
एचपी
ends
में
up
मार दो
dying
उसको
in the
हेडशॉट
long
भाई
run, but he'll take that round every day of the week. 16-9 now. Has his overdrive already. KC going to be able to get rifles. A little bit of money on one player behind all that.
It's got to be the round. It's got to go their way. Skets are the only one really with a bunch of cash still remaining. As we'll just clear out that trip. Fastly going to be set up, and Kiko, okay, not ready for the scale forward. Avez
भाई कितना आगे जाके मारने गया भाई एमएल लेकर अरे अरे अरे
overwhelmed here outside of B. Spotted just the slot forward, keeps it quiet as the curveball does connect. Pushing forward, Brock now trying to scale on this angle. Levin missing him. But if he continues to scale, if he just checks back over towards long, he'll have him dead to rights, and he does. So far, so flawless for KC, exactly what they need.
एक एक करके पिक ऑफ किया भाई केसी ने.
And roar their way back into this.
I mean, honestly, you might just save at this point.
I think you are.
It's NRG. You don't really necessarily need to, but you might as well because...
Rates one away. Alvis is one away.
Yep. That's just it. No reason to give over any more orbs.
Okay, 11-5.
Yeah, I think here just NRG... it is a different look than the previous round. Of course, they're not going for the fast
एक एक करके पिक ऑफ हुए guys NRG.
This time around,
देखो feeling आ रही 12-6.
KC kind of goes back to something that works so well for them on
कितना मुझे लग रहा है 12-6 कर देंगे लोग.
Being aggressive on the defender side, and they're going to need to be. Just like we saw with NRG on their defender side of Haven, when you're running double duelists like this, it requires you to be a step ahead. This time they were. They're going to find a bunch of big kills because of that. Then we go. Another round. Should be okay in the money department, I would think, for KC. Yeah, huge.
As well piloted NRG. Not ready for these backstabs to come through. Something to be assessed. As they look to try to close this one out, but Havas now...
NRG के 2 टाइम आउट बचे. NRG को टाइम आउट लेके करना चाहिए.
Pocket can save that in case this round doesn't go their way. For now, just some early fishing and very slow approach overall for NRG. Just grabbing that orb outside of C-Long. For Scuba to get that from the shadows online.
Yeah, and this time NRG makes the adjustment, realizing that KC had found a potential weakness. And that was just to be a little bit more aggressive off the rip, but instead, they fortify B early. And then they're going to fan out 2-1-2. NRG begins to explore the map somewhat themselves. You've got Kiko tucked into a corner.
Already 2 बंदे वहाँ पे तो बैक साइड होल्ड कर रहे
हैं. The spot of the paranoia going to be sent through as well.
पिक कर दिया.
Hunter's Fury does get committed, but Kiko
वाह पिक ऑफ कर दिया भाई साइड
things open. Ends up falling to the wayside. And this pivot can be absolutely devastating as Narrate is completely unnoted. Scuba now dead. And NRG
ये तो करना ही नहीं था.
scattered to the winds.
इलेक्ट्रिक करना नहीं था.
Spike needing to be rerouted. Called back into the B site. Levin waiting at A connector. Can they clear him out? Yes. Been able to find the kill, but do they go for the pivot? No. We'll pump the brakes and maybe look to just trying to get this plan on the
welcome back.
Side of B. But defending from here.
ये तो गरम चाय.
Damn difficult.
You cleared DOS 9.
कोको पी के आ रहे हो. गरम चाय पीने की बात कर रहे हो. क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे 11-5 थर्ड मैप. NRG लीडिंग. इथन मार रहा है भाई फुल तगड़ा. अल्ट खोल दिया इथन ने. ओह 8 HP. What? गेम पलट दिया NRG ने. मैन एडवांटेज था इनके पास भाई. कर दिया एडवांटेज. लोगों ने ले लिया भाई.
This should be impossible. He knows it. Just try to back away, maybe get a final elimination there on to Brock, but they will go their separate ways. Ethan will be heard. DOS9 wants to try to get that kill, but Ethan's cleared the corner. And NRG will move up 12-5.
Match point पे पहुंच चुकी है guys NRG. क्या NRG जा रही है playoffs? खुश कितना हो रहा है भाई ये बंदा?
Their run here at EWC, their dream of playing in front of this
KC बाहर हो रही है भाई.
will absolutely collapse.
It's just got to be heartbreaking when
भाई यहाँ पे कितना अच्छा लीड ले लिया था भाई. पूरा बी साइड पे गेम पलट दिया लोगों ने.
Isolated and dealt with.
लो जी लास्ट टाइम आउट
They
KC
saw
का.
DOS9 on his own. They knew that the other three had to be
ये
over
कोई
the
सब
other
ये
way.
चैट से
So
XD.
NRG has to make a decision in that moment. Do we try to spread? Do we try to play someone one-on-one against DOS9?
छत से अच्छा नार भाई.
1v1. DOS9's really good in
वो तो
those
360 एंगल
scenarios.
व्यू.
Or do we just group up as three? Ethan
भाई.
is overdrive says, guys,
NRG ने वो राउंड को क्या कन्वर्ट किया है
come
भाई.
at us. We're ready. And we can just hit the nitrous and go right at them.
ए जनाब ने तो मॉनिटर ही आगे खींच दिया.
Hindsight is 2020. But it again feels like this is a timeout that needed to be seen in that first half. When NRG was just running away with it. There's not enough wiggle room. Your back is up against the wall. And granted, yes, it is possible. 7 rounds in a row. It's been done before. It'll be done many more times across future tournaments. And I'm sure even at this one. But for KC, the way that they've been looking compared to the previous map, the way that NRG's been looking compared to the previous map, it just feels like it's a bridge too far.
I mean, the funny thing is it wouldn't even be the most ridiculous comeback we've seen at this event so far if it happens. So we'll wait.
भाई इधर 19 किल पे.
We'll have to see. Ult cycles.
अगर आप पहला पिक ऑफ लेकर 2 की गड़िया पहुंच जाएगा.
Dodges that stun and does manage to plant his feet. Finds Mata.
Wow.
DOS9 gets Kiko and okay. Whatever was in
फिर
that
पे एग्रो कर दिया भाई वो लोगों ने.
working.
काउंटर एग्रो.
Zetan eventually able to clear that one out.
Oh,
but
bhai.
Curveball fully connects. Narrate
Early
will
pick
strike
off
him down.
3-3.
Scuba has to backpedal away from the Blaze wall. KC.
गैरेक्स का बदला पूरा.
Slated to
रुक जाओ भाई रुक जाओ.
round win exactly what they
12-6 मैंने क्या बोला था 12-6 होगा. और कर दिया मैंने 12-6.
Back to a save.
अभी खत्म कर देगी इसके बाद ही खत्म कर देगा एनर्जी.
Should be.
ये हारेगा एनर्जी खत्म करेंगे देखो मैच.
Some of the more critical ultimates not quite getting ready to be cycled up aside from Sugetsu with the neural theft.
यहाँ पे ट्राई करके लोग का गन गिरा देवे मजा आ जाएगा.
Spurn them on though.
एटलीस्ट 3 बंदों का गन गिरा देवे. क्योंकि किसी के पास भी ज्यादा पैसे नहीं है.
Check this angle. They beat Aves. Maybe. Just maybe.
We've been watching for it. The face in.
गिरा दिया ले.
Shot doesn't suffer any damage. And they're off. Sprint forward going to be coming through. Paranoia going to be chucked in. The drone blinded up for the moment. Molly does land. One player going to be spotted out. The TP up into heaven for
कुबा ने ऊपर टीपी मार दिया. एक शॉट आ रहा है इनको इन्फो नहीं है शॉट का.
They're going to look to double reclear this. Smoke going to be cycled in, but now it's just Scuba all alone. Sugetsu able to find it, the jump out of the smoke. Scuba, the spray and pray, rewarded with 2. Up to a third now in this round. Make the TP. The tap it of the fuse, and what a way to close this out if Scuba could get it done. Just so very unfavored. Spots him out, the counter spray looking good.
Nice try भाई Scuba, nice try. वैसे तो गन गिर गई है बहुत ज़्यादा.
3 players lost, but the round goes to KC.
किसी के भी गन गिर गया पैसा ज़्यादा नहीं है.
All right, again, KC.
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन सही हो रहा है. अब जगह प्रेडिक्शन सही हो रहा है समझ रहे? 12-6 बोला 12-6. अब एनआरजी गेम हारी अब एनआरजी बाय करेगी एनआरजी को ना बूम बा. गेम खत्म. देख लो मेरा प्रेडिक्शन. मैंने कल देखा जेप्टो पे वैलो पॉइंट्स और स्टीम पॉइंट हैं.
Brute forcing their way
Zepto
onto
पे
B one way or another. Scuba able to come
जेप्टो
up
पे
with
वैलो
some
पॉइंट्स.
crazy in the kills up in heaven there, but you know, okay, timeout NRG. Yeah, I mean, I think this at this point, like, just say,
Hello
hey,
point.
let's go back to maybe playing a little bit slow off the rip. Let's spread out a
कुछ तो
little
मिल
bit.
नहीं रहा भाई.
Let's give Kiko the opportunity to maybe win some 1v1s at long C or long A. He's had a rough go of it, to be fair. KC has done a really nice job of shutting Kiko down in the early parts of the round, which is complete opposite of what we were seeing
कद्दू
in
मेरा.
the first half of this map. So credit where credit is due. KC's been able to keep the chamber in check. But beyond that, it's
वीडियो
actually
किक पे
been
क्लिप्स अपलोड कर दिया W ठीक ठीक.
That's
मैंने
been
नहीं
a
किया
huge
वो
problem
आईवन
in some
अपलोड
of
किया.
these rounds.
तुम लोग भी कर सकते हो.
So
स्ट्रीम से क्लिप कट आउट करके वहीं पे अपलोड कर सकते हो ऑन द स्पॉट.
I'd like to just see a little, frankly, a little more defaulting, a little bit more just kind of respect being shown at the early parts of these rounds. KC, when they're finding value, it's when they're
मैंने
getting
वेबसाइट पे देख
aggressive
रहा था
early
वेबसाइट पे तो नहीं दिखा.
and catching players out.
कुछ फायदा भी
Stop
है
that,
गणेश
I
भाई.
think you're probably okay. Or maybe just rush A. Who cares?
Run it down.
Let's go guys, let's go.
Roll the dice at the end of this. We'll see
Let's go NRG, let's go.
out. No damage to be suffered. Playing
Let's
back
finish
on
this
six
game,
sight
baby.
lines.
It's a neat little
Let's
setup
go to
with the
playoffs.
relay bolt. Makes it hard to clear that dart.
They still are able to get slotted decently far forward here with Mata. One charge gets him a run it back. Back around mid. Brock making sure that they haven't gone for this deep forward scaling. They now know that there's a camera somewhere out in the mid. Haven't quite cleared it, and there you
There
go.
it is. Well, got a lot of map control now as NRG.
1-2% ऑफ से क्या ही होगा फायदा.
It's just you don't have long C, so KC can lean a little bit more BA. But you might, I mean, the Funny thing is they've left Sugetsu over here. A lot of times teams will just leave.
Am I back? Guys, am I back? Who is back? आप इंटरनेट स्पीड चेक करो, मैं इंटरनेट स्पीड मार के बताओ. Very realistic.
I think they were really ready to flood onto us, and they were just destroying us every time we were hitting site. We just didn't have any like time to breathe against their comp. So yeah.
हिस्ट्री वापस आई. ओ माय गॉड. इंटरनेट स्पीड देख लो भाई, डाउनलोड देख लो भाई, मर गया. केबीपीएस मारा है.
But we're not done yet. We
गाइस एनआरजी ने फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया गेम. यहाँ पे मैंने बोला था मेरा डाउनलोड पे नहीं आ रहा. अभी अपलोड फिक्स हुआ तो डाउनलोड पर मर गया. जीजीस चैटबॉट कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा भाई, क्या हो गया है? मेरा डाउनलोड पूरा ही चीज हो गया. फिर मर गया मेरा अपलोड.
Two more teams and say goodbye to two more teams when we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be some fantastic Valorant.
इंटरनेट शॉट करना पड़ेगा. Who won NRG, bro? My internet just picked up in the last moment. NRG won the game.
Action as we
My
have
download is cooked.
up. That's what tomorrow's stakes will be. But that does it here.
देखो डाउनलोड ही नहीं आ रहा है. हमारा क्या मेरा इंटरनेट स्पीड. वेरी रियलिस्टिक इंटरनेट स्पीड टेस्ट. है
From us at the desk at EWC on